Enough. I will kill you now. Alasnia moved, a silver flash cutting through the haze of battle. Her blade surged with wild, spiraling sword chi, a force meant to cleave bone and split soul. Unavoidable. Unforgiving. Yet Lin Tian's instincts screamed faster. He seized a wounded soldier, a man gasping his last breaths, and wrenched him into the strike's path. Alasinia's heart lurched. She twisted her wrist, diverting the blade sideways at the last second. Boom! The earth split open in a jagged 10-meter scar, dust and debris exploding upward. The sheer force of the redirected blow left the air trembling. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. While the sword saintess staggered from the recoil, he lunged, short sword aimed for the still bleeding wound at her abdomen. But Alasnia was a tempest in human form. She flipped backward, her boot slamming into his chest with enough force to send him skidding across the bloodied dirt. His short sword barely cushioned the blow, the impact rattling his teeth. Damn her. Even weakened, her strength hovering around 2,500, she fought like a cornered dragon. A starved camel still dwarfed a horse. Lin Tian bared his teeth and charged again. This time, when the distance closed, he unleashed brutal roar. A guttural shockwave that ruptured eardrums and sent nearby soldiers crumpling, their eyes bursting capillaries. Alasnia faltered, her knees buckling for half a heartbeat, but then her blade flared with golden light. Holy sword intent. The sanctified energy shattered his sonic assault, her clarity returning just in time to parry his dagger's thrust. Steel shrieked. Her counterstroke was a blur, the tip of her long sword grazing Lin Tian's cheek, leaving a searing white line in its wake. His skin burned, the mark glowing faintly before fading into a pale scar. He touched the wound, fingers tracing the raised flesh. This isn't working. Holy attribute or not, she suppressed his monster skills like a priest smothering heresy. If this dragged on, mutual destruction was the best he could hope for. Alasinia's eyes blazed, her voice a whip-crack of fury. Today, we end this. Lin Tian smirked. Do you enjoy the taste of failure? Shut up. Her sword arced a crescent of lethal light. Lin Tian sidestepped, letting the blade halt a hair's breadth from a cowering soldier's throat. The man's legs gave out, his knees hitting dirt as he trembled. If you have the guts, Alasnia snarled, stop hiding behind them. Lin Tian danced backward, always a half-step ahead. Speed was his ally, patience, his weapon. He needed her spirit to fracture before he could land blood of ruin. Otherwise, she'd deflect it. Again. An hour bled by. Lin Tian moved like a specter, his blade flashing not at Alasnia, but at the crippled soldiers around them. He dragged them into his path, laughing as her strikes meant for him carved through flesh and bone instead. When she hesitated, he slit their throats himself, their dying gasps fueling her fury. Alasinia's sword trembled, her restraint a fraying thread, every corpse at her feet another knot of rage twisting tighter in her chest. Most of them were already crippled. Helpless. Screaming. Kill me, sword saintess. Avenge us, one cried out, blood bubbling in his throat. Don't hesitate. Just finish it, another begged. The air turned heavy, thick with the scent of iron and desperation. Guilt and rage warred in Alasinia's eyes. She froze. Damn it. She actually considered cutting them down. Lin Tian tightened his grip on a soldier's collar, dragging him forward. The man turned pale, eyes wide with terror. Sword saintess, take care of my wife and daughter. Just end it. Lin Tian yawned, as if the whole thing bored him. This is getting old. Let's wrap it up. You're gonna lose anyway, might as well save yourself the humiliation. That was it. Something in Alasnia snapped. Her blade flashed fast, brutal, final. One clean cut. The soldier split clean down the middle. But Lin Tian was already gone, slipping away in the split second before impact. He looked back with a cruel smile. Gotcha. It only took seconds for her control to shatter. If this continued, she would shatter completely. And in seconds, she did. Alasinia's blade became a whirlwind of carnage. Soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, their blood arcing through the air in crimson ribbons. The world narrowed to a scarlet haze, her mind screaming a single refrain, kill. Kill them all. Minutes later, the battlefield lay silent. Bodies littered the ground, their lifeless eyes staring at the woman who had sworn to protect them. The holy sword of the Empire dripped with the blood of its own people. Lin Tian clapped slowly, his laughter a razor dragged over stone. Well done, Sword Saintess. You're much better at killing people than monsters. Thump. Alicinia's breath hitched. Clarity returned like a bucket of ice water. The scene before her, her doing, seared into her retinas. The stench of iron filled her nose. Her hands, her armor, her sword, all slick with warmth. I killed. Her voice cracked. So many. The words dissolved into a whisper. People I swore to protect. Her knees threatened to buckle. The weight of it pressed down, a mountain of corpses with her name carved into each one. Lin Tian didn't wait. He swiped the blood from his scalp wound, smeared it along his dagger, and struck a viper's lunge. The blade punched through her pauldron, burying itself in her shoulder. Alicina dropped to her knees without warning. Her strength was vanishing, draining from her body like water from a broken vessel. Worse yet, she could feel the divine power within her flickering, fading, slipping beyond reach. Lord God, don't forsake me. It's not my fault. I swore I'd protect everyone, Her trembling hand reached desperately toward the sky, pleading with a power that no longer answered. She believed it, that heaven had turned its back on her. That God, watching her spill the blood of her own people, had cast her aside and stripped her of her blessings. Dark clouds swallowed the sky above. A soft rain began to fall, gentle at first, like tears from the heavens. In the midst of pain, loss, and shame, Alicina finally lost consciousness, her injuries too severe to bear. Lin Tian stood over her motionless form, gazing down at her with a complicated expression. A strong woman, but with fatal flaws, he muttered, a trace of pity flickering in his voice. With the blood of ruin coursing through her, she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Lin Tian crouched beside her, his gaze dark with hunger, not just for conquest, but for the ruin of something far purer. This is far from enough. The thought coiled in his mind like a serpent. She was broken, yes. Her holy power had been severed, her faith shaken. But true corruption required more than mere defeat. It demanded surrender. A slow, predatory grin curled his lips. Why resist? His voice was a velvet whisper, laced with poison. Why don't you just be my woman? Join the Goblin army. Help me tear down the blind faith that chains this world. Once, he had dreamed of bending her to his will, of making her his puppet, his plaything. But Alicina was no ordinary woman. She would have chosen death over submission, her spirit too fierce to be leashed. Yet now things were different. The blood of ruin had done its work. The divine light that once coursed through her veins had been extinguished, leaving her hollow. Abandoned. And if she truly believed her God had forsaken her, then perhaps, just perhaps, she would fall. Not just to her knees, but into the abyss. And that was all he needed. This isn't enough, Lin Tian murmured, his fingers trailing along the edge of her broken breastplate. Let me plant the seed of corruption within you. One by one, he peeled away the remnants of her armor, each piece hitting the mud with a heavy, final thud. The sacred metal, once a symbol of unshakable devotion, now lay discarded, as worthless as the faith she had clung to. Beneath, her skin was untouched by battle, pale, smooth, still carrying the faint scent of sacred blossoms. Every curve of her body was a masterpiece, sculpted by divine hands, now laid bare before him. Alicina, the Sword Saintess, the untouchable paragon of light, reduced to this. Helpless. Exposed. His plaything. The rain fell harder, as if the heavens themselves wept for her downfall. Mud splattered across her porcelain skin, staining what no blade had ever marred. Lin Tian watched, entranced, as filth claimed her, not just her body, but the very essence of who she had been. And when the last shred of resistance faded from her eyes, he took what he wanted. Just as Lin Tian sank into his thoughts, a sudden, stabbing pain tore through his chest. His instincts screamed, danger. Then, a familiar voice rang out, laced with panic. Lin Tian. Run! Brutal, who had previously fled, now came charging back, his face pale with terror, eyes wide. It's the church. The church is here. Lin Tian blinked. The church? Yes. The Holy Church. Brutal cried. There's a bishop with them. He didn't even spare a glance at Alisnea, he ran past Lin Tian at full speed, utterly terrified. Under the oppressive gray sky, Lin Tian looked toward the horizon. Figures were approaching through the rain, just over a dozen. But even in the gloom, their presence was unmistakable. Suddenly, crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the battlefield. And Lin Tian saw them clearly. Tall figures in heavy armor, each wielding massive swords, walking in unison with chilling discipline. Their armor gleamed with a symbol that carried divine weight, a great cross etched across the chest. The Holy Cross Guardians had arrived. Lin Tian backed away from Alisnea, standing tall to meet them, though every instinct told him not to act rashly. At their front, the bishop's eyes landed on the unconscious sword saintess. He sighed, voice heavy. To think, even she has fallen. And by the hands of a mere goblin. He turned toward Lin Tian, eyes narrowing. A pitiful form masking boundless malice. This is a textbook demon. With deliberate grace, he lowered his heavy sword to the ground, the point striking with a solid thud. Then his voice rang out like a divine decree. Holy guards, hear me. In the name of God, lend your strength to peace. Expel the demon. Hallelujah. In an instant, 10 holy guards surged forward, weapons raised. They moved like thunder, heavy, but swift, blindingly fast. Lin Tian barely blocked the first strike. Then the second. And the third. His heart raced. These warriors were far stronger than he'd anticipated.
A flicker of irritation crossed his face. These weren't mere foot soldiers. Each moved with the precision of a veteran, their strength far beyond what their polished armor suggested. These guys are far more powerful than you might think. Bah! But so what? One knight lunged, his blade a silver flash in the gloom. Lin Tian twisted mid-step, dodging with a predator's grace. Before the man could react, Lin Tian's knife slashed across his wrist, a shallow cut, but enough. Enough for the blood of ruin. He flicked the crimson droplets straight into the soldier's eyes. The effect was immediate. The man's divine aura shattered like glass. His scream tore through the night as holy power drained from his veins, leaving him writhing in the mud, his faith rendered useless. The bishop's voice boomed behind them, laced with warning, "Do not chase forbidden things." But Lin Tian was already gone, a shadow melting into the labyrinth of the city's rooftops. Behind him, the bishop's grim murmur followed like a curse. That goblin is truly a demon. Lin Tian leaped from one rooftop to another, muscles burning, mind racing. MD, is this the strength of the church? Even the soldiers have a strength of 3,000? His teeth clenched. It seems the plan needs to be changed. Meanwhile, the bishop raised a hand, signaling his knights to halt. Let's get ready to go back. A young cleric rushed forward, desperation in her voice. Bishop, are you not going to deal with the goblin plague and the divine servant Evelia? The bishop's grip tightened slightly as he helped her up, his gaze distant. It's already too late. A heavy pause. The rain filled the silence. As for Evelia, the archbishop said the gods have already chosen a new servant. His voice darkened. Unexpectedly, she also met with an accident. A bitter scoff escaped him. It turned out to be a little goblin. His fingers curled into a fist. The weak and harmless appearance hides a terrifying power and face. On the other side of the city, Lin Tian finally slowed, dusting off his clothes as he reached his hiding spot. Below, freshly turned earth marked where the bodies had been buried. All the corpses were disposed of. But fortunately, the cow ghost's body was still there. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face. His tongue flicked out, tasting the air as if savoring what was to come.
Wasting no time, Lin Tian organized a grand feast that raged on for an entire day and night, consuming nearly every bit of meat available. He ate to the point of nausea. Still, he pressed on, and at long last, he broke through to level 80. Unlike other races, goblins didn't gain experience through battle. The goblin race evolved only by utilizing the gene devour skill, an ability that relied solely on absorbing and consuming prey. Fortunately, the skill never caused the sensation of fullness. If it had, Lin Tian would have likely eaten himself to death long ago. Back at the cavern, Lin Tian was immediately surrounded by the girls of his tribe. Seeing him return unharmed filled them with joy and hope. How did it go? Did you win? Boss, come on, tell us everything. What happened out there? Wait, do you feel that? He's definitely stronger now. The aura he radiated was overwhelming. Lin Tian couldn't hide the smug grin spreading across his face. He chuckled and declared, "When I take action, you already know how it ends." The Sword Saint? She's been tamed. Gasps echoed all around him. The crowd stood in stunned admiration. But none were more shaken than the Goblin Slayer girl. Eyes wide, she stared at Lin Tian. Impossible. You didn't just defeat her, did you? You completed mating with her? Lin Tian wore a regretful expression. Of course I did. But I didn't get to enjoy it for long. The church's people came and took her away too soon. Despite his words, Lin Tian's mind lingered on the intense, unforgettable experience he'd had with the Sword Saint. Suddenly, the Goblin Slayer girl threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his body and rubbing her face affectionately against him. I knew it. You're the greatest. The most perfect. Come on, it's my turn now. Lin Tian sighed, raising his hands in protest. No, not today. I'm exhausted. Please have mercy, I've been through a lot. Moments later, his expression turned serious. It was time to discuss strategy. This victory bought us time. But we need to find a safer place. One where the humans won't retaliate. Surprised murmurs rippled through the group. Where will we go? Lin Tian smirked. To a place even the church fears to enter. The Great Tomb. The following day, Lin Tian assembled all the tribe's capable fighters. Each one was given a massive hand-woven sack from the elf tribe, so large, 2 people could fit inside comfortably. Glancing over his forces, Lin Tian thought to himself, now that the Great Tomb and the church have agreed to a non-aggression pact, there's no threat of invasion. This is the perfect chance to build a massive goblin empire. And to do that, we'll need tools for reproduction. Holding the map tightly, he took flight on a dragon's back. Remember, he commanded, our goal is capture, not slaughter if they're young women. Bring them along. Even if they're children, they'll grow into usefulness. As for the men, kill those who resist. The rest, deal with as you please. With his orders given, Lin Tian dispatched his army. The goblin horde moved like a devastating storm, overwhelming village after village. In just a few days, they had raided 10 villages and captured 250 women. To Lin Tian, this was disappointing, far below his expectations. Still, there were 19 more villages and 2 towns between them and the Great Tomb. He was confident he could capture at least 1,000 more. Before long, a small town appeared at the foot of a mountain. Lin Tian gave the order, prepare the sacks. The town would be taken swiftly. Inside Corsolaro, anxiety buzzed in the air. Rumors of goblin raids had reached them. Mayor Frank acted fast. He mobilized every soldier and adventurer in the town. Soon, the central square was packed with armed men and women. Some scoffed at the danger. Mayor, isn't this overkill? They're just goblins, right? Please. I've killed so many goblins, I could build a castle with their corpses. Laughter followed. Fear was nowhere to be seen. Then a man, injured and pale, likely a survivor, stepped forward. His warning was simple but chilling. These weren't normal goblins. They were enormous. Terrifying. A young man, level 50 and full of confidence, let out a dry chuckle. Large-type goblins? So what? Even if they're hero rank, I can handle them. His name was Ace, widely known as the strongest adventurer in town. Mayor Frank nodded in approval. Impressive. As expected of you, Ace. Scouts kept watch. Then, from the watchtower. They're here. Goblins incoming. A frenzy erupted. Soldiers and adventurers rushed to the gates. Ace leaned on his long sword, grinning arrogantly. Hey, let's make this interesting. Whoever kills the most goblins wins. Loser buys drinks for a month. Come on, man, someone said. None of us can keep up with you. Ace smirked. Guess I'll wipe them all out myself. Then the ground began to tremble. First softly. Then violently. Eyes turned toward the wheat fields. And what they saw shattered their composure. From the dust emerged berserker goblins, towering, four-armed beasts with grotesque muscles. Just looking at them froze the blood. Behind them came bone-spiked goblins, bodies bristling with deadly blades. Then shadows moved behind the dust clouds. Above, a dragon soared through the sky. Panic hit like a hammer. People dropped to their knees. Is that a real dragon? Why is a dragon with goblins? Run! Chaos broke loose. Even Ace turned white as a sheet. Wait! Wait for me, he screamed, fleeing in terror. High above, Lin Tian observed the town below. They prepared. Doesn't matter. He gave the order, attack. The people of Corsolaro scattered like ants. Resistance crumbled instantly. Some villagers tried to stand their ground, shouting as they fought. One man spotted Ace cowering under a table. You coward! Didn't you say you could take them all alone? Ace trembled, muttering to himself. Why are these goblins so terrifying? Are they even goblins? Then one of the bone-spiked goblins approached. Its footsteps thudded, slow and deliberate. Its jagged mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Hide well, little man. It's my turn now. Ace stared up in horror. His heart gave out. A scream tore through the air. And Ace died, overwhelmed by sheer terror. The goblin looked down at the corpse, disappointed. I thought he'd be more fun. By the time they arrived at the Great Tomb, the goblins were completely spent. After all, they had just captured over 1,000 people. Just then, Lin Tian spotted something. A dark shape hovered in the sky, a bird-like figure. Its eyes glowed blood red in the shadows. It stared at Lin Tian with sharp focus. The creature had broad, majestic wings, a humanoid figure covered in black feathers, and talons sharp enough to crush bone. A scan revealed its stats. Cannibal Eagle, LV 90. Race, Cannibal Eagle Demi-Human. Titles, Black Meteor, Monster Lord, Sky Overlord. Health, 2,700. Strength, 880. Defense, 730. Skills, Meteor Flash, Storm Feather, Skyfall, Call. Overall rating, 4,000. Lin Tian's mind snapped to clarity. This was the regional monster lord. He recalled Brute mentioning it before. The cannibal eagle-eyed Lin Tian with curiosity. A goblin riding a dragon? Its intense gaze sent chills down Lin Tian's spine. Are you the leader of this tribe? The eagle asked. Yes, Lord, Lin Tian answered quickly. Please, could you help disperse these monsters? If the monster lord issued an order, the creatures would retreat. It wasn't hopeless yet. But the eagle tilted its head, coldly replying, Why should I? I can give you 10 humans, Lin Tian said through gritted teeth. It was a steep price, but worth it to protect the rest. It let out a piercing cry. And instantly, the monsters scattered in every direction like startled mice. Relief flooded him as he watched the monster horde disappear. The scent of humans draws monsters from 100 miles away, Cannibal Eagle said. Is this your first time in the Great Tomb? Lin Tian understood now. The fear humans held for this place made perfect sense. Sweat and birth fluids gave off a scent that goblins couldn't mask. We didn't know, he replied, embarrassed. Thank you, Lord. Come, I'll keep my word. The eagle gave a small smirk and followed him into the valley. He ruled the enchanted forest to the east, a fearsome presence cloaked in mystery and power. Never in his life had he consumed so many people. Just a goblin tribe, yet their numbers were staggering. Do you not understand the treaty between the Great Tomb and the church? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The cannibal eagle barked, snapping out of his stunned silence. Right after, Lin Tian ordered his men to bring out 2 large sacks and give them to the falcon. Receiving the gift with clear satisfaction, the falcon looked back at Lin Tian and said before leaving, if you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll guarantee your safety here so you can grow steadily. Lin Tian was a bit surprised. Then smiled, thank you for your concern. Lord Falcon, if you're ever craving more, I can offer a few more humans. The carnivorous falcon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite about it. I'll go report the situation to the higher-ups for now. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, he could focus on development without worry. After a while, watching newborn goblins squirm in nests, Lin Tian turned to Gobuyu. Have you counted how many were born? 3,000. There'll be more next cycle. But none of the 10 mutant or overlord type offspring survived, she replied, recording numbers on a crude wooden slate. She had picked up writing quickly. Lin Tian had only taught her a little while explaining maps, but her aptitude was exceptional. Lin Tian frowned slightly. It seems mutants and overlords are still too rare to replicate reliably. Still, this would suffice for now. Their next goal was to capture animals and monsters to breed more first-tier goblins. Weak as they were, sheer numbers could tip the scales in battle. Returning to his tent, Lin Tian commanded, activate the life simulation system, he muttered to himself. No need to risk lives, simulating would be faster. Life simulation system activated, scenario, first entry into the Great Tomb. After enduring many hardships, you've finally secured a foothold for growth. Your next step, breed a powerful goblin army. You lead your forces into the enchanted forest to capture new creatures. Day 1, encountered several 4th and 5th tier monsters. All slain and brought back to feed the newborn goblins. Next few days, captured 500 first tier monsters. Carnivorous rabbits and crying face monkeys. Return journey, a 7th tier thunder mane bear appeared, strength level, 3000. Being female, you captured her to improve tribal stock. Following successes, several more 7th tier monsters captured and imprisoned as breeding stock. The tribe's quality rose dramatically. After 1 month, breeding efforts resulted in 3,000 low-tier goblins. The plan had succeeded. But just when all seemed well, humans launched a surprise attack on the tribe. Lin Tian looked at the options with a concerned expression. Options. Face them head-on. Rating, 30. Hold your ground. Rating, 20. Negotiate to uncover their motives. Rating, 0. He wasn't concerned with the rating. He wanted answers, so he chose option 3. Simulation continues. No response came. Then, soldiers began descending the cliffs, launching a brutal massacre. Holy guards appeared, flanking you. After a vicious battle, you barely escaped, suffering devastating losses. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He understood now. The Lionheart Empire's soldiers, along with the church's holy guards. To think they dared march into the Great Tomb, they must be truly desperate. He immediately halted the simulation to strategize. Simulation summary. When a lion is enraged, ensure it cannot bite. Rating, 10 out of 100. Reward, life points plus 10. Duration, 1 month. Brutal, Lin Tian called. Do you know where the Lord of the Forest lives? The last encounter had been too rushed to get directions. Brutal paused, then replied, highest forested peak around here. That's where their tribe resides. That was enough. Lin Tian had a plan now. If he summoned the cannibal eagle in time, even the Lionheart Empire and the church would be forced to back down. Peace would hold long enough for them to grow stronger. But the empire and the church had become thorns in his side. One day, they would have to be cut away, completely. 1 month passed swiftly. It was the day of the anticipated ambush. Lin Tian had already located the cannibal eagle and warned him. They wouldn't dare, the eagle said, incredulous. The church has a pact with the Great Tomb. Lin Tian kept it simple. I saw their army approaching from outside. Based on earlier events, they're coming for me. The cannibal eagle's expression darkened. Understood. We won't let humans trample the Great Tomb. Not just me, none of the other lords will allow it either. I'll go alert them. Thank you, Lord, Lin Tian said, before hurrying back to his tribe to prepare. Time passed slowly. Outside the Great Tomb, an imperial army assembled, over 10,000 elite soldiers, a force capable of razing cities. Klein, mounted on a savage carnivorous steed, rode before the troops, sword at his hip. Warriors, he bellowed. Today, we don't return until the goblins are wiped from existence. Are you ready? Klein spotted a shadow streaking across the sky. Lin Tian descended, mounted atop a dragon. With fury burning in his eyes, Klein raised his voice. Are you the goblin leader who razed our villages? The sight of Klein's massive army gave Lin Tian a moment's pause, but not fear. You dare forget the pact between the church and the Great Tomb, he called. Is this your declaration of war? You're nothing but a rat skulking in darkness, Klein spat. You're not worthy of a contract. Klein raised his sword, aimed directly at Lin Tian. Do you see the tens of thousands of lions behind me? I won't give you a chance. I'll charge in and grind your bones to dust for my grandfather and for Alice. Lin Tian, hearing this, raised an eyebrow, a twisted grin curling across his face. Oh? So that's how it is? Let me tell you a little secret. The taste of the sword Saintus was smooth. You shut your mouth. Klein's rage nearly suffocated him. Even the soldiers behind him roared in fury. The sword Saintus, an honored figure across the empire, was beyond reproach. Yet now, she had been vilely insulted. Lin Tian burst into laughter. Oh, you're angry? What, trying to silence the mouth that's tasted those sweet lips? Sweeter than honey, I assure you. You. Klein's eyes turned bloodshot. Your Highness. Let me lead the charge, I swear, I'll crush him right here. Klein's noble facade cracked entirely, a bulging vein on his forehead betraying his boiling fury. Your Highness. Wait, Duke, a holy guard interjected gravely. Our scouts haven't returned. Charging blindly into the Great Tomb could be catastrophic. These elite guards had seen the horrors of the Great Tomb firsthand. Young and hot-blooded, Klein had no idea what truly awaited them. His fury had all but consumed his reason. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. He lifted a corpse with his right hand and tossed it forward. Are you talking about this one? 10 minutes earlier, on the cliffs above, 2 Imperial scouts had secretly approached Lin Tian's tribe. Looking at the scene below, one whispered in panic. Damn it! Intel said this tribe only had a few hundred goblins, but looking at this, it's at least a few thousand. They've even imprisoned women and monsters. No wonder the Sword Saint fell here. We need to get out and report back, this place is too dangerous. Just as they turned to climb back up the cliff, they were met with a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. Their hearts clenched in terror. They had been surrounded. Gobu Tian and a group of hero-rank dark goblins clung to the cliffside like spiders, silently watching. Moments later, the desperate screams of the unfortunate scouts echoed through the canyon. Back on the battlefield, when Klein saw the corpse of her scout, she couldn't take it anymore. "All troops, hear me," she screamed. "Advance, wipe out every last monster in the Great Tomb." The Imperial army stirred like a waking beast, its vast ranks trembling with fury. Each synchronized step echoed like a grim countdown to bloodshed. "Ha ha ha. Afraid now?" Klein laughed madly. "This is the cost of provoking the lions. I'll break every bone in your filthy body." Spurring his warhorse forward, he prepared to storm the forest. But then his eyes drifted past Lin Tian toward the trees. He froze. From the trees, a cannibal eagle emerged. Klein felt his skin go cold. His instincts screamed this creature was death incarnate. Its mere presence was like a blade hovering over their necks. But the eagle ignored Klein. Its chilling gaze turned toward the holy guards. "Church. It's been a while. Have you forgotten our pact?" One of the holy guards gasped, "It's the cannibal eagle. Be on guard." The squad leader, the guardian of the sanctuary, stepped forward, sword drawn. "By order of the Pope, we are here to cleanse the goblin. Your interference ends now." He pointed his massive sword toward the tomb. His aura was like a divine wall, unyielding. But the cannibal eagle only sneered. "That old fossil's still breathing? When he finally keels over, I'll crush your skull myself." Humans lived mere decades. Monsters, especially the undead, could live forever. And in the deepest part of the Great Tomb, one of the undead ruled supreme. "No matter what comes next, I'm here by the Pope's command. Those goblins committed crimes, stepping into the tomb won't shield them." "Get in our way, and you die," the sanctuary guardian said coldly. His aura snapped Klein out of his fury. Reigniting the fire, Klein shouted, "All troops, advance." The army surged like an unrelenting tide. But the cannibal eagle lifted off, wings spreading wide. "So you really think the Great Tomb is yours to trample?" Countless blood-red eyes blinked open in the gloom. They weren't alone. Dozens of cannibal eagles soared into the sky, joined by the feathered serpent tribe, creatures with the body of a snake and wings of a bird. Most were Tier 7 beings. Legends spoke of a 12th-tier feathered serpent god. More monsters stirred. The Tiger Clan. Goblins. Undead. Even low-intelligence beasts answered the call. 100-legged centipedes. Razor mantises. Spore fiends. Rock giants. Nearly 20 Tier 7 monsters. Thousands of creatures assembled into a monstrous wall of death. The Imperial soldiers, tens of thousands strong, were frozen in terror. Lin Tian's eyes swept across the forest. This wasn't just a show of force, it was a declaration. Klein gritted his teeth, raised his sword again, ready to scream another charge. But the sanctuary guardian spoke first. "So, the Great Tomb has chosen to protect the goblins?" The cannibal eagle grinned. "You could say that." The guardian paused, then turned. "Duke, withdraw the troops." Klein's eyes widened. "Your Highness, what? Withdraw? We're lions, we never retreat. I want to kill that monster." The guardian's voice was low but resolute. "This isn't retreat. It's regrouping for a far greater battle." Klein felt his rage subside, as though he'd just glimpsed a deeper truth. He turned back to his army. "All troops, retreat. Remember, lions don't flee. We return stronger." Lin Tian watched them disappear, slightly moved. "They really did all this, for me?" The cannibal eagle chuckled. "Not just for you. Your situation gave us the perfect chance to show the church they no longer scare us." "I see." Lin Tian began to understand. This cannibal eagle wasn't just reliable, he was political. As Lin Tian turned to leave, the eagle added, "Grow your tribe quickly. Someone very important in the Great Tomb is watching. They said if you become Goblin King, you'll earn the right to enter the true Great Tomb." Lin Tian nodded, more curious than ever. Maybe there was something extraordinary hidden there. But for now, he had finally secured a golden window for growth. In a year, he could forge an army capable of challenging the empire itself. The Great Tomb, it truly is overflowing with opportunity, he murmured. Lionheart Empire, Imperial City, 5 days later after Klein's withdrawal from the Great Tomb. On the wide Grand Avenue before the cathedral, a massive crowd of furious citizens had gathered. Their shouts thundered like crashing waves, a chorus of rage swelling with every passing moment. Whispers had become wildfire. The Sword Saint had borne a child with a goblin. Public fury had exploded across the capital. Thousands demanded swift justice, no blood. Especially outraged were the villagers from regions ravaged by goblins. Years of grief and loss now surged forth with vengeance. Kill the goblin. Let the nobles lead by example. No monsters in human lands. Avenge my child. She's not worthy to be the Sword Saint. At the heart of the storm, King Charles II was unraveling. Exhaustion clung to him like steam from a boiling pot. Rage consumed him as he stormed toward the Sword Saint's residence. This is madness. We haven't even solved the goblin crisis, and now this. A nun trailed behind him, her voice hushed but desperate. Your Majesty, she's torn between the people and her own child. She needs your guidance. Please, help her choose the right path. Charles II had not slept in days. His face had aged under the weight of his crown. As he entered the cathedral, he asked with tired gentleness, Alice, have you been well these past few days? But his words died mid-breath. In the corner of the room, a small goblin rode a wooden horse, joy lighting his tiny face. He clutched a little sword, waving it with innocent glee. Nearby, Alice tended to him gently, brushing his hair with quiet affection. The king stood frozen, unable to fathom what he was seeing. Because of a goblin, she's changed this much? A pang of regret twisted in his chest. If only I'd acted sooner, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Then came the cold hiss of steel. With a sharp ring, Charles II drew his golden sword. His eyes turned to ice. Alice, step back. I don't want to harm you. The blade surged forward toward the unsuspecting goblin, whose wide eyes blinked up in confusion. A drop of blood fell to the floor. But before it could strike, Alice caught the sword barehanded. Blood trickled from her palm, but her gaze was unflinching. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The king roared, torn by grief and fury. For the people. For the future of this empire. I must correct your path. But a gleam flashed. Alice's sword was out. The tip now hovered at the king's throat. The entire cathedral fell into suffocating silence. Even the air seemed to recoil. Though Charles II possessed mighty strength, around 5,000 in battle power, he stood paralyzed before the woman he had once loved. Alice's tears streamed down her cheeks. The proud Sword Saint now resembled a mother on the brink, desperate to protect her child. Must I carry your judgment forever? Must even you turn against me? Suddenly, a golden light burst through the cathedral entrance. It struck Alice like a divine hammer, sending her flying. A robed figure entered, his presence sharp and absolute. It was the cardinal, the church's highest voice. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and chanted, Divine radiance, holy imprisonment. A radiant column of sacred light descended, trapping Alice in a glowing prison. Her holy power vanished. Her sword lay useless beside her. The king turned away, his face twisted with turmoil. Without a word, he walked toward the exit. As he passed the cardinal, he murmured, She's in your hands now. I can't do it. Not when I look at her. Alice collapsed to her knees, tears bursting forth. No, don't kill him. I'll bear the punishment. Just don't take everything. I've already lost my divine grace. The cardinal gazed at her coldly, unmoved. The Lord did not forsake you. You turned your back on him. Then he turned to the goblin. I'll deal with this creature. The child looked up, blinking with confused innocence. The cardinal didn't flinch. To him, standing above law and mercy, this was merely duty. A golden beam pierced the goblin's head. Alice's scream tore through the cathedral. It was not a sound, but a soul unraveling. And in that moment, she knew the divine would never forgive her again. Outside, the sea of protesters still roared. Kill the goblin. The saintess is no longer fit for the sword. She raised a goblin? Disgusting. She's fallen. I used to admire her. Now she's filth. Their cries boomed like a storm over the square. Then Charles II emerged from the cathedral, his expression grim. In his hands was the goblin's lifeless body. As he reached the grand staircase, silence swept over the crowd. All eyes locked onto the corpse. He dropped it before them like a discarded relic. And then the square erupted again. Finally. It's over. What about the saintess? Is she dead too? Good. Let her rot. But Charles II's voice cut through like a blade. You wanted an answer. Here it is. From this day on, anyone who insults the sword saint will face punishment. The crowd froze. Mouths shut. Words vanished. He turned and walked away, shoulders heavy with guilt. Even he could no longer predict who Alice would become when she awakened. The following day, Charles II sat alone in the royal sanctuary, drowning in remorse. Then the Holy Mother burst in, breathless and panicked. Your Majesty! Alice, she's gone. The king leapt to his feet, frantic. What? It was a disaster unfolding beyond control. If anything befell the sword saint, it wouldn't just be his heart that broke, the entire kingdom could fall with her. Meanwhile, Klein's forces continued their retreat from the Great Tomb. Back in the Goblin lands, a terrifying transformation was underway. A berserk goblin writhed in agony on the ground. Master. I think I'm evolving. His bones cracked and reformed as smoke rose from his skin. Flames licked his body, but he didn't burn. Instead, new skin grew dark purple, veined with glowing blue webs. From 4 arms, he now had 6. I can use magic now. Berserk Goblin. Level, 70. Race, Goblin. Class, Dark Mage. Titles, Reborn, Demonized, Insatiable Glutton, Blessed by the Gods. HP, 2000. Strength, 501. Defense, 540. Combat Power, 3100. Skills, Evil Hand, Demon Flame, Forceful Impact, High Pressure Domain. Equipment, none. Nearby goblins grumbled enviously. What's so great about that? We want more meat too. Level 70 sounds nice. Lin Tian lounged on a rock, amused. The forest is full of prey. Hunt, gain experience. Or do you want to be useless forever? One goblin mumbled, but it's dangerous out there. Flames surged around Lin Tian. And you think I live in safety? Right. Got it. We'll hunt. Please don't roast us, Master. The berserk goblin stepped forward, burning with eagerness. Master, let me guide them. I feel power inside me that's ready to explode. Lin Tian scoffed. Food isn't free. The provisions are for the young, to keep them from being eaten before they grow teeth. Just as the group prepared to depart, a familiar shadow swept across the sky. It was the falcon. He landed and grinned awkwardly. Lin Tian, I brought someone. A lord I'd like you to meet. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. More allies? Good. If I ever offend someone strong, I'll need some bodies to throw in front of me. The falcon nodded. He's right behind you. Lin Tian turned, and there it was. A 3-meter-tall creature, like a golden-scaled lizard from a superhero film, loomed behind him. Its scales glimmered like treasure, its gaze locked on the human enclosure with ravenous hunger. Its tongue flicked through the air, seeking scent. Lin Tian quickly opened his interface. Golden mane lizard. Species, demi-human. Level 88. Combat power 3990. This lizard's strength isn't all that impressive. Though Lin Tian did ask if the Lord had any interest in humans. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you won't miss any updates. The golden lizard ignored him and continued looking at the humans in the cages. Then it turned to the cannibal eagle. These humans look so delicious, Birdman, let's split them 50-50. Hearing this, the cannibal eagle was a bit dumbfounded. 50-50? Didn't you say just one would be enough? Originally, it had brought him here after much pleading to eat a human, but now he wanted half. Hearing this, Lin Tian's already unhappy face turned even gloomier. At this moment, the golden lizard said, "In our territory, aren't all the things inside ours? Besides, this is just a goblin tribe, a low-level monster tribe of trash. Even if a goblin becomes a king, its strength at most would be like ours now, but we are different, we can still grow." The cannibal eagle's expression wasn't good either, lizard, but here I call the shots. Please return to your southern territory. Stop pretending. Many in your tribe haven't eaten humans, right? And you still call yourselves cannibal eagles? I've been fair enough, 50-50. Let's fight now, how about it? The golden lizard continued, eyes full of greed. Lin Tian finally spoke coldly, "Hey, where did this reptile come from? Half, can you even eat that much?" Suddenly, the golden lizard let out a hiss sound, very creepy. It looked at Lin Tian with aggression and hostility, its eyes filled with murderous intent. "Are you talking to me, you low-level trash?" However, the cannibal eagle suddenly blocked Lin Tian. "Lizard, I'll say this one last time, leave now, or you won't be able to handle the consequences." He had heard about Lin Tian's feats. They even took care of the sword saintess, provoking humans to send an army of 10,000 to exterminate them, and even the church got involved. It was evident that this was not an ordinary goblin tribe. The golden lizard still wouldn't let it go. "You just want to hog these humans for yourself. Fine, I don't want them anymore. Let me kill that small goblin." Suddenly, the cannibal eagle let out a screech. The powerful sound wave forced the golden lizard to take a half step back. It wasn't joking around. Seeing this, the golden lizard backed away and snarled. "All right, Birdman, you're strong now, but you won't always be here. When you're gone, I'll slaughter every last one of them." After saying that, the golden lizard disappeared into the darkness. "Sorry, I didn't expect that guy to be so greedy." The cannibal eagle looked at Lin Tian apologetically. Lin Tian didn't mind, no need to apologize. "I was thinking, if I kill him, what will the people in the Great Tomb do?" The cannibal eagle was slightly surprised, astonished that he truly had such power. Then it said, "They might expel you, kill you, or perhaps make you the Lord of the South." "I'll take my leave now." Becoming the Lord of the South? Lin Tian thought about it, feeling that being a lord was useless. It just allowed one to call on monsters. The key was that as a lord, he couldn't wantonly kill monsters like he could now. He wouldn't want it even if it was given to him. In the enchanted forest, Gobushan walked at the front, looking around as if entering a buffet and selecting ingredients. The iron-skinned rhinoceros is too tough, not tasty. The poisonous porcupine, it pricks the mouth. The devil dragonfly, not much meat. As they walked, Gobushan kept complaining, "Oh, why isn't there anything delicious? What do you think, Gobutian? Humans are still the best." Gobutian said, leaping through the trees. Suddenly, they realized something was wrong, as if someone was missing. Turning around, they found Gobu Kwang gorging himself. He evolved into a hulking goblin, wielding a massive axe and a shield strapped to his arm. He shaped a massive bone shield from his left arm. A sharp bone blade from his right. He slashed at a thick tree. It fell in one clean sweep. Then he rammed it with the shield, same result. He was far stronger now. Time to find something for Gobutian to eat next, he grinned. The trio pressed onward. Eventually, they reached a clearing filled with white bones, corpses of many beasts. They crept closer, spotting a damp swamp ahead. Dozens of large grass huts were built on the muddy banks, clearly a tribal settlement. Gobu Tian narrowed his eyes. Look over there, something golden. Looks like an iguana. Gobu Kwang grinned. Looks tasty. Let's eat. They had found the lair of the golden iguana tribe, domain of the southern forest lord. A young golden iguana was chasing a dragonfly nearby, wandering far from home. Its round eyes scanned the reeds curiously. It flicked its tongue now and then to test the air. Something smells strange. Just then, two black hands shot up from the swampy ground and yanked it down. Gobu Tian emerged slowly, holding a limp iguana corpse. Looks like a young one, but it's over a meter long. Let's give it a taste. Gobu Kwang tore off a leg, crunching it. Tender. Fresh. Slightly fishy. Sweet undertones. Incredible, almost better than human meat. Gobu Shan's eyes lit up. A silent consensus passed among the three. Child? Where are you, sweetheart? A female iguana called anxiously back at the tribe. Mealtime had come, but her gluttonous baby hadn't returned. An iguana poked its head out from another hut. That brat's always wandering. Maybe it got eaten? My husband's the lord. Who would dare touch my child? She hissed. Just then, Gobu Shan's voice rang out. Looking for this? He tossed the juvenile's shiny head at her feet. She froze, then screamed, Who are you? Do you even know where you are? How dare you? The Lord's tribe? Never heard of it, Gobu Kwang said, leaping over a hut, licking his lips. But you're quite the beauty. An angry iguana male charged from the hut, weapon raised. You'll pay for this insult. He didn't finish the sentence. A bone spike pierced his heart clean through. Gobu Shan pulled him into a fire pit and roasted him on the spot. His meat was gone in minutes. The tribe's strongest males averaged around 2,000 strength, only slightly above that if they were elite. But by custom, only one male could be dominant, the lord. The others were deliberately kept weak. Help! Someone save me, the iguana mother screamed. Gobu Kwang grabbed her, eyes gleaming. Just as he was about to proceed, he paused. Oh, right. Gotta save this one for the boss. He knocked her out cold. Gobu Tian, eat up. You're next to evolve. He tossed a slab of roast meat over. Monsters! We're under attack. The Lord isn't here, what do we do? Why would monsters dare? Isn't the Lord feared by all nearby? They're goblins. It's the goblin tribe. No matter. Arm yourselves. We fight. Within moments, over 100 iguana warriors had gathered, but most were barely 2 meters tall, much smaller than the iguana lord. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you won't miss any updates. The iguana tribe quickly assembled over 100 males. Yet despite their numbers, they stood barely 2 meters tall, far smaller than the towering iguana lord. Their strength was less than half of his. Seeing the mob converge, Gobu Kwang sneered and raised his hands. Demonic flame, he roared. Twin spheres of ghostly blue fire burst to life in his palms before being hurled into the crowd. They landed with a violent hiss and exploded amidst the iguanas. Aha! Screams pierced the air as over a dozen iguanas were engulfed in unquenchable flame. No matter how fiercely they rolled or buried themselves in the mud, the blue fire clung to their flesh, burning straight through to the bone. Bones melted. Flesh disintegrated. This was the brutal nature of demonic flame, its fury akin to white phosphorus used in modern warfare. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's opposite end, a horde of iguanas had swarmed Gobu Shan, pinning him to the ground. They pummeled him with hammers and stones, trying to shatter his defenses. But it was pointless. His bone armor, stronger than forged iron, regenerated instantly with every blow. Realizing he couldn't move, Gobu Shan stopped resisting. Instead, he focused on reshaping his armor. In a flash, sharp bone spikes jutted outward from his entire body, transforming him into a monstrous porcupine. A dozen iguanas were impaled instantly, shrieking in agony. Gobushan began devouring the fallen without hesitation. He ripped through sinew and bone with mindless hunger, crimson smearing his face like war paint. As he gorged himself, an injured iguana crept up behind him, dagger trembling in hand. The creature lunged. Swish! Gobushan didn't even turn. With a sickening crunch, he twisted around and bit the iguana's head clean off, savoring it like a snack. Crunchy, he muttered, chewing thoughtfully. Beside him, Gobutian moved methodically, collecting corpses and devouring them one by one. The energy coursing through him triggered an evolution. Though his small goblin body remained compact, two thin antennae extended from his head. He now resembled something between a cockroach and an iguana. His tongue had changed as well, long, forked, and tuned to scent in the air. Even invisible enemies could no longer escape him. As Gobutian marveled at his transformation, the antennae on his head twitched sharply. 3 grotesque goblins feasted amidst the carnage, even gnawing on those not fully dead. Burp. I'm stuffed. Let's head back. The boss said not to wipe them all out, leave a few to repopulate. We'll come again later, Gobutian said, rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. I'm full too, Gobushan added, nodding. I've evolved. The boss will definitely reward me. Then let's move out. Gobu Kwang slung the mother iguana over his shoulder and grabbed the smaller one with his free hand. Gobushan looked puzzled. Why are you carrying those? We don't need leftovers. Gobu Kwang grinned smugly, finally feeling smarter than someone else. You ungrateful pigs only care about eating. Did you forget the boss? I'll report this when we get back. Hey, don't. Next time we catch humans, I'll let you have more, okay? Lord, where are you? A dark shadow approached from the forest. The golden iguana lord trudged forward, his expression grim. Damn birdmen, damn goblins. Once I rid myself of the birdmen, I'll make humans my cattle. And as for those goblins, hatred twisted his face. I'll massacre them all. How dare they disrespect me? As he neared his tribe's territory, he slowed. But the moment he stepped inside, his confident stride faltered. He blinked in disbelief. No, this isn't right. Everything was in ruins. Corpses littered the ground, burnt, mutilated, and defiled. Some were so mangled, he didn't recognize them at first. That looks like my uncle. And that's my third brother. What is this? Filth covered the dead. Children's skeletons lay stripped of flesh. Some bodies had been defecated on. A few battered survivors peeked from the reeds. The Lord has returned. We're saved. Injured iguanas limped toward him, tears streaming down their bloodied faces. At last, the iguana lord accepted the truth. He threw back his head and roared to the heavens. Who did this? He couldn't fathom how his territory had been defiled in his absence. The attackers, they were 3 strange goblins, an iguana cried. High tier, we think. We couldn't stop them. They even took the madam and the young lady. Goblins? The iguana lord's pupils contracted. His mate and daughter, taken. He immediately suspected the Tian Quang tribe, but quickly dismissed it. No, I was just there. They wouldn't dare, and they couldn't have struck so quickly. His mind raced through possibilities. His southern territory had 3 goblin tribes under his command, mostly overlord types. It couldn't be them. The east had only Tian Quang, and the west and north were too far. No matter how he reasoned it, he couldn't make sense of the audacity or speed of the attack. Furious, he growled, hide yourselves well. I'll chase them myself. He sniffed the air, his forked tongue flicking out. His eyes sharpened. I smell them, my wife and daughter. Without hesitation, he charged in the direction the goblins had fled. I'll kill every last one of them. Back at the Tian Quang tribe. Boss. Come quick, I brought you a gift. Gobu Kwang called out cheerfully. Lin Tian, deep in thought over how to cultivate new goblins, looked up. At first, he paid no mind to the two captured iguanas. His focus locked instead on the goblins before him. Each had evolved. Especially Gobu Shan, his form had changed so drastically, Lin Tian barely recognized him as a goblin. But then again, goblinhood wasn't defined by appearance. It was about behavior, instincts, and loyalty. Gobu Shan, LV-71. Race, Mutant Goblin. Profession, Battlebone. Title, Bone Warrior, Mutant Goblin, God's Blessing. Health, 1,700. Strength, 580. Defense, 700. Skills, Evil Bone Growth, Gene Devour. Equipment, Evil Bone. Overall, 3,000. As Lin Tian reviewed Gobu Shan's stat panel, he nodded with approval. The numbers were solid, though, to his slight surprise, still a notch below Gobu Kwang's. Well, that made sense. Gobu Kwang had always been a bit of a monster. Even as a mutant, Gobu Shan hadn't quite caught up. He turned his gaze to Gobu Tian, who stood quietly nearby, his presence barely noticeable, like a lurking shadow. Lin Tian blinked in surprise. Despite weaker individual stats, Gobu Tian's overall strength matched Gobu Shan's. Likely due to his specialization as an assassin, speed, precision, and skill synergy could close the gap. With proper equipment, Gobu Tian might even surpass his peers. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a shrill, furious voice broke the moment. "Unhand me, you filthy goblins! I am the Lord's wife. When my husband finds out, he'll crush you all. You'll pay for this." The female iguana, who had been unconscious, had come to. Her eyes blazed with rage, and her voice was sharp and unrelenting. Lin Tian frowned. "Who is this? What lord? Where did you even find her?" "We're not sure," Gobu Kwang replied, scratching his head. "We stumbled upon an iguana tribe while exploring. Grabbed a few captives. Then, with a toothy grin, he added, we thought you'd want first pick, boss. One young, one seasoned. All up to your taste." Lin Tian coughed awkwardly. "Let's not be too reckless. If she really belongs to the Iguana Lord's tribe, things could get complicated." His brow furrowed with unease, a rare crack in his confident demeanor. Catching this, the female iguana smirked coldly. "That's right. My husband is the Southern Lord. Scared now? It's already too late." But instead of fear, Lin Tian's expression twisted into something darker. His lips curled into a cruel smile. "So you're the reason my people are being hunted down? You think declaring your name will save you now?" His tone dropped, low and venomous. "You've just volunteered to deliver a message to your dear husband." He stepped forward, power rolling off him in waves. The female iguana stiffened, eyes widening as Gobu Kwang's grip tightened. "Relax, lady," he growled. "Struggle too much, and someone might get hurt." Before she could retort, a sharp whistle pierced the air and elemental hand crossbow had fired. A poisoned bolt embedded itself with surgical precision. The female iguana gasped, her limbs giving out as the toxin overtook her. She slumped, barely conscious, her voice trembling. "No. I'm the Lord's wife, this can't be." Lin Tian stood tall, a wicked grin curling on his lips as he looked over his eager tribe. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared, "These two lizards are yours." A roar of excitement erupted instantly. "Thank you for your gracious reward, boss," someone shouted. "Long live the boss," another yelled, their voice brimming with fanatic loyalty. Chaos followed as the goblins surged forward. "Out of the way. Me first, me first. I want this one," a goblin barked, already grabbing at the smaller iguana. "Hey, leave some for me," another growled, shoving his way into the fray. The two lizards could only tremble as the tribe descended on them like a pack of starving beasts, fueled by blind devotion and savage hunger. Lin Tian asked, "What did you three do to his tribe? Just captured these two?" Gobu Tian replied, "No, we pretty much slaughtered and devoured most of them. Left a few alive just to breed." Lin Tian shot up in disbelief, startled by how they had taken advantage of the Iguana Lord's absence to decimate his entire clan. Gobu Quang and the others braced themselves, expecting a scolding. But to their surprise, Lin Tian grinned and said, "Nice work. Especially you, Gobu Quang. I didn't raise you for nothing, you even brought me a gift." All he could think about now was how the Iguana Lord would react once he learned who the real culprits were. And as if summoned by fate, he appeared. "Damn goblins! Get out here! Return my wife and daughter." Outside the Tian Quang tribe, the Iguana Lord had followed their scent to this very place. He never expected it to be them, the Tian Quang tribe. They had barely ended their alliance, and in such a short time, these monsters had annihilated his people. It was unforgivable. He stormed in, smashing the entrance and sweeping his massive tail, killing several powerful variants. Coldly, he snarled, "None of you will leave here alive. Blood for blood." With a roar, his eyes locked onto his wife and daughter's skeletons lying on the ground. The sight stopped him cold, like being struck by lightning. He froze in place. "What a coincidence," Lin Tian said with a wicked smile. "Speak of the devil, too bad you're late." Lin Tian sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. The Iguana Lord's eyes blazed with fury. With a deafening roar, he opened his jaws wide and bellowed. "Today, I'll wipe your entire tribe off the face of the earth. A blood debt must be paid in blood." In that instant, a sickly green gas erupted from his mouth, a corrosive, noxious cloud that surged forward like a tidal wave, hissing and swirling as it tore through the air, aimed straight at the heart of the Tian Quang tribe. The Iguana Lord seethed with rage. He instinctively wanted to summon reinforcements, monsters under his command, but quickly realized this was the eastern region, outside his dominion. With a disdainful snort, he hissed, "I don't need other monsters to kill you. Necrotic cells." As the words left his mouth, he lunged at Lin Tian with terrifying speed. Thick, black-green saliva dripped from his jaws, losing malevolence. With a savage snarl, he spewed the toxic fluid at Lin Tian. Each droplet teemed with billions of aggressive bacteria. In a world without antibiotics, just a smear on the skin meant a death sentence within 3 days. The infection couldn't be washed away. No amount of bathing, burning, or freezing would help. Even a single surviving bacterium would replicate rapidly and consume the host. But Lin Tian didn't flinch. He unleashed his skill, brutal roar, sending out a thunderous shockwave that shattered the oncoming saliva midair. Not a single drop reached him. The Iguana Lord, caught completely off guard, stood motionless, his eyes rolled back in shock. Lin Tian saw his chance. He dashed forward, dagger in hand, aiming straight for the creature's heart. The first stab barely scratched the Iguana Lord's thick scales. But Lin Tian didn't hesitate. With a swift follow-up strike, the blade plunged deep into flesh. Blood burst forth like a geyser, spraying in all directions. He had struck the heart. The searing pain jolted the Iguana Lord back to his senses. Staggering back, he roared, "You filthy goblin! What just happened?" "I blacked out." He clutched his bleeding chest. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Then, he pulled his hand away, revealing that the massive wound had already healed. Gobu Tian and the others stared in disbelief. Lin Tian, however, remained calm. "Oomph, super regeneration. But it only works once." It was a rare survival trait, much like a gecko regrowing its tail. The iguana species could endure a single fatal injury and bounce back. Gritting his teeth, the Iguana Lord growled, "Then I won't give you another chance." Hormone growth. In an instant, his body began to swell. He shot up to over 5 meters tall, his physique exploding with bulging muscles like boulders welded to his frame. His once small scales transformed into gleaming golden armor, encasing him from head to toe. Even his eyes were shielded by a thin, translucent white membrane. "I feel it, the power," he bellowed. "Overwhelming strength. How will you fight me now?" Every inch of his body was now armored with formidable defense. The only exposed weakness was beneath his tail, an area virtually impossible to target. Gobu Kwang and the others tensed, their faces grim. Gobu Tian especially looked wary, his instincts screaming that this enemy was unlike any they had faced before. Lin Tian also felt the mounting pressure. Quietly, he began channeling the earth element, planning to use it to slow the beast down. His strategy: inject the blood of decay into the creature's system, rendering him powerless from within. Swish! Suddenly, a rusty longsword pierced through the iguana lord's back. Blood erupted once more, staining the air. Everyone gasped, eyes wide with shock. No one had seen who attacked. The crude blade was clearly a goblin weapon worn in basic. Even with Lin Tian's own finely forged sword, breaking through the golden armor would have been uncertain. Who are you? Birdman? No, let me see. The iguana lord choked on his blood, struggling to twist around and identify his attacker. But before he could finish... Slash! The sword twisted sharply. In a clean, upward arc, the blade sliced through the iguana lord's body like a knife through cake, cutting him in half from the abdomen to the crown of his head. The iguana lord didn't even get the chance to scream. He died instantly. Everyone stood frozen in shock, their expressions tense and wary. Whoever could kill so decisively had to be unimaginably powerful. Could it be the Cannibal Eagle Sr.? Lin Tian speculated aloud. Realistically, he was the only one who might come to their aid. The iguana lord's corpse split apart, falling heavily to the ground. Behind him stood a figure. Clad in a tattered white nightgown streaked with dirt, the stranger's long blonde hair was wild and unkempt, as though it hadn't seen a comb in weeks. They appeared frail and fragile. She has brilliant blue eyes, wide with disbelief, locked onto Lin Tian. Finally, found you. With that, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Stunned silence followed. Then chaos erupted. A wave of goosebumps swept through the goblins. Panic set in. It's over. The Sword Saintess has breached the tribe. Boss, you run. I'll hold her off. Wah! We're doomed. Every goblin had their own way of expressing fear, most involved running or shouting. Lin Tian instinctively stepped back, disbelief plastered across his face. He raised his hand and barked, "Get a grip." Are you all blind? That crazy woman passed out. At that, Gobu Kwang blinked. Oh, so she did. She tracked us down in that state? Took down the iguana lord with a rusty blade while barely standing? Thank the heavens she fainted. Lin Tian muttered, still rattled. Looking at her pale, grimy face, still beautiful despite the grime, he was momentarily caught in a memory. Now, the once revered Sword Saintess looked more like a fallen angel, dragged into the dirt. Gobu Kwang readied his weapons, an axe in one hand, a black iron sword in the other. We should finish her off while she's out cold. Gobu Tian, here, you do it. I'm not doing it. It's your sword. Gobu Tian shuddered. Both turned to Gobu Shan. He pretended to be deeply interested in the stool in front of him. Boss, check this out. Isn't this stool the most stool-like stool you've ever seen? Idiots. Lin Tian snapped. She's unconscious and you're all scared stiff? Who said anything about killing her? She's more valuable alive. Tie her up. His eyes gleamed with scheming intent. An angel in the dirt, a fallen angel indeed. And if she had truly fallen, perhaps he could make her his own. The Sword Saintess was quickly and thoroughly bound. Gabuyu and several others gathered around, watching the scene with curiosity. Boss, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Ropes tightly secured her limbs, leaving no room to struggle. Better safe than sorry. She's the strongest of the Empire's youth, nearly equal to the Lionheart Emperor himself, Goblin Slayer said solemnly. She'd spent the most time among humans, and her words carried weight. Lin Tian nodded. Exactly. We'll talk when she wakes up. The entire group stood on edge. This was the Sword Saintess. And they had her tied up. A tale worthy of legends. It was sheer dumb luck. A full day and night had gone by. Everyone remained on edge, waiting. Lin Tian had already devoured the iguana lord's corpse, but their gazes stayed fixed on her. The passing hours felt eternal. Lin Tian finally lost his patience. Damn it, is she asleep or just out cold? Hearing this, Goblin glanced at the sword saintess's peaceful face and hesitantly reached out to poke her. Eat? A shiver ran through Goblin. So soft, like jelly. That single poke shattered the sword saintess's dreamlike trance. Slowly, her long lashes fluttered open. Her clear, beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she took in her surroundings. Watch out! Gobu-shan and the others instantly leapt back a full 10 meters. Even bound, the sword saintess radiated danger. No one wanted to be too close. Lin Tian, though less dramatic, kept his distance and stayed alert. He eyed her cautiously. Long time no see. Sword saintess. Once fierce enemies, this was their first face-to-face exchange. Last time they'd been close, she had been unconscious. Now, her gaze locked onto his, and a spark lit up her eyes. Goblin! I've finally found you, Goblin. Finally! Her sudden outburst startled Lin Tian. He instinctively stepped back. What do you want? If it's a fight, forget it, you don't stand a chance anymore. Goblin! Goblin! Alicinia's voice was desperate, relentless. Though tied up, she writhed like a determined caterpillar, inching toward him. Despite being bound, she moved with shocking speed. Panicked, Lin Tian turned to his allies. Hey! I've been feeding you this whole time. Hold her down. Without hesitation, Gobu Kwang and the others scrambled behind her, reaching for the ropes. But in their frenzy, they tugged at the wrong spot, the knot. The ropes slipped off her in one smooth motion, as if they'd been sealing her power. In a flash, she was free and already by Lin Tian's side. It's over. You're all useless. Lin Tian's face paled as dread sank in. He'd walked right into a trap. He had one life left, but next time, he swore, he'd kill her for good to avoid future threats. Gobu Tian slapped himself in frustration. Gobu Kwang! You've doomed the boss. Boss! Gobu Kwang wailed, panic setting in as he froze. Make sure to subscribe to my other channel, which will be dedicated to novel-based recaps of this manhwa and other popular manhwa like Revenge of the Ironhound. The channel name is shown on screen, and the link is in the description. Sword Saint was on her knees before Lin Tian, pleading not for forgiveness, but for love. Of everyone present, no one was more stunned than Lin Tian himself. He stared at her and exclaimed in disbelief, asking if the legendary Sword Saintess was truly serious. He had suspected that she might one day fall from grace. But this? Falling from grace didn't usually entail begging someone for a child. He couldn't help but think, is she mistaking me for the god of childbearing? Then, with unwavering determination in her voice and a threatening glint in her eye, Alicina confirmed her intentions. She declared that their enmity could be settled, but only if he granted her another child. Otherwise, she claimed, she could never forgive him. Lin Tian did not give an immediate answer. Something about her words felt off. Calmly, he asked what she meant by another child. Had she already given birth to one in the past? If so, where was that child now? At his question, Alicina began to tremble. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at him with remorse. She confessed that she had failed to fulfill her punishment. The child was lost, not by her hand, but because of the actions of the villagers. She begged for another chance, vowing to bear and raise a goblin child this time. Her focus was absolute. Everyone else faded from her awareness, as if she were consumed by a divine calling. In her heart, this was her penance for having slaughtered dozens of imperial soldiers. The sacred sword she once wielded, an heirloom passed down through the church for generations, had never before been used against her own people. She had become the first to break that taboo. After losing her holy powers in what appeared to be an unfortunate coincidence, Alicina had come to believe that it was a punishment from the divine. Lin Tian began to piece it together. He repeated her words to himself: punishment, redemption, a second chance, and bearing another goblin child. So that was it. She truly believed he was some kind of god of childbearing. He told her to rise, remarking on how far the proud sword saintess had fallen. He added pointedly that after taking so many innocent lives, it was no wonder the gods were furious. His words weren't meant to comfort her, they were meant to deepen her conviction, to further entrench her in the belief that this was her divine punishment. Desperation crept into Alicinia's voice. She pleaded with him again, swearing she would do whatever it took. She even began removing her white nightgown, but Lin Tian raised a hand to stop her. He reminded her that he hadn't agreed to anything yet. If she truly wanted this, there would be conditions. Alicina eagerly asked what those conditions were, insisting she would accept anything. Her mind, unstable and driven by guilt, focused only on the idea of bearing a child as a path to salvation. To her, this was not about desire, it was a desperate escape from the burden of her sins. Lin Tian considered his words carefully. He told her she would have to obey him throughout her penance. After all, wasn't that also a kind of divine punishment? From his perspective, it would be a waste not to make use of someone with such formidable strength. Without hesitation, Alicina agreed. She vowed to complete her punishment faithfully and begged him to act quickly, she couldn't wait any longer. Taking her hand, Lin Tian dragged her toward a small hut. Since she had accepted the terms, Lin Tian no longer held back. To him, a body like hers was a rare blessing. Inside the hut, Alicina lay in the straw, her white nightgown cast aside. Her cheeks were flushed, her blue eyes dreaming and shimmering with a strange, misplaced affection. Though her spirit seemed impatient, her long pale legs remained tightly shut, perhaps the final act of resistance from a woman who had once been a noble and revered saintess. When Lin Tian finally parted her legs, that titled saintess was lost to the past. Outside the hut, Gobuyu and the others huddled near the door, listening intently. The sounds from within had caught their attention and that of others. Even Lilith and her entourage of vampires had been drawn to the scene. Rubbing her eyes, Lilith asked curiously, a slight blush on her cheeks, if something had happened while she was asleep. Had they been attacked? No, she added shyly, the sounds didn't seem like those of battle. Goblin Slayer, grinning mischievously, leaned in and asked if she could guess who was making those noises. Goblin Slayer had just finished her statement, her expression calm and unchanging. She declared, with quiet satisfaction, that the sword saintess Alicina, the woman renowned as the guardian holy sword of the empire, was currently inside the shack before them, pleading with Lin Tian to give her a child. When Lilith, she utterly stunned. Almost in unison, she denied it. Stop joking, she protested, visibly shaken. Who would believe such a thing? The sword saintess is someone she deeply admire. Her unwavering sense of duty, her mission, her strength, she stands above all sword saintesses in history. See for yourself, Goblin Slayer said coldly. Look. Who is she? What Lilith saw next shattered her beliefs. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The figure before her was unmistakably Alicina. It was her. Lord Sword Saintess. How could you, she murmured, her voice trembling. Her entire worldview began to crumble. Alicina, hearing the voice, didn't respond. Her eyes were glazed over with passion, transformed completely into heart-shaped pupils. Her pale, delicate hands clutched at the weeds beneath her, crushing them in handfuls, one after another, lost in overwhelming emotion. Lilith instinctively backed away, retreating several steps out of fear. She stumbled out of the shack, her mind spinning. How is this even possible, she stammered. And the sword saintess, she's enjoying it? Desire filled Alicinia's gaze, unmistakable and consuming. Time passed slowly after that. The next morning, Lin Tian finally emerged from the shack. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, but his expression was one of utter satisfaction. Though he looked invigorated, his legs wobbled with every step, as if even the wind might knock him over. He sighed to himself in frustration. These damn legs. Too many incredible things had happened at once. He needed time to process it all. Not only had he won over the Sword Saintess, but he had gained her completely body, mind, and allegiance. Lilith, still in disbelief, rushed to the shack once more. What she saw only deepened her shock. Alisnia lay sprawled inside, barely conscious, her eyes rolled back. Her voice, faint and trembling, whispered, "Lord God, please forgive me." Lilith recoiled. She covered her mouth, unable to watch any further. She could no longer deny the truth. If the people of the Empire ever witnessed such a sight, the imperial family and the church would likely go mad. Around this time, Gobiyu approached Lin Tian and asked what they should do about the Sword Saintess. It was clearly not acceptable to let her remain in that filthy, unsanitary shack. The conditions were simply appalling. After a brief pause, Lin Tian responded, instructing Gobiyu to arrange for her to stay with him. He told you to take her to bathe and change, noting that there were some human clothes that had been collected for such purposes. He reasoned that placing her somewhere else without proper supervision might lead to trouble, she could escape or cause other issues. Gobiyu acknowledged the instructions and went off to begin the preparations. As she was leaving, Lin Tian asked Gobiyu, "Wait, how many people have died of illness recently?" Lin Tian then considered the need to inform the Cannibal Eagle about the death of the Iguana Lord. Concealing such an event might invite suspicion and lead others to believe something was amiss. Shortly afterward, he made his way to the giant forest, bringing along 2 humans who were on the brink of death. Just then, the Cannibal Eagle spotted Lin Tian and descended from a tall tree, a fat white worm clenched in its left claw. The eagle remarked that it had just dug the worm from the tree and claimed it was a delicacy unique to the giant forest. Lin Tian, however, felt queasy at the sight of the squirming, hairy maggot and quickly declined the offer. He told the Cannibal Eagle that he wasn't hungry and had come with news neither good nor bad, but important nonetheless. The Cannibal Eagle's eyes lit up at the sight and, without hesitation, flung the worm aside, suddenly losing interest in it. The bird urged Lin Tian to speak. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before asking if the eagle remembered the Iguana Lord it had previously brought with it. The Cannibal Eagle nodded and responded that it certainly remembered. It assumed Lin Tian was still angry, acknowledging that the Iguana Lord had crossed the line. The eagle offered to help Lin Tian deal with him immediately, expressing outrage at the threat the Iguana Lord had made against Lin Tian and his kin. It emphasized that it wasn't called the Cannibal Eagle for no reason. But Lin Tian interrupted, calmly revealing that he had already killed the Iguana Lord and his kin as well. At first, the Cannibal Eagle didn't seem to grasp the full weight of what had been said. Then it froze, stunned, and exclaimed in disbelief that Lin Tian had actually killed the Southern Lord. For a moment, the eagle's appetite vanished entirely. It stared at Lin Tian, wide-eyed. Lin Tian was about to explain himself, but the Cannibal Eagle waved it off, saying there was no need. If it had the strength to kill the Iguana Lord itself, it wouldn't have hesitated either. It acknowledged the situation was troublesome but insisted there was still a way to manage it. If Lin Tian were to assume the position of Southern Lord, they could present a plausible explanation to the Great Tomb. Lin Tian immediately declined the offer. That wasn't his intention. Instead, he suggested telling them that one of his subordinates was responsible. As he spoke, he smiled and glanced meaningfully at the 2 half-dead humans, implying that any favor came with its price. Surprisingly, the Cannibal Eagle was agreeable to this plan, though it sighed in resignation. It noted that Lin Tian's tribe was still in the early stages of development and required his leadership, so they would have to send his subordinate instead. However, it warned that there would be risks. Lin Tian questioned what sort of risks the eagle meant. The Cannibal Eagle explained that while it believed Lin Tian could defeat the other contenders for the title of Southern Lord, it wasn't confident in the abilities of his subordinate. With the Iguana Lord gone, a new competitor, the Dream Demon, would almost certainly step forward. This creature had coveted the position for over a century, though it had never succeeded in unseating previous lords. Intrigued, Lin Tian asked about the Dream Demon's nature. The Cannibal Eagle described it as an 8th-tier monster born from nightmares, capable of invading and manipulating dreams. Although it lacked physical strength in direct combat, its ability to influence others through dreams made it extremely dangerous. That very trait, however, had always prevented it from becoming the Southern Lord. Lin Tian fell silent, deep in thought. A dream demon that could control dreams? That sounded extraordinary. In fact, it was exactly the kind of power he had been looking for. Lin Tian eagerly asked Lord Cannibal Eagle if he could take him to see the dream demon quickly. He expressed his desire to collaborate with the entity, visibly excited at the prospect. In Lin Tian's mind, if the dream demon could manipulate the Sword Saintess's dreams, making her believe the voice of God was guiding her, she would follow its commands without hesitation. That would allow Lin Tian to fully control her, essentially turning her into a puppet. He also had another plan in motion, to capture a city in order to obtain magical books that could help Ifreya improve her magical capabilities. Having the Sword Saintess lead the attack seemed like the ideal strategy. Meanwhile, the goblins had been suppressing their natural urge to plunder for far too long. Though somewhat confused by the request, the Cannibal Eagle complied and took Lin Tian southward. This is where the dream demon resides, the eagle informed him. At that moment, a massive eye suddenly illuminated the mist, casting an eerie glow across the landscape. From within the fog, a hollow and otherworldly voice echoed, asking in a chilling tone, "Let me see who is in need of a sweet dream." The eye gradually moved closer, its full form slowly emerging from the haze. It revealed itself to be a footless, ghost-like creature that hovered ominously above the thorny ground. Draped in a tattered black robe, it resembled a wraith. Where a head should have been, there was only a single, oversized black eye with a glowing red pupil, partially hidden beneath a sagging hood. It had no true head, just that monstrous, head-sized eye. Its hands were shriveled, gnarled, and purple, resembling the twisted branches of an ancient, dying tree. A resentful black aura radiated from its form, saturating the air with an oppressive presence. Recognizing the creature, the dream demon let out a haunting laugh and spoke mockingly, asking if the Cannibal Eagle had come seeking a sweet dream. Lin Tian, however, interrupted with a firm tone. He stated that he had no such need. Instead, he proposed a collaboration. He told the dream demon that he wanted to make it the Southern Lord and, in return, asked for its assistance in controlling the dreams of others. The moment Lin Tian mentioned the title Southern Lord, the dream demon's expression, or rather, its pupil, tightened sharply, narrowing to a pinpoint as it locked its gaze on him. In a voice laced with disbelief and contempt, it questioned how a mere goblin dared to speak of such authority. Before the dream demon could react further, the Cannibal Eagle interjected. With a hint of mockery, it reminded the demon that the golden iguana, which had remained undefeated for years, had been completely destroyed by Lin Tian. Though clearly skeptical, the dream demon paused. The eagle's words carried some weight, and after a brief moment of silence, the demon broke into manic laughter. It declared its willingness to cooperate and eagerly asked whose dream Lin Tian wished to control. Lin Tian, remaining calm and indifferent, replied that it was just a human, nothing particularly special. Pleased, the dream demon agreed with unsettling ease, its eerie laughter echoing ominously through the thorn-covered forest. As the sound faded, the Cannibal Eagle turned serious. It announced that it would return to report to the Great Tomb but hesitated briefly. Casting a glance toward Lin Tian, it asked if he was truly certain about appointing the dream demon as the Southern Lord. The eagle warned against underestimating him, reminding Lin Tian that had he faced the Iguana Lord in the south, his chances of victory would have been non-existent. He subtly hinted that the true strength of the Iguana Lord lay in his ability to summon a multitude of monsters. Just then, Lin Tian raised a hand, stopping the eagle. "Wait," he said. "I've come up with a new plan." The sudden declaration caused the dream demon to instinctively retreat a few steps, sensing an immediate threat. Wariness crept into its voice as it asked what Lin Tian was planning. The Cannibal Eagle, who was all too familiar with goblin tactics, quickly warned Lin Tian. He reminded him that the dream demon was a spiritual entity, one whose powers couldn't be consumed through ordinary means. If Lin Tian betrayed the demon, their alliance would be over before it began. It was clear to the eagle that Lin Tian had other motives. However, Lin Tian offered no response. Instead, he examined the dream demon's attribute panel with a calculating gaze. As expected, the powers of the dream demon were beyond the reach of an ordinary goblin. But Lin Tian was no ordinary goblin. He had another ability, one that defied conventional rules. He had a skill known as abnormal fusion. Merging the dream demon directly into his own body, Lin Tian believed, would allow him to acquire the rare skill of dream control, an ability that was almost unrivaled in the right situation. Dream Demon, Level 84. Race, Undead. Profession, None. Title, Born from Nightmare. Health, 2000. Strength, 690. Defense, 492. Skills, Dream Control, Bewildering Eye, Etherealization. Equipment, none. Overall combat power, 3800. Despite the intimidating stats, the demon's strength wasn't particularly high for an 8th tier monster. In fact, it was no match for creatures like the Iguana Lord. Yet, what made the Dream Demon dangerous was its skill set, especially the Dream Control ability, which could prove fatal in an ambush unless the target possessed extraordinary willpower and could recognize the illusion. Without hesitation, Lin Tian had lunged forward, gripping a dagger and closing the distance in a flash. Reacting quickly, the Dream Demon had activated Etherealization, one of its innate abilities as a spiritual entity. This skill allowed it to phase through physical attacks, rendering conventional weapons useless. Only magic could affect it. Suddenly, the cannibal eagle had shouted in warning, "Don't look into his eyes." But the caution came a moment too late. By then, Lin Tian's gaze had already met the Dream Demon's. The demon wasted no time. Its bewildering eye activated instantly, sending a hypnotic wave through their locked eyes. Lin Tian's body stiffened, his expression blanking out as he fell into a trance. The demon's second ability, Dream Control, followed seamlessly. Its massive eyes glowed with a powerful red light, which flooded directly into Lin Tian's mind. Within seconds, Lin Tian's body collapsed, asleep. Seeing this, the cannibal eagle flapped its wings violently, launching a rapid assault against the demon in a desperate attempt to intervene. But the Dream Demon simply scoffed and said with disdain, "He's finished, Cannibal Eagle Lord." And with that, it plunged into Lin Tian's dream. Inside the dreamscape, Lin Tian awoke clutching his head in pain. As he staggered to his feet, he realized the world around him had changed entirely. Confused, he looked around. Where am I? A volcano? Without warning, a deep rumble echoed through the air. The volcano nearby began to tremble, and molten lava surged from the crater with a deafening roar. The heat was overwhelming. Streams of lava burst from the mountaintop, flooding the terrain with blistering heat. The lava consumed everything in its path, and eventually, it engulfed him too. As the boiling lava swallowed him whole, Lin Tian watched his own flesh vaporize in an instant. The agony was indescribable. It felt terrifyingly real. High above the scene, the Dream Demon laughed maniacally. Perish in your own dream. You think you can kill me? Pathetic human. But before it could finish gloating, a fire arrow suddenly shot through the air and struck it directly. The demon hadn't even had time to react. It let out a shriek of pain. Impossible. How? Below, Lin Tian emerged, completely unscathed, swimming casually in the lava, as though it were a hot spring. His voice echoed with calm defiance, "That kind of illusion might fool others, but it's far too early to think it'll fool me." Despite the earlier torment, Lin Tian had turned the dream against the demon, and reality had shifted in his favor. If a person's will wasn't resolute, Lin Tian realized, they might genuinely believe they had died and would never wake up again. He had a rough understanding of the Dream Demon's power. If someone believed they died in the dream, they would truly perish in reality. The creature had attempted to manipulate Lin Tian into thinking he had been burned alive by lava. However, not only did Lin Tian survive, he managed to seize control of the dream. He soared through the air as heavenly thunder rained down, shattering the illusion entirely. A pained scream echoed through the dream realm. The Dream Demon, wounded within the dream, suffered actual harm and was forcibly expelled from Lin Tian's body, covered in deep gashes. As Lin Tian opened his eyes and returned to the real world, he saw the creature still dazed from its expulsion. Without hesitation, he launched an attack using the fire element of his elemental hand crossbow. The Dream Demon, unable to activate its etherealization skill in time, was struck and engulfed in flames. Severely injured, it could no longer use etherealization to evade. Screeching in agony, Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian dashed forward and began devouring the creature, bite after bite. Eventually, he absorbed the skill dream control. However, despite consuming the demon, he failed to acquire etherealization, a divine tier ability he had coveted. Disappointed but undeterred, he extended his hand toward the demon's charred remains and muttered, "Abnormal fusion." A burst of dark energy radiated from his palm, compressing the remains into a glowing orb which he promptly absorbed. It became one with his body. From that moment on, he gained the ability to transform into a spirit and enter the dreams of others to control them. This was not a skill that could be used freely, it required specific conditions. Even if a common goblin had devoured the dream demon and gained dream control, they would still be unable to enter the dreams of others. Suddenly, the cannibal eagle appeared, exclaiming in astonishment, "Little Tian, you're actually fine? You survived the dream demon's power?" The chapter opened with a flashback when Alasnia, the sword saintess, was pregnant with her first child. Inside the towering white jade cathedral, nuns and the current Holy Mother worked urgently. Beneath a statue of Jesus, Alasnia lay on the carpet, pale and drenched in sweat. Her golden hair clung to her skin as she groaned in pain. "It hurts, why does it hurt so much?" she cried out. The Holy Mother knelt beside her, speaking in a gentle, soothing voice. She assured Alasnia that the pain was normal for a first childbirth and encouraged her to endure a little longer. Tears glimmered in the Holy Mother's eyes, her sympathy genuine. As the pain reached its peak, Alasnia felt herself nearing unconsciousness. Then, in a final push, the child emerged, and she collapsed, panting heavily. It was not just the agony of childbirth that overwhelmed her. Her body, inexperienced and unaccustomed to intimacy, had not yet adapted. She had never been with anyone before Lin Tian. When the newborn appeared, a slick, green-skinned goblin, the room fell silent. Several nuns gasped in horror and stepped back, disbelief etched across their faces. This grotesque creature was the child of the sword saintess? The Holy Mother's face hardened with resolve as she moved to take the goblin away. But just as she reached for it, slap! A powerful force gripped her wrist. Exhausted yet fierce, Alasnia locked eyes with her and said coldly, "Don't touch him." The Holy Mother froze. It was not the goblin that frightened her, but the killing intent in the sword saintess's gaze. The nuns instinctively retreated. The small goblin whimpered, unable to form words yet somehow managed to utter, "Mama." Then, crawling weakly, it made its way toward Alasnia's chest. In disbelief, she slowly sat up, staring at the creature she had just birthed. The saintess gathered him into her trembling embrace. The little goblin, his mouth full of tiny, jagged teeth, latched onto her breast. A sudden sharp pain startled her. Panicked, she drew back and asked aloud, "What is he doing?" The Holy Mother, still unsettled, replied that the infant seemed hungry. She added, with visible unease, that the child was not only capable of speech but had instinctively known where to find milk. Alasnia hesitated, then, blushing slightly, cradled the child in her arms and allowed him to nurse. She watched the surreal scene before her, one she never thought possible, and after a long pause, let out a small, almost silly laugh. "Look at this little guy, he must be starving." The nuns watched in silence. Outside, Charles II rushed forward the moment he saw her. His voice trembled with concern as he asked, "How is she? Is she all right?" The Holy Mother hesitated, her composure shaken. "Your Majesty, she gave birth safely, but it's better if you see for yourself." When his eyes landed on the scene before him, Alasnia nursing a goblin, he stopped cold. He stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Shock, disbelief, and sorrow warred across his face. He struggled to maintain composure and finally said, "Alasnia, may I see your child?" Without looking at him, her eyes still fixed on the infant, Alasnia replied softly, "I am still nursing. You can look from there." Her detachment hit Charles II harder than any blade. She, the Empire's holy sword, had not only given birth to a goblin, but now held it in her arms as though it were her most precious treasure. He had imagined several possible outcomes. Perhaps she would reject the child in horror. Or silently allow it to be taken away. Or, in a moment of clarity, end the infant's life herself. But never, not once, had he thought she would embrace the creature. His composure shattered. Face darkening, voice cold, he issued his command. "Give me that goblin infant. This is an order from the Emperor." Her defiance left the Emperor both furious and helpless. He reminded her that he had watched her grow up, that he had personally entrusted her with the holy sword. He was still the sovereign of the realm. How could she, of all people, stop listening to him? To that, Alisnia had replied humbly, insisting she would never dare disobey him. But this, she claimed, was the will of God. Cradling the goblin cub in her arms, which now slept peacefully after a full meal, Alisnia's demeanor changed. She no longer identified as the Sword Saint. Instead, she saw herself merely as Alisnia, a broken woman burdened with the task of raising a goblin child in a world that would never offer her forgiveness. Her voice was laced with bitterness when she demanded that the priests, and even the king, leave her chamber. She told them she was weary of their endless talk of justice and righteousness. All she wanted was for them to leave. Although the king was both enraged and bewildered by her words, he could not ignore the condition she was in. It became clear to him that something within her had shattered during the battle with the goblin leader. Charles II echoed the sentiment. He promised to send Duke Klein to lead an army and exterminate the goblins responsible. Justice, he declared, would be done. Charles II prayed that the crisis would soon pass. He returned to the palace sanctuary and seated himself upon the throne, majestic and imposing like a lion surveying his kingdom. He summoned Duke Klein. A red-haired young man stepped forward. His silver armor gleamed under the high windows. Though he appeared only in his early 20s, his presence was commanding. His features were striking, possessing both masculine strength and an undeniable beauty. A rare combination, handsome and beautiful all at once. Despite his young age, Klein had already ascended to the rank of duke, not by relying on noble lineage or political connections, but solely through the merit of his formidable strength. Additionally, he carried the distinguished bloodline of being Austin's grandson. Charles II regarded him with evident satisfaction before addressing him. He asked Klein if he knew the reason he had been summoned. In response, his expression resolute and tinged with a deep, simmering rage. He declared that he would suppress the goblin uprising, avenge Alice, honor the memory of his grandfather, and seek justice for the citizens who had fallen. Klein's hatred was not born solely of duty, it was deeply personal. Having grown up under Alice's mentorship, he had long admired her as both a guiding light and a source of inspiration. The emperor nodded solemnly, then asked whether Klein feared the dangers of the Great Tomb. Intelligence reports had confirmed that Lin Tian and his group had already entered its depths. Klein, without hesitation, replied that he feared nothing, not even those within the Great Tomb. His voice rang with unwavering conviction. Charles II smiled approvingly and announced his decision. He would grant Klein 10,000 elite soldiers and 12 holy guards to accompany him. Whether by siege or storm, Klein was to obliterate the goblin tribe. Though surprised by the magnitude of the forces at his disposal, including support from the church, Klein quickly composed himself. He bowed and vowed not to fail in his mission. Meanwhile, deep within the Tian Quan tribe, Lin Tian had meticulously arranged all tribal affairs. The first month's breeding cycle had reached its critical point, the time of delivery. With so many first-time births occurring simultaneously, he found himself personally involved in assisting the process. He instructed Lia to rally all the elves to help with the deliveries. The valley buzzed with activity. The cries of laboring women echoed through the air, drawing the attention of prowling monsters from nearby lands. The tribe was under strain, balancing between delivering new life and defending their territory. Amidst the chaos, Brutal rushed in with a grave report. He informed Lin Tian that the front lines were faltering and urged him to take a look for himself. Alarmed, Lin Tian mounted his dragon and flew swiftly to the valley's entrance. The sight that greeted him was staggering. Swarms of monsters blanketed the terrain beyond the valley walls. A quick scan by his system identified several sixth-tier beasts, bloodthirsty ghosts, corpse tigers, black-scale horned pythons, and ghost-eyed blood spiders, alongside dozens, if not hundreds, of fifth-tier threats. The rear lines were faring no better. Gobu Kwang and the others struggled to keep the beasts at bay. Only the muskets that Lin Tian had crafted held the monsters off, barely. Without them, the defenses would have already crumbled. Frustration boiled over. Lin Tian cursed aloud, wondering how so many monsters had gone undetected despite his extensive scouting. He realized with bitter clarity that he had overlooked this possibility. After months of meticulous planning and cautious preparation, he had made a critical mistake. He had relied too heavily on the assumption that the Great Tomb's presence would deter surrounding threats. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, he gave a decisive order. All goblins were to evacuate through the cliffs immediately. As for the breeding tools, he told them to abandon those, more could be captured later. In the end, he reminded himself coldly, they were only consumables. If those humans died, then so be it, Lin Tian thought. He could always spend another 10 days or half a month capturing more from the outside world. But at that moment, he suddenly raised his head and froze. A dark figure had appeared above him. It was a birdman. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously in the dim light as it stared directly at him. The creature's wings were wide and majestic, roughly the size of a human's. Its form was bizarre, a bird's head atop a humanoid body, entirely covered in sleek, black feathers that blended with the shadows. Its feet ended in razor-sharp talons, easily capable of crushing a human skull. As Lin Tian's eyes adjusted, an interface appeared before him, revealing the creature's identity. Cannibal Eagle, LV-90. Race, Cannibal Eagle Demi-Human. Profession, none. Title, Black Meteor, Monster Lord, Sky Overlord. Health, 2,700. Strength, 880. Defense, 730. Skills, Meteor Flash, Storm Feather, Skyfall, Call. Equipment, none. Overall combat power, 4,000. Upon seeing its attribute panel, Lin Tian immediately understood this was the monster lord ruling over this region. He vaguely recalled Brutal mentioning this creature before. The cannibal eagle studied him with clear intrigue and remarked, seemingly in disbelief, that a lowly goblin could ride a dragon. Its intense gaze made Lin Tian's skin crawl. It then narrowed its eyes and questioned him further, asking whether he was the leader of the goblin tribe. Lin Tian respectfully confirmed and swiftly tried to plead his case. He asked if the Lord could help disperse the horde of monsters that had gathered nearby. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. He thought if the monster lord gave the order, the others would retreat. But the eagle merely tilted its head, its tone cold as it asked why it should help. Grinding his teeth, Lin Tian made an offer, 10 humans in exchange for aid. In his mind, the trade-off was worthwhile, 10 lives to save over 1,000. The cannibal eagle narrowed its eyes, considering the deal. After a moment of silence, it rose into the sky. With a deep breath, it let out a piercing cry, sharp and shrill, echoing across the valley like a banshee's wail. The monsters that had gathered began to scatter in panic, fleeing in all directions like terrified chicks avoiding a predator. The cannibal eagle had descended from the sky. Upon seeing Lin Tian alive and unharmed, he was visibly shocked. He remarked with disbelief that Lin Tian had actually survived the Dream Demon's power, something even the Iguana Lord had failed to endure. He recalled how the Iguana Lord, after emerging from the Dream Demon's realm, had gone completely insane, slaughtering everyone in sight. Whatever horrors it had faced were beyond imagination. But Lin Tian had come through it seemingly untouched. Lin Tian merely shrugged and replied that he was fine, adding that it was time to move on. He then stated that the harvest from this venture had been significant and that he had retained his lordship. He felt it was appropriate for Goblin God to inherit the role of Southern Lord. Moreover, using abnormal fusion for the first time had left a strong impression. He felt more undead than goblin now. Hearing this, the cannibal eagle nodded in understanding and agreed to support Lin Tian's decision at the Great Tomb. After parting ways with the cannibal eagle, Lin Tian returned to the Tianquang tribe. His plan was to bring Goblin God to assume the Southern Lord's position. At that time, the Sword Saintess had not yet awakened. She had depleted too much of her energy and ended up sleeping for an entire day. Her sleeping posture appeared graceful, though her expression was tormented, as if she were having a nightmare. Lin Tian paid little attention to her physical state and immediately activated dream control. In the next moment, his body became weightless, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that drifted into her mind. As Lin Tian entered her dream, he found himself hovering above the scene, observing it from a high vantage point like a ghost in the sky. His eyes were soon drawn to a chaotic gathering below. A cacophony of angry voices rose up to meet him, shouting, condemning, full of rage. The noise was deafening, and it filled the dreamscape with a sense of fury and unrest. Kill that goblin. Punish that whore, the sword saintess. She cannot be forgiven. How could someone holding a holy position commit such acts? It's unforgivable. This is the greatest shame in the history of the Holy Order. Floating above the scene, Lin Tian observed a city below, where a large crowd was protesting and shouting. Amid the chaos, he heard someone sobbing softly. Upon closer inspection, he saw a young woman at the center of the mob. She was dressed in a dirty nightgown, her hair tangled, her figure curled on the ground in despair. Covering her ears and crying, she looked completely broken. Recognizing her, Lin Tian noted that it was the sword saintess herself. He found it curious that she would have such a dream. He remembered her mentioning how the residents had wronged her. From this, it became clear that they had likely forced her to kill the goblin she had given birth to. However, driven by guilt and a desire to atone, she had been unable to go through with it. This, he presumed, was the cause of the conflict and the protests. The very people she had once protected were now turning against her, driving her to fear and tears. Lin Tian smirked. It was the perfect opportunity to corrupt her completely. Suddenly, a golden beam of light split the sky above the city. At that moment, Lin Tian altered his form. He manifested within the golden light as a divine figure, adorned with angelic wings and a glowing halo above his head. Looking down upon the crowd, he manipulated their actions. The people dropped to their knees in reverence. Lord God. The Lord God has appeared. Hallelujah. God has come to bless us. We have finally seen the Lord, what a miracle. As the dream continued, Alisnia slowly ceased crying. Though she still sobbed faintly, she gradually raised her head. Her soul seemed moved by the divine light. Having devoted half her life in pursuit of holiness, this was the first time she had seen God. She was deeply shaken. Seeing this response, Lin Tian knew his plan was working. He further manipulated the crowd. One of the protesters suddenly glared with fury and pointed at the sword saintess. There she is. The witch who defiled the holy order. The Lord God has come to judge her. Kill her. She must be punished. She's beyond forgiveness. Their hatred was palpable, and their eyes cut into her like blades. Driven back step by step, Alisnia eventually found herself standing at the edge of a cliff. Trapped between the fury of the crowd and the abyss behind her, she had nowhere left to run. At last, overwhelmed by fear and despair, Alisnia fell to her knees and cried out, her voice trembling with desperation. She pleaded with the Lord God to save her, to have mercy, and to grant her forgiveness. Lin Tian, still in his divine guise, waved his hand. The furious mob froze in place, though Alisnia could still move. Then, in a calm and holy tone, he asked her, Holy One, Alisnia, do you understand the sins you have committed? Choking back tears, she admitted, I killed the people I was supposed to protect. But Lin Tian shook his head. Killing imperial soldiers and the deaths of your comrades are minor transgressions. If you accept your destiny and bring goblins into the world, I shall forgive you. At first, Alisnia was overjoyed, but then she grew uncertain. Lord God, have I committed other sins? She asked hesitantly. Pointing to the crowd, Lin Tian replied, You are protecting demons, selfish, petty beings who crave power and wealth. They indulge in violence and lust while enjoying resources that never belong to them. These people are not innocent, they are demons in disguise. This sin can never be forgiven. Alisnia was stunned. She could not believe what she was hearing. The people she had protected all this time, were they truly demons? As her thoughts spiraled, she recalled all her suffering and loss. Indeed, without those people, her companions might have lived, and she would never have been cast down or punished. When Alisnia looked again, the crowd before her had grotesquely transformed. The once familiar residents now appeared as hideous, red-skinned demons, their faces twisted into snarls, bearing fangs and claws. They didn't just glare, they mocked her cruelly. They jeered that she wasn't a saint at all, just a parasite hiding behind holy armor. Some accused her of conspiring with the goblins, while others shouted that she should be thrown to them as food. The voices grew louder and more venomous. The mob surged toward her, their bloodthirsty chants echoing through the dreamscape. Panic rose in Alicinia's chest, but then, amidst the chaos, something shifted. A sudden, fierce realization struck her like lightning. "Stop talking," she screamed, her voice ringing out with defiance. In that moment, she realized she was no longer helpless. Her hands rested her holy sword. The polished steel pulsed with divine energy. Without hesitation, she charged into the demonic mob, shouting, "You demons, silence yourselves." Her sword cut through them like fire through dry grass. Blood poured freely, forming a river as the so-called demons fell in agony. When the carnage ended, Alicina stood, panting, atop a heap of corpses. But then, her eyes widened in horror. The demon corpses had reverted to human form, the residents she once protected. She dropped her sword, trembling, and cried, "No, it wasn't me. How could this happen?" Sensing her distress, Lin Tian stepped forward and offered comfort. "Why do you fear, my child?" he asked. "I killed people." I didn't mean to," she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Tian, towering and godlike, extended his hand to her and spoke gently, "I told you, they are no different from demons. You saved them time and again, but they sought your death in return. Who but demons would act this way?" His words dug deep into her fragile mind. As he spoke, Alicinia's sorrowful expression shifted. Her tear-filled eyes began to clear, filling instead with hatred and a dark, corrupt resolve. She stopped crying. Raising her hand, she reached out to him and declared, "I understand, Lord God." In that moment, she willingly stepped into the abyss of true corruption. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with triumph. "From now on," he instructed, "you shall cleanse this world of demons." Alicina, still clutching at some form of redemption, asked anxiously, "Then, how can I regain my holy power?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment before replying, "When all the demons are eradicated. And you must assist the one beside you, he is my messenger, sent to execute divine punishment. Remember this." With those words, the dream collapsed. Alicina stood there silently in the darkness. The silence was heavy, haunting, but within it, a grim resolve began to take root. Check out other goblin-themed manhwa where the MC is a goblin summoner. If you love this and want more unique takes on goblins in manhwa, there's another gem you shouldn't miss, a series where the main character is a goblin summoner, but not just any summoner. This MC can summon, evolve, and control goblins in ways that defy logic and terrify enemies.
Lin Tian emerged from her dream, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected it to be so exhausting. But at least, he had thoroughly dealt with this sword saintess. If it had been the former sword saintess, she certainly could have noticed something was wrong, but in this state, there was no possibility. "From now on, you shall no longer be called the sword saintess." Lin Tian looked at her sleeping form and gave a cold smile. Moments ago, her face had been filled with the expressions of a nightmare, but now it was very peaceful. The next day, Alicina awoke slowly. Seeing her hunger, Lin Tian brought roasted meat and fruit. "Eat. We have a divine mission to fulfill," he said. Alicina stiffened, staring at him in shock. "How do you know? Are you the messenger?" She had believed her conversation with God was merely a dream. But now, she was certain, this goblin was the divine envoy mentioned in her vision. Lin Tian raised a finger to his lips. "Divine will must not be revealed." He turned to leave, but Alicina stopped him. "Wait, what should I do next?" "I'll tell you when the time comes," he replied, his tone cryptic. Lin Tian sought out Freya, who was training with Goblin God and the others. "You're only level 60? Your overall score is barely 1,000, he remarked, unimpressed. Freya dropped to her knees instantly. "Master, I apologize. I'll improve." Lin Tian stroked her soft hair. How long have you studied magic? Only a year before following my senior into training. There's still much I haven't learned, she admitted. Her senior had been Loader. Lin Tian's eyebrows lifted. Her talent was better than he'd expected, worth nurturing further. He then summoned the goblins, his voice booming. You've been idle too long. Ready to plunder treasures, women, and food? Boss, absolutely. Gobu Kwang shouted first, sparking a frenzy of agreement. Surveying his forces, 5,000 small goblins, over 1,000 large variants, and 100 hero variants, Lin Tian felt the thrill of command. With enough resources and the sword saintess at his side, even the elite army from before wouldn't stand a chance. Their target? Clinforth, a human city a few hundred miles from the Great Tomb. Weaker than their previous foes, it would be an easy conquest. Lin Tian turned to Freya. It is said that the Lord of Clinforth is a white hat mage, and there are many magic books there. Just follow me and I'll take you to get those spell books for your studies. How does that sound? Freya bowed her head respectfully. Thank you so much, my great lord. Nearby, Alice Nia stood clad in blackened, rusted armor, its evil aura clashing with her once holy visage. The cold fury in her eyes was unmistakable as she spoke. Clinforth? Are we going to slaughter them all? Lin Tian nodded. Are you prepared? Her fists clenched. For God's mission? Always. Those wretched demons gave me 10 years of suffering. The memories of her past life as the sword saintess, duty, sacrifice, betrayal, fueled her hatred. Now, she cared nothing for responsibility. Only revenge mattered. With the army assembled, Lin Tian mounted his dragon, leading thousands of goblins toward Clinforth. Only Gobushan and a skeleton crew remained behind, awaiting the cannibal eagle's report on the Southern Lord's appointment. Gobutian, now a leader variant with heightened intelligence, flew to Lin Tian's side. Boss, didn't the Great Tomb have a treaty with the church? Lin Tian smirked. The Great Tomb has severed ties. No need to worry. He was already a wanted man. What was one more crime? More importantly, he wanted the Lionheart Empire to witness what had become of their guardian holy sword. Meanwhile, the castle plaza shimmered under the midday sun. A scarlet carpet stretched between rows of polished armor, while petals and cheers rained upon the procession. Long live Lord Avril! The Clin legacy is safe with her. So young, so radiant, imagine being her betrothed. Careful, fool. But gods, that power, that face, envy doesn't begin to cover it. To the swell of trumpets, Avril glided forward. Her gown, white and violet clothing. She rose, arms outstretched. Thank you, my people! I swear to surpass even my grandfather's reign. And unlike the sword saintess, her voice sharpened, I will never defile my sacred duty. A ripple passed through the crowd. Some hissed curses, others murmured pity. We believe in you, Lord Avril. I'd die for a glance from her. My heart aches, she's too glorious. Avril's grin turned razor-edged. If that traitor is spotted, report her immediately. The church's judgment awaits. Justice will purge her sins, and all who shield her. In a theocracy, blasphemy meant extermination, not just for the offender, but for 10 bloodlines tied to them. Since the imperial scandal, the sword saintess had become a lightning rod for fury. Clin's chest swelled with pride. Already strategizing for Clinforth and the Empire. My granddaughter does me honor. High above, hidden by clouds, Lin Tian observed the spectacle. His lips twisted into a cold smile. How timely. The new lord's first decree? Hunting the sword saintess. He chuckled, dark amusement threading his words. Well then, little Avril, you'll meet her sooner than you think. His sharp eyes scanned the city walls, searching for vulnerabilities. Every approach looked equally exploitable. The moment Lin Tian's wyvern touched down at the base, the goblin army had already assembled. The elf mother rushed forward. Boss! She called out, looking up at him. What's the situation in the city? Perched atop his dragon, Lin Tian's lips curled into a predator's smile. Less than 6,000 soldiers. Most holed up in the castle like rats. Their defenses are lax, gates unmanned. The city's ripe for the taking. Alice, holding the black iron sword previously owned by Kasimov and wearing rusted black armor, looked somewhat sinister. Standing at the forefront of the army, she had a commanding presence. "Go Buquan, break the gate!" Lin Tian, riding a wyvern, ordered. Led by him, a squad of 10 hero variant goblins carried a massive tree trunk and began to charge. The entire army followed closely behind. The soldiers stationed on the city walls were stunned at the sight. "Damn goblins! It's a goblin invasion! Hurry and notify the lord!" A scout, terrified, ran towards the castle of Klin. The remaining soldiers looked at each other, completely demoralized. They exchanged glances and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, several gunshots rang. With long-barreled muskets made by Lin Tian, they easily dispatched the soldiers, including the scout. Liao couldn't help but exclaim, "This is much better than bows and arrows."
To become a monster, sometimes you must think like one. He's not brave, he's not noble, and he's definitely not a hero. Kim Chulsu is a spineless man scraping by in a cruel world of dungeons, monsters, and hunters. A coward at heart, driven by petty jealousy and small-time survival instincts. Everyone else gets powerful classes fit for warriors, kings, or saints. Chulsu? He gets something different. Goblin Summoner. A rare, almost mythical class, granted not by fate or the gods, but by the Goblin Lord himself. Why? Because Chulsu thinks like a goblin. He grovels, he cheats, he survives. And that is exactly what the goblins respect. But here's the twist. This isn't some trash-tier class. The Goblin Summoner doesn't just call weaklings. It summons max-level, fully evolved goblin. Recap link is in description.
The peaceful ceremony shattered when gunshots erupted. The elves had already scaled the walls. Armed with long-barreled muskets crafted by Lin Tian, they effortlessly picked off the defending soldiers, including the scout. Liao couldn't contain her admiration. "These are far better than bows and arrows," she exclaimed. A thunderous boom echoed as the thick oak gate groaned under the impact. The reinforced battering ram, tipped with an iron spike, shattered it in a single strike. The goblins, cackling with glee, surged inside. Unlike their usual reckless rampages, these goblins moved with discipline. Clad in full plate armor, even the lowliest among them, they resembled an elite imperial force rather than a ragtag horde. The vast, untapped resources of the Great Tomb had allowed Lin Tian to equip them beyond anyone's expectations. Instead of looting and pillaging immediately, the goblins held back, obeying orders to secure the city first. Their heightened intelligence made controlling their savage instincts easier. Lin Tian, soaring on his wyvern, barked commands. "Destroy their major weapons first. Then regroup at my position." With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, reducing a ballista to ashes. The attack finally plunged Klin Castle into chaos. "Enemy attack! It's a dragon!" a soldier screamed, triggering panic. Civilians scrambled for shelter while guards rushed to form defensive lines. On the platform, Avril remained composed. "Stay calm. All civilians head to the shelters. Soldiers, prepare to engage," she ordered. White Hat Klin's expression darkened. "How dare they disrupt my granddaughter's succession?" he hissed. "Continue the ceremony. I will deal with this." The soldiers hesitated, glancing at Avril. Though the elder lord had spoken, she was now their rightful ruler, and her command took precedence. Avril bowed respectfully to her grandfather. "Thank you," she said calmly. "Let the ceremony continue. Today remains my birthday, and I will distribute food and gifts to everyone in the Klin family's name." However, when Klin stepped outside the castle and surveyed the city from a high vantage point, his blood ran cold. Something was terribly wrong. A massive goblin army was silently advancing through the streets. The southern gate had already been breached, yet inside the castle, the noise of celebration had drowned out the sounds of battle. "All soldiers, to arms!" Klin bellowed, abandoning all concern for the wyvern. "Goblin invasion! From atop his wyvern, Lin Tian studied the white-hatted mage. His system identified Klin's combat power at 3,900, impressive, though likely higher in his prime. Even Avril, the young new city lord, boasted a strength of 3,500. No wonder she had secured her position. Hearing Klin's warning, Avril paused in surprise. "Goblins?" she called to her troops. "Disperse these vermin quickly, then return for the festivities." The gathered citizens relaxed. Goblins were nothing to fear, certainly not compared to a dragon. Soldiers mobilized, splitting into units to secure different streets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already destroyed the city's heavy weaponry. His goblins now massed in the streets below. As enemy troops advanced, he gave the order. "Attack!" Go Bukwang roared, hurling fireballs to block one street before leading a crushing charge. It made no difference. The slaughter had begun. Klin's gaze locked onto Lin Tian. "A goblin, controlling a dragon?" he muttered. "So you're the one who brought down the sword Saintus." Lin Tian smirked. "My reputation precedes me, it seems." He kept his wyvern circling Klin, ensuring the mage couldn't intervene below. Magic was devastating. One spell could wipe out his entire force. Klin's eyes darkened. "Clever. Distract me to protect your filth. But have you considered the cost?" He raised a glowing white crystal. "Your life." The incantation rolled out like thunder. "Super tier magic, meteor from beyond." The sky trembled. A massive meteor, wreathed in flames, hurtled toward Lin Tian with terrifying precision. Klin's lips curled. Homing spells couldn't be dodged, only endured or outrun. Lin Tian didn't panic. Wheeling his wyvern, he streaked toward the castle. As long as Klin maintained the spell, he couldn't cast another. "Run all you like," Klin sneered. Killing this goblin would make him a legend, the one who avenged the Empire's greatest shame. Lin Tian urged Xiao Huan to move faster as the scorching heat from the meteor closed in behind them, threatening to strike at any moment. With a cold smile, he glanced at the distant castle and its inhabitants, declaring he had a big gift for them before signaling Xiao Huan to dive downward. Panic erupted among the residents as they spotted the dragon and the massive meteor trailing behind it. Screams filled the air. Some cried out about the dragon, while others warned of the even deadlier meteor. Desperate to escape, they scrambled in every direction, but there was nowhere safe to run. A meteor of that size would obliterate everything within 100 meters upon impact. Just before they hit the ground, Lin Tian reminded Xiao Huan of his earlier lesson. The dragon roared, unleashing a burst of flames downward to create a nitrogen break, abruptly slowing their descent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiao Huan narrowly avoided the meteor's path.
The peaceful ceremony shattered when gunshots erupted. The elves had already scaled the walls. Armed with long-barreled muskets crafted by Lin Tian, they effortlessly picked off the defending soldiers, including the scout. Lia couldn't contain her admiration. "These are far better than bows and arrows," she exclaimed. A thunderous boom echoed as the thick oak gate groaned under the impact. The reinforced battering ram, tipped with an iron spike, shattered it in a single strike. The goblins, cackling with glee, surged inside. Unlike their usual reckless rampages, these goblins moved with discipline. Clad in full-plate armor, even the lowliest among them, they resembled an elite imperial force rather than a ragtag horde. The vast, untapped resources of the Great Tomb had allowed Lin Tian to equip them beyond anyone's expectations. Instead of looting and pillaging immediately, the goblins held back, obeying orders to secure the city first. Their heightened intelligence made controlling their savage instincts easier. Lin Tian, soaring on his wyvern, barked commands. "Destroy their major weapons first. Then regroup at my position." With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, reducing a ballista to ashes. The attack finally plunged Klin Castle into chaos. "Enemy attack! It's a dragon!" a soldier screamed, triggering panic. Civilians scrambled for shelter while guards rushed to form defensive lines. On the platform, Avril remained composed. "Stay calm! All civilians, head to the shelters." "Soldiers, prepare to engage," she ordered. White Hat Clin's expression darkened. "How dare they disrupt my granddaughter's succession?" he hissed. "Continue the ceremony. I will deal with this." The soldiers hesitated, glancing at Avril. Though the elder lord had spoken, she was now their rightful ruler, and her command took precedence. Avril bowed respectfully to her grandfather. "Thank you," she said calmly. "Let the ceremony continue. Today remains my birthday, and I will distribute food and gifts to everyone in the Clin family's name." However, when Clin stepped outside the castle and surveyed the city from a high vantage point, his blood ran cold. Something was terribly wrong. A massive goblin army was silently advancing through the streets. The southern gate had already been breached, yet inside the castle, the noise of celebration had drowned out the sounds of battle. "All soldiers, to arms!" Clin bellowed, abandoning all concern for the wyvern. "Goblin invasion!" From atop his wyvern, Lin Tian studied the white-hatted mage. His system identified Clin's combat power at 3,900, impressive, though likely higher in his prime. Even Avril, the young new city lord, boasted a strength of 3,500. No wonder she had secured her position. Hearing Clin's warning, Avril paused in surprise. "Goblins?" she called to her troops. "Disperse these vermin quickly, then return for the festivities." The gathered citizens relaxed. Goblins were nothing to fear, certainly not compared to a dragon. Soldiers mobilized, splitting into units to secure different streets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already destroyed the city's heavy weaponry. His goblins now massed in the streets below. As enemy troops advanced, he gave the order. "Attack!" Go Bukwang roared, hurling fireballs to block one street before leading a crushing charge. It made no difference. The slaughter had begun. Clin's gaze locked onto Lin Tian. "A goblin, controlling a dragon?" he muttered. "So you're the one who brought down the sword's saintess." Lin Tian smirked. "My reputation precedes me, it seems." He kept his wyvern circling Clin, ensuring the mage couldn't intervene below. Magic was devastating. One spell could wipe out his entire force. Clin's eyes darkened. "Clever. Distract me to protect your filth. But have you considered the cost?" He raised a glowing white crystal. "Your life." The incantation rolled out like thunder. "Super-tier magic, meteor from beyond." The sky trembled. A massive meteor, wreathed in flames, hurtled toward Lin Tian with terrifying precision. Clin's lips curled. Homing spells couldn't be dodged, only endured or outrun. Lin Tian didn't panic. Wheeling his wyvern, he streaked toward the castle. As long as Clin maintained the spell, he couldn't cast another. "Run all you like," Clin sneered. Killing this goblin would make him a legend, the one who avenged the Empire's greatest shame. Lin Tian urged Xiao Huan to move faster as the scorching heat from the meteor closed in behind them, threatening to strike at any moment. With a cold smile, he glanced at the distant castle and its inhabitants, declaring he had a big gift for them before signaling Xiao Huan to dive downward. Panic erupted among the residents as they spotted the dragon and the massive meteor trailing behind it. Screams filled the air. Some cried out about the dragon, while others warned of the even deadlier meteor. Desperate to escape, they scrambled in every direction, but there was nowhere safe to run. A meteor of that size would obliterate everything within 100 meters upon impact. Just before they hit the ground, Lin Tian reminded Xiao Huan of his earlier lesson. The dragon roared, unleashing a burst of flames downward to create a nitrogen break, abruptly slowing their descent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiao Huan narrowly avoided the meteor's path.
Not good. From atop the city wall, Avril spotted the incoming meteor and immediately retrieved a purple spherical magic crystal. Without hesitation, she invoked Super-tier Magic Space Rift. A series of sharp cracks echoed as space itself split apart. A dark, gaping rift materialized before the meteor, swallowing it whole. Wiping the glistening sweat from her brow, Avril turned to look for Lin Tian only to find he had already vanished. Having failed in his initial plan, Lin Tian swiftly retreated to prevent Klin from launching an attack on the goblin army. Klin, stunned to see him unharmed, blurted out in disbelief, "Impossible. Where is my meteor?" There had been no explosion, no trace, just inexplicable disappearance. Lin Tian responded irritably, remarking that Klin's granddaughter was indeed formidable, otherwise, the castle would have been reduced to ashes. Just then, a desperate cry rang out from behind. A severely wounded commander, clutching a mangled arm, staggered back as his soldiers fell one after another trying to protect him. "Lord Klin! We can't hold on much longer. Please help!" Seeing the dire situation, Klin could no longer focus on Lin Tian. He quickly began chanting a healing spell, Super Tier Magic Earth Nourishment. This was exactly what Lin Tian had been waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his elemental hand crossbow at maximum firepower. Whoosh! A gust of fire shot toward Klin. Realizing the danger, Klin was forced to abandon his spell, barely deflecting the attack with a hastily conjured shield. Furious, he snarled through gritted teeth, "Damn goblin! If you want to fight, then fight fair. No tricks." Lin Tian merely shrugged, feigning innocence. He retorted that moral accusations were pointless as goblins had no morals to begin with. With no other choice, Klin clenched his jaw and ordered a retreat. Continuing the battle would mean annihilation. Falling back to the castle would allow them to regroup and fight more effectively. As for the remaining civilians who hadn't reached the shelters, their survival would depend on fate. "Retreat," the commander bellowed. At this point, rank no longer mattered, survival was all that counted. Inside Klin Castle, thousands of terrified residents huddled in the square, watching their soldiers return in disarray. The sight filled them with dread. If the soldiers had retreated this far, it meant Klin Castle was on the brink of collapse. The soldiers' commander was nearly broken. "Are these really goblins?" he muttered in disbelief. "They're an elite force, fully armored, wielding iron weapons. Their high-tier warriors are unstoppable. We lost 3,000 men, while they only lost a few hundred, and they outnumber us 2 or 3 to 1. His words deepened the residents' fear. They stood frozen, unsure of what to do. A murmur spread through the crowd, "If only the Sword Saintess were here." But the speaker quickly fell silent. Then, a young yet confident voice cut through the tension. "Everyone, have you forgotten my promise?" Avril declared. "The Klin family will stand at the forefront. We will protect you." She appeared on the city wall, flanked by the Klin family mages. "With us here," she continued with a reassuring smile, "this place will be an impenetrable fortress. No enemy will breach these walls. Right, Grandpa?" Klin joined her on the wall, proclaiming boldly, "As long as we stand here, those goblins won't dare come closer." "An impenetrable fortress?" Lin Tian scoffed. To him, a fortress that couldn't be breached wasn't worth attacking, he thrived on exploiting weakness. Why challenge the strong when you can crush the weak? What kind of logic was that? Suddenly, fireballs rained from the sky. Even the armored goblins couldn't withstand the scorching heat. Lightning crackled, explosions erupted, a devastating magical assault had begun. Lin Tian frowned and immediately ordered, "Gobu Kwang, retreat." Only a handful of goblins escaped. Lin Tian, perched safely on his flying dragon, responded coldly, "I didn't want to do this, but you've left me no choice." "Humph. And what if I have?" Avril interjected, her face alight with pride and disdain. She turned to her grandfather. "Grandpa, who is that speaking?" She could see the dragon but not its rider. Klin didn't explain, only saying, "That's the one who defeated the Sword Saintess." Avril's lips curled into a smirk. "So, if I defeat him, does that mean I'm stronger than the Sword Saintess?" Lin Tian's eyes darkened, a chilling aura radiating from him. Without another word, he turned and commanded, "Follow me. The rest stay here." He led Gobu Kwang, Gobu Tian, Gobu Shan, and dozens of hero variants toward the sanctuary. In the castle square, a resident nervously pointed out that the intruders weren't heading toward the castle. Lord Avril, however, reassured them, stating confidently that the sanctuary's magical barrier would hold. Outside the sanctuary, Gobu Kwang stepped forward, ordering the others to retreat. Activating his high-pressure domain, the air around him vibrated violently. Seconds turned to minutes as the ground cracked under the mounting pressure. Finally, then, with a sharp snap, the entire barrier shattered. The principle was simple: fight magic with magic. The barrier, though hard as tempered glass, had a critical weakness: concentrated force on a single point. Once compromised, it collapsed entirely. Soon, Klin's expression darkened as he realized the barrier was failing. Now, only a wooden door stood between them and their prey. As the door creaked open, terrified faces stared back, wide-eyed, trembling, breaths ragged with fear. Desperate parents clutched their children, shielding them from the horror, while Lin Tian observed the chaos with icy detachment.
Goblins rampaged wildly outside the city, slaughtering defenseless civilians within the fortress. The common people, unable to resist, fell under the relentless strikes of the goblins' massive swords and axes. The air was filled with agonized screams and wails as chaos consumed the stronghold. A one-armed soldier and the old city lord Green stood in urgent debate. The soldier begged, "Sir, city lord, open the gate now. We must rescue our people." But Green, grim-faced and lost in thought, stared into the distance. "If we go out now, we will surely die. This is the last bastion we have left," he muttered, his voice strained with panic. He clenched his teeth, unable to comprehend how the magic barrier, years in the making, had been so easily destroyed by the goblins. The prolonged inaction ignited unrest among those inside the castle. A soldier cried out, "My family is outside. I have to save them. Who's with me?" Others, though unarmed, scavenged for makeshift weapons and joined the uproar. "Come on. I'm coming too. Let's go now," they shouted. Driven by desperation, they surged toward the gate, dismantling barricades of wood and stone to force it open. More and more joined, chanting in unison, "1, 2, push! 1, 2, push!" From above, the city's young lady, Abel, shouted, "What are you doing? Stop! I can protect you from here." But her pleas were drowned out by the crowd's determination. Suddenly, strange noises echoed behind her. Without turning, she cast a terrified glance over her shoulder, her face etched with dread. When she finally faced the source, she saw the three great mages who guarded the castle lying motionless, their magic spent. Vale, paralyzed with shock, could hardly process the devastation. Barely an hour into her rule, tragedy had struck. "Father!" Abel screamed, her voice piercing the darkness of the goblin-overrun fortress. Elsewhere, the matriarch stood relaxed and triumphant, blowing on the still-warm barrel of her weapon. She exuded the confidence of a victor. Leading her daughter and the elves under her command, she efficiently directed their forces as a supporting army for Lin Tian, her satisfaction evident as she gazed toward the citadel. Eyeball rushed to her grandfather Green, her face twisted in anguish, breath ragged. "Why are the elves allied with the goblins?" she demanded. "And why is their assault so precise? Their power is overwhelming." Green, straining to hold back the elven army with his magic, replied bleakly, "I do not know. But the elves see humans as enemies too." At the foot of the fortress, the matriarch elf raised her voice, ensuring all could hear. "Sisters, in the past, humans have kidnapped our tribe members time and again, selling them as slaves." Her finger stabbed accusingly toward Genya and Belle, who stood frozen. "The time has come to settle accounts with our weapons. Enough is enough." From above, Green summoned all his remaining energy, arms trembling as he roared, "High-level magic!" A colossal wall of pure energy, the heavenly gate, slammed down upon the fortress, replacing the ruined gate. Gritting his teeth, the old man shouted to his granddaughter, "Abel, run! I can't hold this much longer." Desperation laced his voice. He knew the goblins would soon break through. Suddenly, a soldier sprinted forward, face pale with terror. "My lady Eyeball! The fortress's rear exit is completely blocked by goblins." Eyeball's expression turned to stone, her eyes brimming with tears. All traces of her former arrogance vanished. The steadfast old man Green bellowed in disbelief. How can this be? How are those goblins so strong? The desperate civilians, unarmed and defenseless, watched in horror as the hulking goblins advanced, brandishing their massive weapons. Even the strongest young men trembled, pleading, "My Lady Eyeball, please do something! Who can save us?" Amidst their despair, a dark shadow appeared atop a nearby rooftop, a figure swaying gently in the wind. Someone shouted, "Look! Up there! Is that the Sword Saint?" The cries multiplied. "Alice! Alice! We're saved!" But when the Sword Saint appeared, her expression was cold and distant. She gazed down at the citizens she had once protected, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Our Sword Saint has finally arrived! You're our only hope!" they cried. Perched on the roof's edge, Alice vanished in an instant. Her sword descended in a blazing arc, striking the white barrier Green had conjured. The iron slash of the wind tore through the shield, corroding its energy, but the backlash also struck the civilians who had cheered for her. They had not expected their savior to become their doom. Her final blow landed on Green, who struggled to reinforce his weakening barrier. The old man mustered the last of his strength, conjuring a feeble personal shield, but it was no match for Alice's power. The barrier shattered like glass, and Green staggered, defeated. His body plummeted from the building, his magician's hat torn away by the wind. He crashed onto the ground, his strength spent. The city lord's pride had been crushed. Alice descended gracefully onto the steps below, her expression unreadable. The wounded survivors stared in disbelief. How could their protector raise her sword against them? Elder Green, clutching his bleeding abdomen, forced himself upright and shouted hoarsely, "Sword Saint! What are you doing?" But Alice, her soul consumed by rage and Lintian's influence, only glared at them with icy contempt. Her lips curled in disdain as she surveyed the people she had once sworn to defend. Green, barely standing, turned to his niece Ale and gasped, "Something's wrong with the Sword Saint! Everyone, retreat to the fort! Now!" Without hesitation, the city lord and the old castle lord fled, abandoning their people. The citizens cried out in despair, "You're closing the gates? You promised to protect us!" But the rulers were deaf to their pleas, their only concern their own survival. As the crowd wailed, Lintian stood beside Alice, his hand resting on little Juan's shoulder. He murmured, "These people are devils, Alice. Remember? They wanted to nail you to a cross as a sacrifice." Lintian's words stoked Alice's fury like a raging inferno. She suddenly crouched, pressing her palm hard against the ground as a surge of power erupted from her body. Gripping her sword, she stepped forward with chilling authority, her presence now no different from a devil's. Terrified, the citizens scrambled to justify themselves, their voices trembling. "Holy Sword Saint, don't listen to the goblin's lies. We never wanted to nail you to the cross." "Yes, yes," another cried. "It was that woman, she said it to gain prestige. She's the vile one. If you must kill someone, kill her. We still adore you." A soldier, desperate to calm Alice's wrath, forced a smile and spoke up. "Sword Saint, we're sorry for what happened. We can." Before he could finish, Alice's blade flashed. His head rolled to the ground, silencing him mid-sentence. The crowd gasped as blood pooled at their feet. Alice's voice was low, heavy with contempt. "Demons disguised as humans. I have endured enough. I will use the same techniques I wield against monsters to purge you all." As the soldier's body collapsed, the remaining citizens realized their fate. They turned and fled, screaming. Alice advanced with measured steps, her sword gleaming under the dim light. Pleas and sobs filled the air. "Please, Holy Sword Saint, spare me! I'm sorry! I beg you, have mercy!" But their cries fell on deaf ears. One by one they fell, lifeless, at Alice's feet. Soon silence swallowed the square. She stood motionless amidst the carnage, The people she had once protected now lying dead, their arrogance and betrayal repaid in blood. From that moment on, Alice was no longer a divine protector, she was a fallen angel. Lin Tian observed from a distance, his sigh heavy with resignation. The scene felt hauntingly familiar, like the tragic tale of God, a lifetime spent redeeming humanity, only to be betrayed and crucified by those he had saved. But there was one key difference. Alice bore none of holy mercy. She would never submit to martyrdom. If humanity sought her destruction, she would drag them all into oblivion with her. Blood drenched her robes as she strode toward the castle, her gaze sharp as honed steel. Every step radiated cold, unrelenting fury. An explosion rocked the castle walls. Mage Avril stood trembling before the gaping hole in the shattered wall. But her triumph was short-lived. Exhaustion weighed on her limbs as she surveyed the battlefield beyond the rubble. Alice had truly betrayed them. Avril cursed under her breath, furious at the betrayal. She couldn't believe that wretched woman had sold out humanity. How else could she have fallen into such a state? Through gritted teeth, she swore that once she became a grand archmage, she would settle every debt, one by one. With no hope of winning, she gathered her supplies and turned toward a hidden escape route. As Avril pushed through the passage door, she froze. A small goblin cowered behind it, trembling so violently its tiny sword clattered to the ground. Tears and snot streaked its face as it wailed. "Please don't kill me! I won't do it again, just let me go!" Avril's lip curled in disgust. The creature was pathetic. Revolting. "Humph, consider yourself lucky today," she sneered. "If I see you again, you won't be spared." Killing such a pathetic thing wasn't worth dirtying her hands. With a cold glare, she turned away in disgust. Killing the creature would have only stained her hands. Filthy vermin weren't worth the effort. The soldiers were dead. No point lingering. She moved swiftly toward the basement. If goblins swarmed in now, things would get bloody. But as she passed the last corpse, the small goblin's eyes shifted. No longer fearful, cold, calculating, lethal. Before she could react, it lunged. Razor-sharp teeth sank into her neck. Avril gasped. "Ah, what the hell?" A sharp, searing pain shot through her. Avril screamed, her voice trembling with terror. She clutched her neck, staggering backward until her back hit the wall. Blood gushed between her fingers, warm and relentless. Her vision blurred as dizziness overwhelmed her. Completely uncontrollable. A dizzying thought clawed at her mind. Am I going to die? The goblin laughed, its voice twisting into something smooth, mocking. "My lady, your mistake was arrogance." Its form rippled, flesh reshaping. Lin Tian stood there, smirking. He'd planned this. A direct fight would have been too loud, risk drawing attention. The cramped basement? A perfect kill box for her. Scene 5, Desperation. Tears streaked Avril's face. The pain was white-hot, her vision tunneling. Fear choked her harder than the blood loss. Damn it. Damn him. She'd fallen for it, the pitiful begging, the trembling act. A lie. And now? She was bleeding out on the floor, betrayed by her own mercy. Lin Tian smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He remarked that he still hadn't found the magic book, but stumbling upon something even more interesting wasn't a bad consolation. Avril shuddered, her mind clouded with fear. She didn't understand his words, only the terror creeping up her spine. Desperate, she pleaded, her voice trembling. "Please don't eat me, I'm not tasty. Let me go. I can take you to where the magic book is hidden. I don't want to die." At that moment, she was no different from a frightened child, begging for mercy from a monster. Lin Tian sat beside her, tilting his head as if studying prey. He asked slowly, almost mockingly, "Why so scared? Weren't you just boasting about capturing the Sword Saint and wiping out all goblins?" Avril shook her head wildly, her voice breaking. She claimed she'd only said those things to gain public support. None of it was real. She begged again, tears streaming down her face. Lin Tian's smile turned icy. "You're a two-faced liar. With words that flip so easily, How could I ever trust you? Before she could react, he seized her wrists and slammed them against the wall, pinning her in place. His voice was a dark whisper. You've got a lot to learn. Lucky for you, you're still a new lord, otherwise your people would be fucking disappointed. Avril trembled, her strength sapped by blood loss. She couldn't fight back, could only whimper as an unfamiliar sensation overwhelmed her, a brutal mix of pain and pleasure. Her vision blurred, consciousness slipping away. Then, the system's voice echoed coldly. Life, plus 200. Attack, plus 80. Defense, plus 100. Lin Tian stood, straightening his clothes with a disappointed sigh. The stat gains were pitiful, far weaker than he'd expected. He muttered under his breath. Pathetic. Did this brat even earn her rank? What are you doing to my Avril, Goblin? A voice echoed throughout the chamber, shaking the very walls. Lin Tian barely had time to react before a searing blast of magic coming toward him, hurling him backward. His expression twisted into something savage as he activated his brutal roar skill, but at the last second, he twisted his mouth, directing the sound waves toward the magic beam. The recoil from the technique sent him flying backward just as a barrage of magic orbs exploded where he had been standing. Boom! The shockwave obliterated a massive section of the wall, sending debris flying. Dust and rubble filled the air as Lin Tian landed in a crouch, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. You filthy goblin, how dare you touch my granddaughter? Kling's fury turned to horror when he saw Avril's lifeless body. His voice shook with venom. Your kind will be wiped from this world. I swear it! But before he could act, a wave of killing intent surged behind him. Alice, her eyes hollow, sword gleaming, struck before he could defend himself. The force sent him crashing through the wall. Kling gasped, blood bubbling from his lips as Alice loomed over him. His final words were a choked whisper. You killed them, the ones you were supposed to protect. You're unworthy of being the sword saintess. Unworthy of the holy sword. You desecrate the holy office. You should be nailed to the cross. Kling's mouth was still open, but his voice abruptly stopped. A black long sword flew over, piercing his chest and pinning him to the ground. Alice stepped outside calmly and Kling's eyes widened in terror as he struggled against his impalement. Clad in her obsidian armor that clung to her lethal grace, she stood as death incarnate. The once holy sword saintess had become something far more terrifying. Her piercing gaze now held the frozen stillness of a predator. Lin Tian exhaled, a rare flicker of unease in his chest. Even he hadn't expected the fallen sword saint to be this terrifying. Alice turned to him, her voice chillingly calm. Anyone else left to kill? Lin Tian forced a smirk. That's everyone. Thanks for the hard work. Later, Lin Tian and Effort descended into the hidden chamber. The walls were lined with ancient tomes, gold piled carelessly in corners. Lin Tian waved a hand. Take what you want. Effort bowed deeply, her voice firm with newfound resolve. I'll grow stronger, to serve you better. Lin Tian and Effort descended into the shadowy depths of the underground chamber. Inside, towering bookshelves covered nearly every inch of the walls, crammed with ancient tomes on magic, alchemy, and forgotten lore. Between the shelves, scattered piles of gold coins, gemstones, and other treasures glinted in the dim torchlight. The wealth was staggering, far beyond what either of them had anticipated. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Tian turned to Effort and told her she could take whatever she desired. Overwhelmed, Effort bowed deeply, her voice trembling with gratitude as she promised to study diligently, to grow stronger, and to serve him faithfully in the days to come. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly in response, his attention already drifting away from her words. His gaze was fixed instead on the heaps of gold dominating the room, a fortune beyond his wildest expectations. Though this wealth held no value in the human world, Lin Tian knew its worth among demi-human civilizations. The Dwarven Kingdom prized gold for its craftsmanship, while the Elven Kingdom traded it for enchanted artifacts. This hoard could buy armies, forge alliances, or secure rare magical knowledge. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the Three Lions Empire's capital, A wine glass slipped from a noble's fingers, shattering against the marble floor. The sound was sharp, sudden, mirroring the shock rippling through the court. The king stood frozen, his face darkening as the words of the messenger sank in. The sword saint had betrayed them. Alice, the kingdom's most revered warrior, the unshakable guardian of the realm, had joined the goblin army. Worse, she had slaughtered both soldiers and civilians without mercy. The king's hand flew to the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening as he roared. Alice? How could she turn against her own people? If even a single word of your report is false, I will have your head. Now speak again, is this the truth? The soldier before him trembled but did not waver. Every word is true, your majesty, he confirmed, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. The king staggered back, his mind reeling. All of this, over the death of one young goblin? The consequences had spiraled beyond comprehension. Before he could gather his thoughts, a mage burst into the room, robes in disarray, his face glistening with sweat as he gasped for air. Your Majesty, he cried. The city of Klingberg, it has fallen. He knelt and said, when the Goblin Legion attacked Klingberg, the mages fought desperately to defend it. Yet amid the chaos, Alice shattered their heavenly gate, then slaughtered thousands, soldiers and civilians alike, even the mages who had stood in her way. The news struck King Charles II like a hammer blow. Once a mighty and resolute ruler, he now sat frozen upon his throne, as if turned to stone. His mind reeled in disbelief. How could a noble and virtuous sword saint betray her own people to defend the interests of goblins? It was madness. Then, the shock gave way to fury. Charles II gasped, his rage boiling over. His heavy breaths echoed through the holy sanctuary like the roar of a lion consumed by wrath. You damned goblins! He thundered. Do you seek to destroy my empire? Do you truly believe you have the power to do so? Without hesitation, he issued his commands. Send word. Summon all ministers to the council. I will personally invite the Pope. With that, he strode from the chamber, his steps heavy yet regal. Before long, the royal council hall was filled with nobles, lords, and generals. The air was thick with tension, suffocating in its weight. Every man present already knew of Klingberg's fall. The king's voice was steel. Today is a day of mourning, one that must be etched into the annals of history. We must never forget this pain. Let it seep into our very bones. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. From this moment forward, we declare war on the goblin tribes. We will reclaim Ephra. The city of Klingberg shall rise again from the ashes. The hall erupted in a thunderous cry. War on the goblins! Reclaim Ephra! Rebuild Klingberg! But then, a deep, measured voice cut through the fervor. So this is why your Majesty summoned me. All eyes turned to the speaker. Yet you must also realize, the voice continued, that declaring war on the goblins is the same as declaring war on the Grand Tomb. The king met the speaker's perplexed gaze with unwavering resolve. There is not much time left, Charles II said. But before I die, I will leave behind a land of peace and stability for my people. The Grand Tomb is a looming catastrophe. It can no longer be allowed to exist. A heavy silence descended. The previous excitement withered, replaced by a gnawing dread. The Grand Tomb was no mere threat, it was a nightmare, its danger far surpassing that of the goblins. Every man in that hall understood, they must prepare to sacrifice everything. If they failed, the empire would be erased by monsters. Seeing the king's determination, even the Pope could not refuse. He rose and issued his own decree. Send word to all holy temples. Mobilize every force. Gather them at the heart of the empire. As the army began its preparations, the king's voice rang out once more, his eyes blazing with conviction. If God is with us, victory shall once again belong to the Three Lions Empire. Meanwhile, a host of goblins had returned from their raid, their ragged forms emerging from the depths of the Grand Tomb. Laden with spoils, gleaming treasures, enchanted relics, and sacks of provisions, they marched triumphantly into their territory. The sheer scale of their haul was staggering. It would sustain their tribe for months, perhaps even years. Yet when Lin Tian arrived at the tribe's encampment, he was met with an unexpected sight. The falcon, perched atop a weathered wooden post, was already waiting for him. Its sharp golden eyes locked onto his, unblinking. Lin Tian frowned. Why had the bird come to his domain unannounced? Before he could voice his thoughts, the falcon spoke. It explained that the honored ones had commanded it to retrieve him and bring him to the grand tomb. The creature assured him there was no danger. He need not worry. Though the summons took him by surprise, Lin Tian did not refuse. Without hesitation, he mounted his dragon, its obsidian scales glinting faintly in the dim light, and took to the skies alongside the falcon. Beneath them stretched a frozen wasteland, its icy plains cracked and lifeless. Or so it should have been. Yet, impossibly, the land below was blanketed in lush, verdant vegetation. Vines coiled around ancient ruins, and thick moss carpeted the earth, defying the bitter cold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This shouldn't exist. Whose territory is this? Lin Tian called to the falcon, raising his voice over the howling wind. They seem to be thriving. The falcon's response was swift. The fortress below belonged to werewolves. Their king, it added, was a level 10 beast, a formidable power in these lands. Persecuted by the church, they had been driven into exile, forced to claim this cursed land as their sanctuary. Yet, the falcon clarified, they were not under the Grand Tomb's rule. Lin Tian's breath caught. Werewolves? He had not known such creatures existed in this world. The revelation sent his mind racing. If werewolves dwelled here, what other races lurked in the shadows? A memory surfaced, whispers of an ancient feud between werewolves and vampires. He made a silent vow to uncover the truth of it later. Their flight carried them onward, past the werewolf stronghold, until at last they descended upon a crumbling, desolate castle. Its once mighty walls were now skeletal remains, its towers reduced to jagged teeth of stone. Darkness clung to the ruins like a shroud. They had arrived. Lin Tian landed beside the falcon, his boots sinking slightly into the earth. A sickening crunch echoed beneath him, shattered bones, remnants of the dead scattered across the ground. With a firm command, he ordered his dragon to remain outside. The beast snarled in protest but obeyed, its massive wings folding as it settled into a watchful crouch. Lin Tian then followed the falcon into the ominous structure before them. The moment they stepped inside, their feet met the intricate swirls of a magic formation etched into the floor. Lin Tian tensed, his hand instinctively hovering near the hilt of his sword. But the falcon remained unnervingly calm. "It is merely a conveyance," the bird explained, its voice smooth and assured. "A magical elevator that will take us to the master." Before Lin Tian could question further, the ground beneath them shifted. The elevator rose with an unnatural smoothness, ascending through unseen floors. At times, the world around them dissolved into absolute darkness, a void so consuming that it threatened to swallow sanity itself. Lin Tian clenched his jaw, his pulse hammering in his ears. Finally, the elevator halted. They had arrived at the highest floor, a vast, cavernous space, cold enough to steal breath. The air itself felt heavy, thick with ancient magic and the scent of frostbitten stone. Lin Tian's eyes adjusted slowly. Around him, monstrous figures lurked in the shadows, beings of twisted forms and impossible sizes, their eyes gleaming with predatory interest. Some were towering behemoths, their limbs coiled with muscle, others slithered like serpents, their scales glinting in the dim light. Then, as if sensing his presence, the beasts parted. A path formed, leading straight to the heart of the chamber. An oppressive aura surged forth, so dense it made the air tremble. At the center, seated upon a throne of bleached bones, was a figure of terrifying majesty. This was the Lord of the Grand Tomb, a level 100 Bone King, master of necromancy and dark magic. Its power radiated like a suffocating tide, its very presence warping reality. Lin Tian's lips twitched into a strained smile. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. How had humans ever defeated such a being? He wondered. How had they forced it into a treaty? Swallowing his fear, he dipped into a deep bow. "Good evening, O handsome and noble gentleman," he began, his voice dripping with exaggerated reverence. "Truly, a magnificent master." The falcon beside him let out an almost imperceptible sigh, shaking its head. Lin Tian's words were far too casual, bordering on disrespect. The bird feared its companion had just signed his own death warrant. But before the Bone King could react, a soft chuckle rippled through the chamber. From the shadows beside the throne, a woman leaned forward, her lips curling in amusement. "Hey there, my friend," she said, her voice laced with mocking sweetness. "It seems you've misunderstood. Our lord is a woman." Lin Tian froze. The being seated upon the bone throne was not a king. It was a queen. The white bone queen studied him with an unreadable gaze before speaking again. "I've heard you conquered the city of Klingberg, and even recruited the Sword Saint into your tribe. These feats truly command my admiration." The Bone King spoke, her voice smooth and commanding, like a queen addressing a subject. "It's fine." Her tone carried an eerie elegance, an unnatural grace that didn't match her monstrous form. "I heard you seized Kling Fortress and even brought the Sword Saint into the tribe. I'm very pleased." Hearing that feminine, regal voice, Lin Tian's mind cramped up in disbelief. This makes no sense. What does that thing even use to produce such a voice? The absurdity of it made him smile unconsciously, though he quickly suppressed it. With practiced humility, he replied, "Everything that happened was simply due to luck. A low-level goblin capable of doing all this. You expect me to believe it was luck?" She paused, then continued, her tone shifting to something almost amused. "Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, I'll reward you." Her skeletal fingers tapped the armrest of her throne. "Albedo Kudan, to be favored by the great Bone King is an honor for you." Then, impossibly, she smiled. An unnatural expression that sent a chill down Lin Tian's spine. "I also know taking down the Lizard Lord was your doing," she continued. "The Eagles reported that the one currently managing that territory is a subordinate of yours. I understand your little schemes." A trace of embarrassment flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He could only offer an awkward smile, his mind racing. How much does she actually know? The Bone King paused, letting the tension thicken. Then, with eyes full of disdain, she declared, "If you want to seize the monster resources in my great tomb, I will allow it, but you will serve as the Southern Lord, and the monster lord of the entire great tomb." Silence. Lin Tian stunned, unsure if he'd heard correctly. It wasn't just him. The other monsters in the throne room, who had been idly amusing themselves moments before, froze in shock. "What's going on?" This was far too much favor. Murmurs erupted. Why would the Bone King make such a decision? Even Albedo, the Bone King's most trusted advisor, was visibly shaken. "Honey, are you crazy?" she blurted out, her voice sharp with disbelief. "Even if I don't care about the monsters outside, handing control to a low-level goblin, even I think that's going too far. If he controls all the monsters in the Great Tomb, isn't that sending them to their deaths? Most of them will be eaten by goblins." Then, "What's this?" The Bone King's voice dropped to a whisper. "Are you saying you're afraid of a goblin?" Her gaze burned into Albedo, who immediately fell silent, her defiance crumbling. With a stiff bow, she stepped back, muttering an apology. The Bone King dismissed her with a glance, as if the outburst had never happened. Yet Lin Tian still couldn't believe it. "She's just handing me authority over the entire demonized forest?" True, he wouldn't be able to force high-intelligence races to obey, but countless low-intelligence monsters would fall under his command. And more importantly, he was allowed to hunt them freely. Before he could fully process the implications, the Bone King issued her final decree. "From now on, you are the Southern Lord and Great Lord. Your tribe is permitted to hunt monsters in large numbers. But you will bear the responsibility. If anyone dares to invade the Great Tomb, you must resist them with all your might." Lin Tian bowed deeply, masking his racing thoughts behind a facade of gratitude. Many thanks for your grace, great Bone King. I will destroy every enemy without fail. His voice was respectful, but his expression was deeply complicated. I see. Everyone here was an old fox, creatures who had lived for countless years scheming in the shadows. And now? He was a wanted criminal, hunted relentlessly by both the Triple Lion Empire and the Church. The Bone King wasn't rewarding him, she was making him the shield. They want me on the front lines, fighting their enemies, while they sit back and reap the benefits. A cold smirk tugged at his lips. How devious. Scene shift, and he returned home. When he delivered the news, Gobu's face lit up with unrestrained joy. He clapped his hands together, his voice brimming with admiration. Boss, you're amazing! Even someone that powerful treats you with respect. I admire you so much! But the Goblin Slayer's sharp eyes narrowed. Unlike Gobu, he saw the hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. His voice was low, edged with warning. Gobu, you idiot! We're about to become cannon fodder, and you're still here gushing like a fool? Lin Tian sighed, rubbing his temples. After years of scheming against others, he had never expected to be ensnared in someone else's plot, one that left him trapped, with no retreat and no clear path forward. The Goblin Slayer's voice was grim. A church that could suppress an immortal like the Bone King for decades. With our current strength, fighting them is suicide. Even with the Sword Saint here, victory isn't guaranteed. Lin Tian knew they had only one option: rest, recover, and prepare in secret. He forced a confident smile, masking his unease. I already have a plan. Don't worry. The final victor will be us, not the Empire, not the Church. But beneath his calm exterior, doubt gnawed at him. That night, Lin Tian activated the life simulation system. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Life simulation system initializing. Current scenario: becoming the Great Lord. The vision unfolded before him. Miraculously, he ascended as the Great Lord of the demonized forest. In reality, he was merely a pawn, a sacrificial piece in someone else's grand scheme. Trapped in an open conspiracy, he secretly mass-produced low-level goblins and trained an elite army. But it wasn't enough. 6 months later, the Empire and the Church launched their assault. His forces, like pebbles under a steamroller, were crushed without resistance. The simulation's verdict was merciless. Score 0 out of 100. Reward 0 vitality. Simulation end. Time progress 6 months. Lin Tian jolted back to reality, his breath ragged. 6 months. Not long, but enough to change fate, if he acted wisely. Beside him, Alice stirred, her soft voice cutting through the silence. Messenger, what's wrong? Lin Tian exhaled sharply. I'm wondering if there's any way to reach the epic tier before it's too late. Alice considered this, then nodded toward his hand. That's simple. You just need the right artifact, like the ring you stole. Lin Tian froze, staring at the ring he had forgotten. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. His previous approach had been too narrow, focused on crude forgeries when his enemies wielded enchanted steel. Goblin smiths could craft light armor, but full plate? Magical weapons? Impossible. Yet if he could arm his army with enchanted blades. He turned to Alice urgently. Is there any way to acquire a stockpile of magical weapons? Her reply was swift and crushing. No. Lin Tian's hopes shattered like glass. But Alice wasn't finished. Magical weapons are rare. Since the dwarves vanished, only 2 remain in the Empire. The Church? Rumors say they possess a world-class relic. The dwarves, once blessed by the gods, masters of the forge, had disappeared decades ago, taking their secrets with them. Alice's suggestion was cold but pragmatic. If you seek answers, ask within the Great Tomb. But be careful. If the Bone King learns of your search... Lin Tian's jaw tightened. Asking openly was suicide. Then, a memory flashed. The Dragon Mother. If anyone knew the dwarves' fate, it was her. The next day, Lin Tian mounted his dragon, its massive wings unfurling with a thunderous snap as they launched into the sky. The wind roared past them, carrying the salt tang of the sea as they soared toward the horizon. Hours passed, the sun blazing overhead, until at last Dragon Island came into view. But something was terribly wrong. Where there had once been lush forests, and the echoing calls of dragons, now only a skeletal wasteland remained. Gaunt creatures, beasts Lin Tian had never seen, prowled the ruins. Dismounting, he pressed deeper into the island, his boots crunching over scattered bones, some still clad in remnants of dragon scales. Silence. Then, memory struck like a blade. The Dragon Mother had spoken of this. She had never truly belonged here. To her, Dragon Island had been nothing more than a fleeting rebellion, a young dragon's whim. In her own words, she was barely more than a hatchling. By her kin's reckoning, no older than a human girl of 15. And not even among the strongest of her kind. The journey would be brutal, potentially lethal. But if he succeeded, if he found them, the knowledge they held could change everything. Even if the Dragon Mother knew nothing, the elder dragons might. Decision made, he studied the sun's arc, aligned his path, and took flight. 5 days passed in a blur of wind and exhaustion. Then, the world tree erupted across the sky. Its trunk was wider than cities, its bark etched with grooves deeper than canyons. Above, its crimson leaves formed a second firmament, filtering the sunlight into a bloody glow. The sheer scale of it choked the air from Lin Tian's lungs. No legend from his old world could have prepared him for this. The closer they flew, the more the tree swallowed the horizon, until even his dragon seemed no larger than a speck of dust. Yet, after hours of searching, no dragons appeared. A thick, cloying mist engulfed them as they descended, its tendrils clinging like wet silk. Then, heat. A roar of molten fury. Below churned an ocean of lava, its surface seething with eruptions of liquid fire. One misstep, one faltering beat of his dragon's wings, and they would vanish into the inferno. Sweat revered down Lin Tian's back, his vision wavering in the blistering air. His dragon shuddered beneath him, wings straining. Nothing could survive this. Deep in the magma, something uncoiled. From the molten lava, a mountain-sized dragon emerged, its scales glistening like burning coal. Its icy, murderous gaze swept over Lin Tian, the goblin, and the small, low-born dragon beside them. "This is no place for the likes of you." The colossal beast rumbled, its voice like grinding stone. "Leave now, or bear the consequences." The sheer presence of the ancient dragon sent Lin Tian's smaller companion trembling in fear. It scrambled behind a boulder, as if the rock could somehow shield it from the overwhelming power before them. Several more dragons slithered from the mist-covered cliffs, each as massive as a giant lizard, their serpentine bodies stretching hundreds of meters. Their eyes locked onto the intruders. "Our dragon clan's territory, and now any kind of trash dares to wander in." One sneered, its voice laced with mocking amusement. Another let out a derisive snort. "Eat them. I wouldn't even dirty my mouth." In the ancient dragon realm, none dare trespass uninvited. And goblins, it flicked its tongue in disgust, always leave a terrible taste in our mouths. It would be better to toss you into the lava than waste our teeth on you. The other dragons rumbled in agreement, their massive jaws parting as if ready to devour him in one bite. Desperation clawed at Lin's chest. He raised his hands, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Wait. I mean no harm. I'm a friend of the purple dragon mother." The effect was instantaneous. The dragons recoiled as if struck, their mocking laughter dying in their throats. Even the emerald-scaled brute stiffened, its claws digging into the rock beneath it. A tense silence fell over the cavern. Then, a blue dragon, its scales shimmering like sapphires, stepped forward, its voice hushed with disbelief. You know Furbus?" Lin blinked. "Furbus?" The dragon's nostrils flared. The purple dragon mother's true name. "And if you know her..." Its gaze darkened. "Are you the father of despair?" Lin's stomach dropped. "Despair?" Before he could process the name, the green dragon let out a sharp hiss and plunged into the lava below, its massive form vanishing beneath the molten surface. The other dragons exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier bravado replaced by something far more unsettling: fear. A scar-faced dragon leaned in, its voice barely above a whisper. Despair is the offspring of the purple dragon mother and some goblin leader. A hybrid. A monster. Lin's mind reeled. If Phoebus was the purple dragon mother's name, then that monster is my child? The dragons shifted uncomfortably. The blue one cleared its throat, its tone suddenly cautious. If you truly are who you claim, then perhaps we should take you to Phoebus. After a tense silence, Scar-faced Dragon turned, its massive tail flicking toward a tunnel of jagged obsidian. Follow me. But the female with you must wait outside, the heat deeper and would cook her alive. Lin hesitated, then nodded to his companion. Stay here. I'll return. As he followed the dragon into the depths, the others whispered among themselves, their voices laced with dread. Despair's father, here? One muttered. They knew that if Despair knew how we treated his father, they would all be doomed. Other dragon shook its head. A goblin, fathering that abomination. What madness is this? None had an answer. The tunnel led to a vast cavern. The dragon carrying Lin landed at the cavern's entrance, its massive wings stirring up clouds of ash. With a rumbling voice, it told Lin he would need to enter the cave alone, as Despair could be found within. The beast added that if Lin truly was the dragon-goblin hybrid's father, someone would come for them both later. The dragon explained it couldn't accompany him further, as it needed to inform the Dragon King of Lin's arrival. Lin nodded in understanding, waving his hand in gratitude for the dragon's assistance. Steeling himself, Lin turned toward the gaping maw of the cave. As he stepped inside, the stench of decay assaulted his senses. The cavern floor was littered with the remains of countless monsters, their carcasses torn apart with brutal efficiency, grim testament to the power of whatever creature made its lair here. Bones crunched beneath his boots as he ventured deeper into the darkness. As he stepped inside, his breath shallow. Lin wondered if the creature he was about to meet was a cannibal. Its lair was littered with bones, and the stench of devoured flesh hung thick in the air. The sheer size of the remains suggested that whatever dwelled here consumed even its own kind without hesitation. As the scene shifted before his eyes, Lin realized too late that Despair had noticed him. The dragon's massive golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, loomed far closer than Lin had anticipated. A low, rumbling growl vibrated through the cavern, sending tremors across the obsidian ground. Despair, whose full name was Despair Nidhogg, though Lin privately agreed that Despair was a melodramatic title, examined the intruder with palpable disdain. To the ancient dragon, the goblin leader was nothing more than a speck of dust daring to trespass in his domain. Lin knew he had to seize control of the situation before it spiraled into violence. But before he could speak, Nidhogg's jaws parted, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth, each longer than a man's arm. A deafening howl erupted from the beast's throat, shaking the cavern walls and sending molten droplets spattering from the ceiling. The sound was less a roar and more a promise, a prelude to slaughter. The dragon's breath reeked of sulfur and old blood, his hot, rancid saliva dripping onto the stone where it sizzled like acid. Lin barely resisted the urge to step back. One wrong move, and those teeth would reduce him to pulp in an instant. Yet, despite the terror clawing at his chest, Lin stood his ground. If this creature truly was his offspring, then it would listen, whether it wanted to or not. Nidhogg opened his mouth and said, "Who is this creature, and how dare he enter the lava cave?" Lin somehow maintained his footing, though the dragon's sounds forced to buckle his knees. Lin threw up his hands and shouted for the beast to stop. "Wait. Just give me a damn second to explain." To his surprise, Nidhogg stilled, his massive nostrils flaring as something flickered behind those predatory eyes. Recognition. Not trust, not yet, but enough curiosity to stay his killing instinct. Seizing the opening, Lin blurted the one card he had. "Your mother. She's the purple gold dragon mother, right? Phoebus?" The effect was instant. Nidhogg recoiled as if struck, his spines bristling along his back. No mere goblin should know that name. The dragon's intellect, often underestimated, sharpened as pieces clicked into place. Before Nidhogg could gather his thoughts, Lin smiled and announced that he was Nidhogg's father. The dragon hybrid's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. He scoffed, insisting that his father was a goblin and that Lin was nothing more than a scrawny green creature who looked nothing like him. Lin chuckled, wondering aloud if Nidhogg had ever actually seen a real goblin. But before he could press further, a strange shift came over the boy. A vibrant green aura began radiating from Nidhogg as he leaned in, inhaling Lin's scent. Something clicked. The smell was the same as his own. Green flames ignited across his body as his form began to change. Lin watched with curiosity as his son transformed, shedding his draconic shape until he stood in his human form. Suspicious, Nidhogg told Lin he should come with him to meet his mother, but warned that if Lin was lying, he would be eaten without hesitation. Lin, briefly taken aback by the boy's human appearance. He knew he had no choice but to follow. Yi Chuan, a mental patient, sees all living creatures as pigs. On the day of his job assignment, he awakened a life-class profession, butcher. His teachers and classmates were bitterly disappointed, and even his childhood sweetheart left him. However, this seemingly useless profession granted him two unique traits. He deals extra damage to pigs. Damage from pigs is halved. And since everyone looks like pigs in his eyes, armed with just a butcher's knife, Yi Chuan begins his incredible rise to godhood. Full recap is in the channel and link in description.
Lin strolled alongside the dragon child, making casual conversation. "You know, that little horn of yours is the spitting image of your mom's," he remarked. "Shame your temperament didn't come from her, too." The child's face flushed a brilliant shade of crimson. "Ugh, stop wasting words," she huffed, stomping her foot. "Let's just go already. You talk too much." "Oh, touchy about the temper, are we?" "I guess that's a sore spot," Lin thought, barely suppressing a grin. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around them warped and melted away, teleporting them straight into the heart of the dragon territory. They stood before the massive world tree, and without pause, the girl led him down, down into a labyrinth of glowing roots deep underground. She navigated the twisting, bioluminescent pathways with the unshakable confidence of someone walking to their own fridge for a 2 a.m. snack. She probably has a favorite root she leans against to read scrolls or whatever ancient, mystical beings do for fun. Lin, meanwhile, could scarcely conceal his wonder. Each step unveiled new marvels, a world hidden beneath the world, glowing with soft, innate magic. He smiled faintly, enveloped by the deepening sense of enchantment that seemed to breathe from the very walls. Abruptly, the girl halted. A smile brightened her face as she gazed up into the woven shadows of the great roots above. "Mother!" she called out, her voice clear and ringing. Lin turned at her cry, searching for the one she addressed. But before his eyes could find anything, the child spoke again, her question hanging in the mystical air. "Mother, is this man beside me my father?" Lin's gaze finally followed the dragon child's, traveling upward until he saw it. And by it, he meant a colossal, majestic head emerging from the very roots of the world tree like some kind of divine, scaly jack-in-the-box. His jaw, which had just recovered from its last floor meeting, dropped again. "Well, I'll be damned. It's the purple dragon, Mother." And she looked just as shocked to see him, her giant, luminous eyes widening in recognition. She truly never expected their paths to cross again. Lin's brain, already struggling with the father thing, now had to process a tree-embedded dragon. "How in the seven hells did you end up in there?" he blurted out, gesturing wildly at the roots. "Did you lose a bet? Get stuck redecorating? This is not a standard real estate choice." The dragon's voice, a low, resonant rumble, explained her predicament. In short, she'd been killed by that crazy woman, her one and only enemy. Now, the world tree was basically her magical life support system, a cosmic drip giving her just enough juice to not be fully, dead. All because of that lunatic, she sighed, who wanted revenge for some measly humans. A light bulb, powered by pure dread, went off over Lin's head. Oh Oh crap. She means Alice. A wide, slightly unhinged grin spread across his face. Hey, about that, he announced, way too cheerfully for the situation. I found her. Alice. She's, part of my tribe now. Oh, and she's carrying my child. So you know, small world. The purple dragon mother's shock was palpable, her giant eyes blinking slowly as if trying to reboot. But then, a deep, knowing calm settled over her. She almost smiled. She complimented him, saying he was truly different from all the others. No kidding, Lin thought, I'm the guy who accidentally collects his wife's mortal enemies. Finally, we learned the dragon child's real name, Zao. The dragon mother turned her massive head to her daughter. Zao, he is indeed your father. And do not underestimate him. He is truly powerful. Powerfully good at creating bizarre family dynamics. She urged Zao to go to her father and live a good life. She then revealed the secret, while the other dragons in the Dominion called Shao, apparently Zao's true name. The despair. In truth, she was just shy and bashful, putting on a strong front so no one would think she was weak. The girl, Shao, was mortified. Her cheeks burned as she shuffled toward Lin, looking at her feet. She couldn't even summon the courage to call him father. The word was too new, too overwhelming. Lin's heart did a weird, soft little flip. He got it. Without a word, he reached out and gently patted her head. It was a simple, affectionate gesture. A torrent of green aura exploded from the girl, engulfing the cavern in shimmering light and smoke. When it cleared, she had shifted into her smaller dragon form. She shot into the air, zipping around the cavern ceiling in pure, unfiltered joy, her flight patterns looking like a happy puppy chasing its own tail. Whoa, Lin thought, shielding his eyes from the magical glitter fallout. Talk about an emotional release. Note to self, head pats are apparently dragon superchargers. Even the purple dragon mother was pleased, though she noted with a hint of maternal concern that their child was growing far too quickly, bigger in less than a year than even the deeper purple dragon mothers. She theorized it might be the goblin blood in her, since goblins were basically the weeds of the fantasy world. They multiplied fast and got strong quick. Lin was happy for Shao, but then he turned serious, facing the tree-embedded dragon. I need to ask you about something important, he said, his tone shifting. Do you know about the whereabouts of the dwarves? I need to get something done with them. The dragon mother was shocked. Why on earth would he want to find them? But she explained that even she had only heard rumors. Their whereabouts were a closely guarded secret. Then she had an idea. Perhaps you and Shao should go see the Dragon King. She must know their location. But their time was up. The dragon mother's form began to flicker slightly. My body is not fully shaped yet, she explained, her voice growing fainter. I must rest between conversations. With a final, grateful look, she thanked Lin for helping her get her revenge. And she decided, the moment her body was completely reformed, she would go see for herself what Alice looked like now, after being tamed. Great, Lin thought, watching her fade back into the roots. Just what I need. A playdate between my pregnant, sword saint wife and my tree-bound, formerly dead dragon baby mama. This is fine. Everything is fine. Lin stood in silence for a moment, processing the sheer absurdity of his life. So, to recap, I'm a dad to a dragon nicknamed Despair, my baby mama is a tree, and my next stop is asking a giant lizard monarch for directions. His thoughts were interrupted by a small, hesitant voice from above. Father? Zao called out, finally mustering the courage. Are we leaving? Lin's face broke into a warm smile. Not yet, kiddo. First, we've got to go meet the big boss. The Dragon King. The scene shifted instantly, plunging them straight into the heart of a raging volcano. Molten lava bubbled and churned like a demon's soup kitchen, with only a few precarious rocks offering a path. The air shimmered with heat so intense it could melt your face off, and not in a good way. Every single dragon in the cavern stopped what they were doing to stare at Lin. Their massive, scaly heads tilted in unison, their expressions a hilarious mix of shock and utter disbelief. They were looking at him like he'd just shown up to a black tie event wearing swim trunks. The rumor was out. This mere goblin-looking dude was supposedly the father of despair, thought, feeling the weight of their skeptical glares. The dragons couldn't process it. Nobody got that close to Zale, the dragon they called Despair, without becoming a light snack. This was a creature who'd devoured other dragons for brunch and asked for seconds without blinking. Seriously, she was the reason the local dragon population needed a support group. Meanwhile, some of the older, stuffier dragons grumbled amongst themselves. They thought the purple gold dragon mommy had made a huge mistake by mingling with another species. Talk about racist reptiles. They wept for their pure, crystal purple bloodline, now tainted forever. As if adding a little genetic variety was a bad thing. Get over yourselves. Lin ignored the whole lot of them. Their drama was boring. He had a mission. He zeroed in on the biggest, baddest dragon of them all, the Dragon King, and cut through the tension like a hot knife through butter. "Where's the dwarf kingdom?" he asked, his voice steady. A pompous white dragon, who clearly thought he was the king's press secretary, snorted. "The dwarves? Please. The humans have been hunting them since, like, forever. They're in hiding. You'll never find them. Don't even bother." Lin didn't even blink. He turned his head slowly, fixing the white dragon with a deadpan stare. "Cool story. But did anyone ask you?" he said, his tone flat. "Or did you suddenly become the Dragon King when I wasn't looking? Should I be bowing?" The white dragon recoiled as if slapped. His ego definitely just got vaporized faster than a water droplet in this hellhole. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice cut through the awkward silence. It was the Dragon King. "I know of the dwarves," he boomed. "There is another clan. But this knowledge, it comes with a price. 2 conditions." Lin's posture shifted instantly. "Game on. Name them," he said, all business. "First," the king roared, "you must stop Despair from hunting her own kind. No more dragon munchies." Lin shrugged. "Deal. As long as they stop picking on her first. Nobody bullies my kid. Even if my kid is a 700-meter-long, world-ending nightmare." Condition 1, handled. With the first condition settled, the Dragon King leaned in uncomfortably close. "The second condition," he whispered, his breath smelling of sulfur and secrets, "requires a more private audience. Follow me." Before Lin could ask what that meant, the king took off. They flew deeper into the volcano, which Lin didn't even think was possible. It was like descending into a pizza oven that was also, for some reason, inside a bigger pizza oven. The heat was absolutely insane. When the Dragon King finally landed, the rock beneath his feet didn't just melt, it vaporized with a dramatic whoosh. But Lin was able to withstand the insane heat, largely thanks to the protective dragon saliva barrier he'd been marinating in during the ride over. Talk about a weirdly effective sunscreen. He was just wondering if it was finally time to speak, when a wave of flaming aura erupted in front of him, so intense it made the air crackle. He turned around, and his brain did a full system reboot. The massive Dragon King was gone. In his place stood a breathtakingly powerful and alluring figure, a dragon in a magnificent humanoid form. She radiated the same terrifying, majestic energy as the purple gold dragon mother, just with a different color scheme. Well, that explains a lot, Lin thought, utterly stunned. From now on, we're definitely calling her the Red Dragon Mother. Lin was totally shocked. The sight in front of him was damn majestic, and he felt a rush of satisfaction. All that crazy effort to get here? Totally worth it. Not in vain, not even a little bit. Just a second ago, he'd been stunned to find himself crammed into the body of some dwarf kid. Now, he was gaping at the Dwarven Kingdom, which was way more bustling and prosperous than he'd ever imagined. This place was hopping. Different species were everywhere, just hanging out, laughing, and actually looking like they were having a good time for once. Some folks were even wearing these ridiculous playful costumes, basically cosplaying as rabbits and bunnies, which, honestly, was not the grim, beard and ill dwarf aesthetic he'd been expecting. Lin had to admit, the dwarves' main city was vibrant and full of life. It was the complete opposite of that dark, creepy grand tomb he'd seen before. Compared to that depressing shithole, this place looked like a straight-up paradise. Like heaven on earth. And that's exactly what he was thinking when a voice cut through the noise from behind him. It was sharp and totally dismissive, basically dripping with attitude. "What on earth do you mean by calling this place heaven?" it demanded. Lin, well, the body he was currently borrowing, turned around to see a girl glaring daggers at him. She had that look, you know, the one that says you're something she just scraped off her boot. She didn't wait for an answer. "Well, where are they?" she snapped. "The flowers you were supposed to bring back for me? Or did you forget again?" And that's when it clicked for Lin. Oh, bro. He'd just landed himself in the middle of some serious teenage dwarf drama. The poor sucker whose body he'd stolen was named Dennis, and this girl berating him was his personal nightmare, a total gold digger who Dennis was desperately trying to please. She didn't hold back either. She launched into a full-on rant, insulting him without restraint, calling him useless and probably a bunch of other names under her breath. As her tirade washed over him, Lin quickly pieced the whole pathetic situation together. Dennis wasn't some hero. He was just a lovesick fool, a total loser chasing after a girl who was clearly just using him for free flowers and probably whatever else she could get. What a bunch of bullshit. Let's be real, she didn't give a damn about him. Dennis was just a walking wallet and a flower delivery service to her. All she cared about was what he could provide. So, Lin was seriously unimpressed. He just turned away like she was boring him to tears and muttered that she was straight up crazy. He had way bigger, way more important things to do than waste his time on some shallow, high-maintenance woman like her. This loser Dennis might have put up with it, but Lin sure as hell wouldn't. For the first time ever, the girl looked actually startled. She stepped closer, her voice a mix of disbelief and fury, and asked if Dennis was losing his damn mind. Did he really think he could talk back to her after all the attention she had, graciously given him? The audacity. But of course, this wasn't Dennis anymore. This was Lin running the show now. And Lin was done playing games. He leaned down, getting right in her space, and asked her why the hell he should be the one fetching her flowers. Who died and made her queen? Who gave her the authority to order someone around like a servant? If she wanted flowers so badly, she could get off her butt and move her own legs to pick them. The girl just froze. You could practically see the gears in her head grinding to a halt. She was completely stunned that quiet, pushover Dennis would ever dare speak to her this way. Sweat started beading on her brow as she tried to process this total personality transplant. Lin didn't give her a chance to reboot. He just shoved her aside with a casual push, not enough to hurt her, but enough to make his point crystal clear, and told her to move out of the damn way. She cried out, totally outraged. Was he insane? How dare he treat her like this? She started threatening him, screaming that he would never be forgiven, that she hated him now, and that he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Lin just smiled. A calm, infuriating smile. He told her it was actually good that she felt that way. Perfect even. The girl had never, ever been humiliated like this. Her face burned bright red with pure fury, and deep down, she made a silent vow. Oh, she would make Dennis regret this moment if it was the last thing she did. The scene changed, and Lin found himself scoping out a seriously old-school tavern. It wasn't exactly a five-star resort, but since he knew precisely jack shit about the Dwarf Kingdom, this seemed like the perfect place to start. Everyone knows that taverns are basically gossip gas stations. All kinds of people roll through, and information flows as freely as the cheap booze. He sauntered up to the bar, trying to look like a guy who belonged there, and slapped down 2 gold coins. That was a baller move, enough to buy several bottles of the good stuff, or at least, the stuff they called the good stuff. As he turned around, bottle in hand, his eyes landed on a total 10 out of 10 sitting by herself to his left. Well, hello there. Figuring he had nothing to lose, Lin grabbed an extra bottle and ambled over with what he hoped was a charming grin. How about a drink? he asked, going for smooth but probably landing somewhere around eager puppy. The woman looked up, surprised for a second, before a tiny, amused smile cracked her face. She told him that, honestly, she wouldn't say no to a drink, but his flirting game was weaker than a watered-down beer. It was, frankly, kind of pathetic. Lin just chuckled, pouring the wine without missing a beat. He admitted she'd seen right through his sorry attempt. No point denying it. 3 full rounds of drinks later, the lady was completely wasted. Like, can't find the floor with both hands drunk. The wine had loosened her tongue big time. She started slurring about how, sure, his drinking capacity was a little lacking, lightweight, but at least he clearly had cash. That made him a damn sight better than the useless losers who just leeched off the Adventurers Guild all day. Lin's ears perked up. Adventurers Guild? What the hell was that? But before he could even get a question out, she was off on another rant. She explained, in a sloppy, boozy monologue, that after the kingdom ditched its army, all the soldiers had to do something. So, they rebranded as adventurers. Sounded cool, right? Yeah, well, the problem was, ghouls and monsters were now running wild, and most of these so-called adventurers had gotten way too comfortable. Nobody wanted to take real risks anymore. They were all talk. Bingo. Lin saw his opening and ran with it. He nodded along, totally agreeing with her. He said, yeah, if someone could actually solve this monster problem, it would be a seriously great thing for everyone. The hero this place desperately needed. The woman barked a loud, drunken laugh. She told him that if some sucker actually managed to pull that off and defeat the ghouls, they wouldn't just be a hero, they'd be the hero of the entire dwarf nation. And a hero like that, she added with a meaningful hiccup, gets a direct ticket to see the king. No waiting in line, no paperwork, no bullshit. And that's when it clicked for Lin. This hero gig wasn't just some fantasy. It was a real, honest-to-goodness job title. If he could take out these ghouls, he'd get his face-to-face with the king. And from there, learning the dwarves' legendary forging techniques would be a piece of cake. It was the perfect plan. Exactly what he needed. The scene jumped to a traveler's in the next morning, where Lin woke up feeling like a goblin had used his head for drum practice. The headache was a real bitch. Bleary-eyed, he looked around and damn near jumped out of his skin. There, still asleep beside him, was the beautiful lady from the bar. Apparently, his night had gotten a lot more interesting than he'd remembered. His fumbling around woke her up. Lin tried to play it cool, acting like he totally meant to wake up next to a stranger, but internally he was scrambling, trying to piece together the fuzzy mess of the night before. The woman stretched and asked with a sleepy smile if she'd had too much to drink and maybe forgotten all the fun stuff they'd gotten up to. Then she slid closer, giving him a look. She told him that when he was drunk, he didn't act like any dwarf she'd ever met. Nope. He'd turned into some kind of unstoppable monster, in a good way, obviously. She laughed, saying it was a side of him no ordinary dwarf could ever pull off. But hey, she figured maybe that's what you get when you're a hybrid. Guy probably had stamina for days. This got Lin thinking, and a cold sweat broke out. He'd been this close to blowing his cover last night. It was a freaking miracle his transformation hadn't snapped and revealed his whole deal. Talk about a close call. The near miss sobered him up fast. He knew what he had to do next, win the king's favor by dealing with those ghouls. But who the hell was gonna believe one dwarf could handle that solo? That sounded like a great way to get called a bullshit artist, or worse, get eaten. His only real shot was to buddy up with someone at the Adventurers Guild. So, he immediately started getting dressed. The woman was surprised, asking why he was bouncing so early when the sun wasn't even up yet. Lin, all business now, just said he had some important stuff to handle and had to jet. She tried to stop him, asking for at least his name or where he lived, but Lin just gave her a mysterious smile and kept moving. This, of course, made her even more into him. As he headed for the door, she called out, telling him not to go. She'd never had that much fun or felt like she was in heaven until last night. Too bad, lady. Lin had monsters to kill. By first light, Lin was standing in front of this massive, intimidating building, the Adventurers Guild. The place was dead quiet. Like weirdly quiet. For a second, he wondered if the whole operation had just given up and gone home. But he went in anyway and was immediately greeted by two dwarf dudes hanging around inside. The first one basically said, "You here to join up and hunt some ghouls or what?" The second one seemed genuinely pleased, like he was tired of talking to the same old faces. He said it was always good to see a young guy with some ambition and gave him a warm welcome to their crew, the Carmen Guild. Lin figured it might be his only option in the whole kingdom, quiet or not. Since ghouls are no joke, one of the dwarves asked if Lin had any special skills he could show off, just to prove he wasn't some total loser who'd get himself killed 5 minutes in. Before Lin could even answer, the dude plopped a massive hammer on the ground with a heavy thud. This wasn't just any hammer. This was the famous wielding iron hammer. Basically, it was a weapon so powerful it could wrap its user in a full-body layer of steel protection. Think of it like a walking, fighting tank. Pretty handy for not getting your face ripped off. The coronation was a wrap, and the kingdom was buzzing. Dale was officially crowned queen, with Dennis, or rather, Lin Tian in Dennis's body, right beside her as the new king. Their massive, blinged-out carriage, pulled by golden horses, rolled through the streets of the Dwarven Kingdom. A crowd of dwarves lined the route, checking out the new royals who were flanked by a serious-looking security detail of soldiers. On one side of the street, the female dwarves were totally losing their minds. Whispers zipped through the crowd, all centered on the gossip spread by the queen's sister. Was it true? Was the handsome dude riding with Queen Dale that much of a legend? The word was he had ultimate, record-shattering stamina, the kind that could satisfy anyone. The idea that this guy, Dennis, had broken some ancient dwarven record for pleasure made every woman who hadn't been with him green with envy. The chatter built to a crescendo of screams about how unbelievably manly and hot Prince Dennis was. The dwarven dudes, though? They were having the opposite reaction. They stood there, pissed off and confused. With their burly builds and serious stamina, they couldn't wrap their heads around how this seemingly regular guy had outdone them all. How could someone like Dennis possibly be stronger than them? It didn't make any sense. They grumbled, wondering how he not only managed to satisfy all those women but also snag the queen herself. Inside the carriage, our boy Lin Tian, as Dennis, was just soaking it all in, quietly stoked that the goblin racial perk he'd inherited was paying off in such a huge way. The plan was working like a charm. But then, the party came to a screeching halt. Some girl shoved her way right in front of the royal carriage, forcing it to stop. It was the gold-digging ex-girlfriend of the real Dennis. She started yelling her head off, accusing the imposter king of being a lying playboy who'd made her fake promises and then dumped her. As she rambled on with her nonsense, Queen Dale's annoyance was obvious. She shot a look at Lin Tian and asked, "Who is this person?" Of course, a scene like this was way too good for Lin Tian to pass up. A wicked grin spread across his face. Here was a perfect chance to have a little fun. "Oh, she's just some puppy that's been following me around," he said to Adele, his voice dripping with casual cruelty. "How could a nobody like her ever compare to you, my love?" Adele, hearing this, just nodded. It made perfect sense to her. Was there even a dwarf girl alive who wasn't obsessed with Lin Tian? They all were, from the youngest to the oldest. And after experiencing his talents firsthand, both she and her sister were absolutely sure of his devotion. This random girl was clearly just delusional. The crowd, totally on Lin Tian's side, started muttering and throwing shade. Who did this girl think she was? She must be completely off her rocker. She wasn't even that pretty, and she had the nerve to claim a superstar like their idol was ever into her? It was pure bullshit. The whole situation was just shameless, and totally humiliating for Shia. You could practically feel the awkwardness thickening the air. Her face turned beet red, and she was on the verge of tears. A stalker? Was he seriously calling her the stalker? In her head, she was screaming. This was all wrong. He was the one who used to chase after her. Why had he never mentioned he was this powerful? She convinced herself he was just pissed off. Fine, she decided. She'd be the bigger person. I'll forgive you this time, she announced, as long as you come back to me. That's when Lin Tian finally decided to speak, cool as a cucumber. Xiaoma, he said, using that old nickname like it was nothing. Since you had the guts to stop the queen's carriage, I guess I can't just refuse to forgive you. He paused, letting the hope build in her eyes before dropping the hammer. So, let everyone here see how sorry you really are. Get down on your knees right now and beg. Really put your heart into it. Xia was stunned. Kneel? Was he out of his mind? She was about to tell him exactly where he could stick his demand when she really looked at him. The fancy clothes. The dude who'd single-handedly wrecked the undead army. The biggest shot in the city. The old desire and vanity kicked in. If this was what it took to get the old Dennis back, to have him chasing her again, maybe it wasn't so bad. So, under the weight of everyone's stares, Xia slowly sank to her knees. She put on this ridiculous, over-the-top, Biaoyan performance of ecstasy that was just grotesque to see. Please, please forgive me, Master Dennis, she cried out. Let me belong to you. The entire city square witnessed her humiliation. People were laughing and shouting insults, but Xia blocked it all out. In her mind, it was a small price to pay. Once she won back the old Dennis, she'd be the one laughing. Feeling smug, she started to get up. But Lin Tian just let out a cold laugh. Guards, he said, not even looking at her. Get this lunatic out of my sight. She's making me sick. Next to him, Adele giggled, adding fuel to the fire. Oh, my love, you're so wicked. And just like that, Xia's fantasy shattered. She felt like her whole world was splitting apart. He'd deceived her. Dennis, she shrieked. I did what you said. Why won't you forgive me? I'm even letting you chase me again, letting you sleep with me. Don't you want that? Lin Tian finally turned to her, his expression completely indifferent. With trash like you? He replied. Who would want to? You just did something that filthy in the middle of the street. You really think you're worthy of me? With that, he turned away. He and Adele guided their carriage forward in all their grandeur, leaving her in the dust. Xia collapsed on the ground, completely broken. How could that bastard Dennis have changed so much? No amount of regret could even come close to describing the torment she felt. Meanwhile, people who remembered the old Dennis were secretly loving every minute of it. Finally, they'd seen him be this ruthless. The parade wrapped up, and the whole city plunged into a massive party. As for Lin Tian and Adele, they headed to the royal palace for the main event, a crazy lavish banquet with all the finest foods and drinks. The place was packed with noble ladies and their daughters, all vying for attention. Since Adele was the queen in this dwarven society, where women held higher status, the party was naturally dominated by these powerful wives and their families. It turned out that Lin Tian had been chatting with a trio of powerful women. Lin Tian greeted everyone with a smooth, polished charm that seemed to come naturally to him. Good evening, I'm Dennis, he said, his eyes sweeping over the group. To be in a room with so many stunning women tonight is a real honor. One was Duchess Jane, a legend when it came to crafting magical eyes. Another was some royal bigwig named Vinny, and the third was none other than the dwarven Empress Lin herself. At one point, Jamila teased the queen, saying she had a real talent for picking men. She joked that the last one handed her the throne, and the new one, well, he had a smooth tongue and the kind of endless stamina every woman dreams of. Empress Lin leaned in, curiosity sparkling, and asked the queen if the rumors were true. Was everything with this new guy really that amazing? The queen didn't hold back. She explained that after 10 years of being totally stifled, the gods had finally decided to smile on her, and that smile looked a lot like a dude named Dennis. She even wondered out loud if their boy was somehow Zeus in disguise, given his insane, lightning, stamina. While this girl talk session was happening, Dennis, or as we know him, Lin Tian, was watching from the sidelines. He figured the gossip was doing exactly what he needed it to do. His plans were falling into place. Pouring himself some wine, his mind started racing. He knew the queen was new to the throne and her power was shaky compared to the king's. If she was serious about firing up the old Apollo furnace, which hadn't been seen in decades, and restarting production of magical tools, she was gonna face a ton of opposition. Lin Tian realized he needed to find the perfect moment to help her consolidate her power, and that wasn't something that would happen overnight. Later, the scene shifted to the queen's private chambers. The room was empty, except for Lin Tian, who was lounging with his ripped torso on full display. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Lin Tian was shocked. It definitely wasn't the queen. A woman slipped inside and pressed her fingers to his lips before he could make a sound. It was Duchess Jamila. She warned him not to shout, threatening that if he dared, she'd scream assault. She had the most mischievous, naughty look on her face as she started rubbing against him. She whispered that she totally regretted not getting to Lin Tian before the queen did. She could have shown him a way better time than the queen, who was basically a newbie at all this. As the Duchess got more hands-on, a stunned Lin Tian managed to ask if this was really a good idea, especially with the queen potentially walking in. He was starting to wonder if every woman in this dwarven kingdom was this direct and fearless. But seeing that Jamila had no intention of stopping, Lin Tian decided enough was enough. In a quick move, he grabbed her hands, flipping the script to show her who was really in charge. His mind was working fast. Even if Jamila was a duchess and a badass magical tool forger, if he could subdue her, it would be a huge win for his own plans. Lin Tian didn't put up any resistance. Why would he? At that moment, the power in the room didn't belong to him. It belonged to Jamila. She might have only been the wife of a duke on paper, but in practice she had more sway than most nobles could ever dream of. Not only did she have influence, she carried a talent that set her apart from almost every dwarf alive, the ability to forge weapons that ranked among the best in the world. Lin Tian knew it was the kind of gift that could turn kingdoms upside down. A person like her wasn't someone he could ignore, she was someone he had to use. Just as he was about to take the next step, a sharp voice rang from outside the chamber. "Is Her Majesty inside?" The sudden call froze both of them. Jamila's face drained of color for a split second before she moved with startling speed. In a practice motion, she slipped under Lin Tian's blanket, as if she had hidden like this before. The swiftness of it said everything. Lin Tian clenched his jaw. He had no choice now. If he didn't step out, it would only draw more suspicion. He pushed himself up and moved to the door. Outside stood Winnie and Linda, the two daughters of another duke. Compared to Jamila, their youth still clung to their faces, softening their features with a hint of innocence. But the look in their eyes told a different story. Whatever was going on in their heads, it wasn't as pure as their appearance suggested. They looked around, clearly searching for the queen. One of them asked where she was, saying they had matters to discuss. Lin Tian forced a smile, one that probably looked stiffer than he intended, and told them the queen hadn't returned yet. He asked carefully what business they had that brought them knocking so late at night. The sisters traded a knowing look with one another, their lips curving into sly smiles. They didn't even bother hiding the amusement in their eyes. When they turned back to him, both their gazes carried a weight that made him uneasy. "What a pity," one of them murmured. "If Her Majesty isn't here, then we'll just have to discuss it with you, Sir Dennis." Lin Tian's heart skipped. He caught the undertone instantly. He wasn't clueless. He could see the shadows tucked inside their sweet voices. But before he could come up with an excuse, the sisters pressed closer, tugging him back inside the room. Their eyes swept over him, tracing the lines of his body like they were cataloging every detail. And then, with a curiosity that was both playful and far too direct, their gaze settled lower, lingering with unspoken intent. Trying to mask his awareness, Lin Tian asked again, pretending to misunderstand what it was they wanted to talk about. But his words came out too tight, too hollow. There was no convincing them he didn't know. They leaned in even closer, almost draping themselves over him now, their voices dipping into whispers that curled like smoke. "We just want to know," one of them breathed, "what the strongest man in the kingdom is really like." At that moment, Lin Tian panicked and blurted out, almost in a cry, that he thought they were supposed to be having a discussion, so why were his pants being tugged down? Beneath the blanket, Jamila simmered with barely hidden fury. These little brats, she thought bitterly. What are they even pretending for? If I hadn't deliberately sent Adele away, would they have ever dared to sneak in here? Before she could act on her anger, a voice drifted in from outside the room. It was soft, almost coaxing. "Sis, are you in there? My dear sister, I'm not feeling well. Please come out and see me." The sound startled Winnie and Linda. In an instant they blew out the lamp, plunged the room into darkness, and scrambled under the blanket with Lin Tian. But the shock came when they realized they weren't alone under there. Jamila was already beneath the covers, glaring fiercely, and with a sharp gesture, she urged them all to stay silent. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly awkward. Nobody dared breathe too loudly, and the tension pressed down heavier than the blanket itself. The door creaked open. It was Adele's younger sister, the blonde dwarf girl Lin Tian had seen once before in the tavern. She sauntered in with a sly little grin, her tone half mocking, half jealous. "Hee, sis, don't be mad at me. Who told you to be so selfish? Hogging Dennis all to yourself." Without hesitation, she shoved the door wide and stepped boldly inside. The farce unraveled. Jamila, Winnie, and Linda couldn't take it any longer. They scrambled out from under the blanket, their faces stormy with shame and irritation, and they all turned dark glares on the intruder. The whole messy scene had collapsed into a pile of awkwardness so unbearable it felt worse than death. Covering their faces, the three women bolted from the room, fleeing in humiliation. Lin Tian stayed behind, left standing on the bed with a slightly regretful look. He hadn't expected those noble girls to be so daring, so lustful even. Still, in an odd way, the encounter had saved him a lot of effort. Their behavior had cracked open connections he would have otherwise had to spend time building. Now, his thoughts shifted back to his real purpose. It was about time to move forward with the Queen on the plan for producing magical weapons. Midnight came before Adele finally returned. She was weary from her day but still carried that lively spark in her eyes. The moment she saw him, she threw herself at Lin Tian with a fierce hunger, kissing him over and over, their passion quickly tumbling into fiery, consuming positions. Even in the midst of her embrace, Lin Tian spoke, his voice steady but urgent. "My love, there's something very important I need to tell you." The Queen's face flushed deep red, her words broken up by gasps and moans. In her mind, nothing mattered more than what they were doing right now. But Lin Tian pressed on, refusing to be swallowed by the moment. "My love," he said, "I think our kingdom is weakening day by day. We can't afford to wait. I propose we restart the Apollo Forge, mass-produce magical weapons, and rebuild the strength of the realm." His words pulled Adele's attention, even as her body continued to move with his. Surprised to hear such a heavy proposal in such a time, she shifted in his arms, her breath uneven. She admitted softly that yes, it was necessary, but the nobles would fight against it, and the common people might resist as well. Forging magical weapons, Adele realized, was nothing like hammering ordinary iron or steel. To even attempt it, they'd have to journey deep into the undercrypts, dig out rare veins of ore, gather priceless materials for the enchantments, and call upon the blessings of the dwarven gods while weaving in the most refined smithing craft known to their people. Only then could such weapons be brought into existence. Mass production? That was another matter entirely. Mobilizing an entire nation's strength would be necessary, yet the thought weighed on her. The people and the nobles had grown too comfortable, too complacent. And Adele herself had only just taken the throne. To issue such an overwhelming command right now, it might stir more resistance than loyalty. Lin Tian, however, answered in a calm, assured tone. He told her not to worry about the common folk. "The dwarves live for their drink," he explained. "If we promise that every worker who joins the forging effort will be given a free daily share of fine wine, they'll pour themselves into the task with all their strength. Not only will it motivate them, but it will also come across as a gesture of your generosity, something that will only strengthen your image as their queen." Then he leaned closer, his voice carrying the same quiet certainty. "As for the nobles, leave them to me." His hand drifted across her body, a gentle caress that startled her at first. Adele's heart fluttered. The plan sounded seamless, without flaw, and she almost let herself sink into that sense of security. But the touch suddenly turned rough, more forceful, sharp enough to bring tears to her eyes. She gasped, her protest spilling out, pleading words, a broken admission begging him to stop. She gave in quickly, nodding to his will. The chamber soon drowned in a different rhythm altogether, the air thick with the sound of indulgence and unrestrained abandon. The reopening of the Apollo Forge went off without a hitch. The dwarves couldn't have been more excited. The massive forge, towering hundreds of meters high, gleamed like a monument to their ancestors. It wasn't just a machine. It was the legacy of an entire civilization, every bolt, rune, and engraving a piece of history. Once, this forge had produced weapons so powerful they had shaped the fate of kingdoms, and now it was alive again. Lin Tian had promised that if they could bring out 1,000 enchanted weapons, they'd have an army capable of facing tens of thousands. The dwarves believed him. They trusted him, not only for his ambition but for how he carried himself, calm and steady, like someone who understood both war and the hearts of those who would fight it. Work began fast. The forge roared to life with a thunder that shook the mountain halls. Teams were split up efficiently. Miners went deep underground to haul out fresh ore. Others kept the fires blazing, the heat pulsing like the heartbeat of a giant, and a group of skilled enchanters worked on the runes and symbols that would give each blade its power. The best blacksmiths, legends among their kind, took their stations at the forge, ready to turn metal into magic. To better understand every step of the process, Lin Tian offered to join the miners himself. The dwarves hadn't expected that. For someone of his rank to dig in the dirt alongside them, it moved them deeply. They started to see him not just as a leader, but as one of their own. The female dwarves couldn't help but stare. They whispered among themselves, eyes glinting with interest, smiles playing at the corners of their lips. Some of them even seemed to be sizing him up, as if wondering who might be bold enough to make the first move. By the time night fell, the day's labor had left everyone exhausted but satisfied. Lin Tian joined Adele for dinner. She looked across the table and told him how impressed she was, how his hard work at the mines had inspired everyone. Even the nobles, she said, had started putting in more effort since seeing him there, working like any ordinary craftsman. Lin Tian smiled, replying in his usual calm way that it was nothing more than what he ought to do. Then, his expression softened. Reaching out, he took Adele's hand gently and said that today marked the first day of mining, a small beginning, perhaps, but one that carried the weight of everything to come. Lin Tian had been thinking it over all afternoon. Sure, the royal family was covering everyone's drink expenses across the city, a generous move to keep morale high, but he figured it wouldn't hurt if he showed up in person. Maybe walk around, talk to people, cheer them up a little. That way, no one could complain he was out of touch. On the surface, it looked like he was being considerate, showing concern for the Dwarven Kingdom's well-being. But the truth was simpler. Lin Tian just wanted to make sure nothing interfered with the weapon forging process. Every day of delay meant trouble, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Adele, watching him prepare to head out, looked uneasy. Going out this late, what if something happened? Lin Tian just laughed it off, brushing aside her worries. "If I can take down undead," he said with a smirk, "what's out there that could possibly hurt me?" After dinner, he threw on his cloak and headed toward the tavern district. From outside each tavern, he could already hear dwarves roaring with drunken joy. Inside, he kept the mood light, ordering drinks, clinking mugs, tossing a few words of encouragement around. He told them he was there to share a drink, to thank them for their hard work, and reminded them that if they kept at it, prosperity wasn't far off. The dwarves loved it. "Sir Dennis, I've got to hand it to you. I respect you, though I'll admit I'm a little jealous. But hey, thanks to you, we've got all the wine we could want. Don't you worry, as long as there's drink, we'll keep working." Lin Tian smiled faintly at that. His plan was working perfectly. A city full of happy, drunk workers meant steady progress on the magical weapons. He could relax, at least for now. He moved from one tavern to the next, chatting, laughing, pretending to drink more than he actually did. The night dragged on, and the crowds only grew livelier. Eventually, though, he reached the last tavern on his list, a small, quiet place tucked at the end of a dim street. It looked almost deserted. Perfect, he thought. After a whole evening of noise, this would be the perfect spot to wind down with a proper drink. But the moment he pushed open the door, he stopped dead. The place was packed, wall-to-wall with people. And before he could even process that, a waitress in a neat maid outfit stepped right up to him, smiling brightly. "Welcome to Peggy's Tavern, sir," she said, her voice cheerful and lilting. "Would you like some spiced rum, white brandy, or perhaps something stronger?" The words barely registered. Lin Tian could feel every pair of eyes in the room on him, sharp, unwavering, almost predatory. A chill crept down his spine. Something was off. He looked around again, and that's when he noticed it. Every single person in the tavern was a woman. Lin Tian's stomach dropped. Damn it. I'm in trouble. All night he'd been drinking with men, laughing, blending in. But this was different. Something told him he just stepped straight into a situation he hadn't planned for. Logically, Lin Tian thought dwarves were supposed to love drinking, both men and women alike. So why had he never seen any women hanging around the taverns before? The answer hit him a second too late. They weren't absent. They were waiting for someone like him to stroll right into their trap. He spun around instantly, every instinct screaming at him to bolt, but the waitress had already moved faster. The door clicked shut behind him, the lock snapping into place. When he turned back, every woman in the room was on her feet, their eyes shining with a mix of amusement and something a lot more dangerous. "Well, if it isn't Lord Dennis," one of them said, voice sweet as syrup as she looped her arm around his. "You must be thirsty. Come, have some water." Before he could protest, she'd already pulled him into the center of the room. The others followed, forming a loose circle around him like hunters closing in. Moments later, the waitress returned, smiling as if this were just another pleasant evening. "This is our tavern's special oolong tea," she said cheerfully, placing a cup in front of him. "You'll love it. Go ahead, have a full cup." Lin Tian frowned at the murky brown liquid, suspicion flickering in his eyes. But under all those expectant gazes, he didn't want to look weak. So he braced himself and downed the drink in one go. The burn hit him immediately. Heat shot down his throat and exploded straight up into his skull. His vision wobbled. "What the hell?" He snatched the bottle out of the waitress's hands, blinking hard at the label. "Special oolong tea, mixed with liquor, 92% alcohol." His goblin body wasn't built like a dwarf's. He could barely handle ale, let alone that kind of firewater. The room tilted. His head spun, his thoughts went fuzzy, and before he could even curse again, darkness swallowed him whole. When Lin Tian finally woke, it was morning, though he couldn't have said how long he'd been out. His entire body felt like it was made of fog, his limbs heavy and useless. It took hours, literally half a day, before he could even push himself upright. He blinked groggily and looked around. What he saw nearly made him choke. The enormous bed he was lying in was covered in dwarven women, half-dressed, tangled in sheets, sprawled every which way. Every single one of them was out cold. What the hell happened last night? He forced himself to stand, every muscle screaming. His mind screamed only one thing, run. But the moment he tried to move, his knees buckled, and he had to catch himself against the wall. Whatever happened, he wasn't sticking around to find out. He had to get those magical weapons and get the hell out of this cursed place before it finished him off. Later, in the Queen's chamber, the sound of quiet sobs filled the air. "My love, this is all my fault," Adele whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I should have stopped you from going out last night. If I had, you wouldn't be suffering like this." Lin Tian lay weakly on the bed, his skin pale, his breathing shallow. "Darling, I think I'm dying," he murmured before a fit of coughing shook him. Adele clutched his hand, her heart breaking. "No. You can't. You have to live, Lin. Please." He groaned softly, tilting his head before passing out again. Luckily, death wasn't ready for him yet. He was only half dead, completely drained, starved, and so malnourished he could barely lift his head. It took nearly 2 weeks of rest before he started to feel human again. He'd survived monsters, near-death encounters, and every kind of danger this world could throw at him, but never had he been humiliated like that. The memory alone made him grit his teeth. Almost dying in such a ridiculous way, that was a shame he'd never lived down. He swore right then that once he recovered, he'd start his life simulation again, find those magical weapons, and disappear from this insane place for good. But just as he was about to leave, a thought stopped him cold. Something important, something he'd almost forgotten, flickered in his mind. Before he could go, there was one thing he absolutely had to do. Bill explained that while it might not match the original's divine craftsmanship, it was still an extraordinary creation. The spear, Bill said, could suppress the undead while staying perfectly balanced with holy energy. It didn't resist divine power but flowed with it. That made it, in his words, the ideal weapon for you, Sir Dennis. Still, Bill cautioned that wielding such power came at a cost. The spear would drain enormous stamina, meaning only someone with Lin Tian's strength could truly control it. Lin Tian nodded, calm and confident, thanking Bill sincerely. He was just about to turn and leave when Bill's tone suddenly shifted. "Please, sir, don't go yet," he said quickly. "It's not truly yours. Not yet. The weapon won't answer to you until it recognizes your blood. You'll need to complete the bonding ritual. A few drops of your blood in the refining solution will do it. Once it accepts you, the spear will always return to your hand when thrown." Without hesitation, Lin Tian drew his blade and made a small cut across his palm. A few drops of blood slid down into the shimmering alchemical fluid beside the forge. The moment they touched, the mixture hissed softly, glowing with strange colors. Bill's confident expression faltered. His brows knit together, as if something unexpected had happened. Lin Tian noticed right away. "What's wrong?" he asked, his tone even. Bill glanced at him briefly, just long enough for Lin Tian to catch a flash of something uneasy, almost fearful, in his eyes. But the blacksmith quickly hid it, forcing a small smile and continuing the process in silence. When the ritual ended, the bond was sealed. The spear of Zeus now belonged solely to Lin Tian. From that moment forward, anyone other than him who dared to touch it would be consumed by its backlash. Bill, though composed, silently prayed that Lin Tian would use the weapon for the noble cause he had once spoken of. Lin Tian thanked him again, smiling faintly. He promised to make good use of it. He couldn't ignore the strange tension in Bill's gaze, that quiet mix of respect and fear. Still, the weapon was his now, and his path was set. That night, under the pale glow of the moon, Lin Tian packed his belongings and left the city without a sound. When the news reached the queen, she was stunned. The letter explained that Lin Tian had chosen to journey out into the world, determined to lead the dwarven race back to the surface. His words washed away all doubt about his motives and only strengthened his legend among the people. In their eyes, Lin Tian had become more than just a warrior. He was a symbol of hope and honor, walking his own chosen path beneath the open sky. Everything had gone perfectly for Lin Tian. His journey through the dwarven tunnels had been smooth. No one had suspected a thing. Every step closer to the surface felt like shaking off the weight of centuries. "If I stay underground any longer, my spine might actually snap," he thought with a smirk. Soon he would finally escape this wretched city too. But just as he reached the narrow path leading out of the mountains, only a few steps from freedom, a figure appeared in front of him. The moonlight caught the glint of silver armor, old yet spotless, shining with a faint blue glow. It was Bill. The kindly old craftsman looked completely different now. The warmth was gone from his eyes. He stood tall, war mace in hand, its surface pulsing faintly with an overwhelming aura. Lin Tian recognized it instantly. It was a world tour weapon. "Sir Dennis." Bill's voice came out low and sharp. Then he stopped, his tone turning icy. "No. Maybe I should be asking, who are you, really?" It was the same Bill, yet not at all. The gentle blacksmith from the forge had vanished, replaced by the legendary warrior he had once been in his youth. Lin Tian met his gaze, pretending not to understand. "Why are you here, Bill?" he asked evenly, though his heart had already begun to steady into a colder rhythm. Bill gave a short, humorless chuckle. "Don't bother acting innocent. When you were wounded earlier, I saw your blood." His voice hardened. "It was green. There's only one race with blood like that, goblins." Lin Tian's eyes darkened, a dangerous light flickering within them. He hadn't wanted this confrontation, but there was no avoiding it now. Bill was a craftsman, yes. But if he went back and told the truth, every ounce of trust Lin Tian had built among the dwarves would collapse in an instant. Bill's eyes darted toward the ring on Lin Tian's finger, and fury rippled across his face. "That ring, you've filled it with all the magical weapons we forged together, haven't you?" Lin Tian sighed softly. "It doesn't have to end like this, Bill. I don't want to kill you." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Tian's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. One heartbeat he was there, the next gone, until a blur appeared behind Bill. His disguise dropped, revealing his true form, a goblin. Before Bill could even think to react, Lin Tian's kick crashed into his face. Bill hit the ground hard, his breath knocked out, and before he could move, Lin Tian's boot came down on his chest, pinning him with brutal force. The difference in power was clear as day. Lin Tian's strength had soared past 5,000, while Bill barely reached 2 or 3. There was no contest. Even so, Bill managed to lift his head, breathing hard, a crooked grin tugging at his bruised face. "So you really are a goblin," he said between breaths. "And not just any kind, a high-ranking one. Tell me something, though, why bother gathering all those magic weapons? With your strength, couldn't you just take whatever you wanted?" Lin Tian didn't move right away. His tone came out calm and steady, but there was an edge in it, cold and deliberate. "What else would I do?" he said. "I'm preparing for the Great Tomb and for the Church of the Lionheart Empire." The words struck Bill like a hammer. His eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. "The Great Tomb? And the Church?" he echoed. Then it clicked. "So that's why you had me forge all those weapons. You're not just building power, you're getting ready for something big. No wonder your strength feels beyond anything in our kingdom." A low sigh escaped him, part awe, part reluctant respect. "You're not just powerful, Lin Tian. You're clever. You used us, sure, but you never meant harm to the dwarves. Maybe that's why I can respect you. And maybe when the time comes, you'll lead our people back to the surface. Under you, I think they'd follow." Lin hadn't expected those words. The idea of the dwarves willingly joining him, standing by his side, that was no small offer. It could shift everything. Turning away, Lin Tian spoke quietly, his voice softer than before. "Master Bill, I'm glad you understand," he said. "If we meet again in a few months, I'll welcome the dwarves into my empire." Bill's body trembled slightly as he lifted his head, watching Lin Tian's figure fade into the shadows. "An empire," he muttered, almost to himself. "After all these decades underground, even goblins are dreaming of empires now." Lin leaves the dwarven kingdom behind. It had been, 3 months since he'd last checked in? Yeah, 3 months. Long enough for things to either be fine or a total shitshow. When Lin Tian arrived, the tribe looked like someone had thrown a carnival and forgotten to tell anyone it was over. The place was loud. Goblins were everywhere. Not just a few dozen or even a few hundred. Nah, these green little maniacs had multiplied like rabbits on magic fertilizer. Over 50,000 low-level goblins and another 10,000 of the more badass, high-level kind. Lin Tian just stood there for a second, taking it all in like, damn, I leave you guys alone for 1 season and you build a goblin metropolis. Then, no wasting time, he went straight to business. Out came the magic weapons. A saber, a shield, an axe, and a warhammer, all handcrafted from rare minerals, practically humming with power. These weren't just for show either. They could boost and channel magic like nobody's business. Lin Tian handed them over to Gabamad, real calm-like, saying they could act as conduits for all sorts of flashy magical attacks. Next, Lin Tian turned to Gabikind and handed him a glowing spear and a tough-looking shield. He explained that they were called the Athena Spear and Shield, top-tier offense and defense. Then came Goba's turn. She got a literal world-tier trinket, the tear of the love god. Sounded corny, but holy hell, it was powerful. Basically, if Goba got hit with a fatal attack, this fancy crystal tear would wrap her up in a shield no one could break. Unless, of course, true love decided to butt in. Goblin Slayer got the divine bracelet, which wasn't just jewelry. It was like a Pokemon storage device but on steroids. It could hold up to 6 living creatures inside, all loyal to the wearer, and he could summon them anytime. The best part? They got stronger the stronger their master became. And then came the Blazing God Bow, a weapon so powerful that once it was charged for 3 seconds, it guaranteed a hit every single time. No dodging, no luck, just boom, you're dead. After thinking for a bit, he also brought out a pair of elegant earrings, Kalen's earrings, they were called. Not world tier, just level 11, but still worth a small fortune. He explained the backstory. Some ancient goddess who was so gorgeous the other gods got jealous and, well, offed her. Now whoever wore these earrings would become the most beautiful woman alive. Finally, Lin Tian drew a sword and walked toward Alice. He spoke softly, telling her to take it and use her own strength to master it. The sword wasn't your average blade. It was a world-tier artifact called the Blade of Misfortune, fused with something called the Eye of Darkness. With Jamila's help, he managed to merge them, and the result was terrifyingly impressive. The weapon carried the raw might of the ancient dragon race and had a nasty little bonus, a malevolent spirit sealed inside. If the wielder could tame that evil soul, they'd gain the power of dark transformation, basically turning into one of those ancient war-born monsters that only lived to destroy. Lin Tian knew he wasn't strong enough to control that kind of chaotic power, but he figured Alice might be the one who could pull it off. Alice, though, didn't look thrilled. The weapon practically screamed, "Evil as hell," and she'd always pictured herself getting something blessed and shiny from the gods, not this. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tian just shrugged and explained calm and steady that there was a powerful monster trapped inside the sword, and that she'd have to conquer it herself. If it ever ended up in the wrong damn hands, the thing inside could basically nuke the world. The guy explaining this to Alice wasn't exaggerating either. When Lin Tian warned her that if this weapon ever ended up in the wrong hands, the creature inside could bring ruin to the entire world, Alice froze. His words hit something deep inside her, something she couldn't quite name. Her eyes, which had been cold and guarded, flickered, then sharpened with fierce determination. Without a word, she reached out and wrapped her hand around the weapon's hilt. The moment her fingers closed over it, pain exploded through her mind. It felt like two massive, twisted forces were fighting for control of her very soul. Through the storm of agony, a vision tore across her thoughts, a monstrous dragon. Then came the voice, low, gravelly, dripping with malice. "Yes, it's you. Take me. Kill. Burn this world in war. Spread hatred. I'll give you the power to stand above creation itself." As the words coiled through her mind, thin red lines began to crawl along Alice's arm, glowing faintly under her skin like living veins. Her flesh darkened, her eyes turned the color of fresh blood, and for a moment she looked less human, more like the dark creatures of legend. Watching her transform, Lin Tian didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled faintly, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. Around them, Gabu and the other goblins stood frozen, pale and trembling. None of them dared to move. Even the distant beasts and humans of the tribe felt it, a primal dread stirring somewhere deep inside, as if their souls were remembering an ancient terror from the age when dark spawn ruled the world. Then something shifted. The voice in Alice's mind, so confident and cruel a moment ago, suddenly hesitated, cracking with uncertainty. You dare resist me? It snarled. Alice's eyes flared with clarity. Through sheer will, she fought back against the corruption clawing at her heart. Her voice cut through the air, fierce and unshaken. You think you can tempt me? The gods stand with me. A wave of divine light burst from her body, bright enough to drive the shadows back. The weapon trembled, the dark soul within it shattering under her power. Even the dragon in her vision lowered its massive head in defeat. When the light faded, Alice was gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling quickly, her eyes still glowing faintly with holy light. The gods truly have guided me, she murmured, voice steady again. This is the right path, holy envoy. I'll see it through to the end. Lin Tian nodded, his tone calm but certain. The gods will always be with you. At that point, his doubts were gone. No matter what truths she might uncover later, no matter how much blood had already been spilled, Alice had crossed a line she couldn't return from. The only path ahead was forward, all the way to the end. Just then, Gabo broke the silence, as if remembering something important. Chief! A few days back, that carnivorous bird lord came by. He looked terrible, one wing broken. Said he was looking for you, but you weren't around, so he left. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Yeah, another goblin added. We tried asking what happened, but he wouldn't tell us anything. Just said it was fine. Concern clouded Lin Tian's face. I'll go to the carnivorous bird tribe myself, he said quietly. Something must have happened. Following his memories, he made his way through the vast forest of giants, moving fast until the familiar territory of the birdfolk appeared ahead. But the sight waiting for him there stopped him cold. Birdfolk were scattered outside their huts, every one of them wounded. Some had bloodied feathers, others bore deep gashes that exposed bone. When they noticed Lin Tian approaching, they flinched back in alarm. Don't be afraid, it's me, Lin Tian, he called gently. He'd visited the tribe several times before, so they recognized him. Slowly, their panic eased, but their fear didn't fade completely. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he looked over their injuries. What happened here? He asked, his voice low. Even deep in this forest, who could have done this to you? Lin Tian was losing his damn patience. Where's your chieftain? Don't tell me he's the one who got hurt, he snapped, his voice rising like thunder as he scanned the camp. Then out came this trembling bird lady, feathers all messed up, voice shaking like a leaf. The Lord is sick, she squeaked out. Turns out she was the maid of their big-shot chieftain. The mighty bird lord, who used to strut around like he owned the sky, was lying there shaking like he'd caught the chills from hell. His eyes were shut, his breath was shallow, and the worst part? One of his wings was just gone. Lin Tian stared, completely gobsmacked. How the hell could that ever happen? The dude was supposed to be a legend, not a half-winged mess. He whipped his head toward the maid and said, Talk now. Her voice cracked as she burst into tears. Between sobs, she said it was the Western and Northern lords. They were the ones who did this. Last time they came, they'd already beaten her husband half to death. The poor guy had wanted to ask Lin Tian for help but chickened out, thinking he'd drag Lin Tian's tribe into trouble. So, like an idiot, he went back alone. Then, she said, those same bastards came again, this time rolling in with their whole damn tribes. They broke his wing right in front of everyone and roasted it like it was some kind of sick barbecue. The room went dead quiet for a beat after that, except for her sobbing. She said they didn't stop there. They beat the whole tribe, every last one of them. Lin Tian's face twisted with fury. Those Western and Northern suckers, why the hell would they attack you? Aren't they scared of pissing off the Great Tomb? The maid wiped her tears, her voice all raspy. Apparently, it was all because her husband once vouched for Lin Tian to the Great Tomb, helping him rise to lord status. The jealous bastards never got over it. They wanted payback. Lin Tian's eyes went cold, like frostbite cold. He nodded slowly, every inch of him radiating death vibes. This "This is on me," he said quietly, his voice low and deadly calm. "You all suffered because of me." He stood up straight, the look on his face saying he was about to go full Reaper mode. "Stay here," he said. "I'll be back soon." And just like that, he stormed out of the tent. No hesitation, no looking back, just pure, grim determination. Whatever came next, those bastards from the west and north were screwed. Lin Tian escorted Ephraia to the Eagle tribe after they left. When Lin Tian checked the wounded raptors and asked if she could mend them, she answered with quiet confidence that their external injuries were nothing she couldn't handle. She would cast a high-tier spell, Healing Rain. An emerald rain began to fall across half the encampment. It did not dazzle, it simply worked. Around them, the eagle folk murmured in disbelief and wonder, their relief swelling into joyous cries as they thanked the goblin who had brought her. Hope, long absent, began to return. Once the general wounds were tended, Lin Tian led Ephraia to the chieftain's hut. She examined him carefully, then reported that his bodily injuries could be healed, but his shattered wing was beyond ordinary recovery. To ease his agony, she invoked a super-tier spell, Star of Redemption. The spell dulled his pain, allowing him to breathe freely again. His eyes opened slowly, and his wife wept with joy as he sat up. The chieftain, Birdman, blinked in confusion. "Am I dead? Or dreaming?" he asked, testing his voice. "You're alive," Lin Tian answered. "And this is no illusion. I came to save you." Recognition returned to Birdman's eyes as he saw the familiar faces around him. Gratitude softened his features for only a moment before hardening again, fury flaring as the memory of humiliation burned fresh. "Those who attacked us," his voice dropped low. "They will pay. I'll help you see it done," Lin Tian replied. "We'll gather the strength needed." From within his pack, Lin Tian drew out a relic, a pair of blade wings. Forged from red metal, they gleamed with faint silver light, each feather sharp and feather light, etched with dwarven runes that shimmered faintly. Birdman's eyes widened. Even without touching them, he could sense the artifact's power. "This is too precious," he said. Lin Tian shook his head. "Who needs wings more than one who's lost them? If you can't fly, how will you take revenge?" Then Birdman nodded once. "Very well. There's one condition," Lin Tian added evenly. "Before these can be fitted, your remaining wing must be broken." Birdman's jaw tightened. "Do it." Lin Tian gave no chance for hesitation. Pain tore through Birdman's body, a raw scream shaking the air, and still he did not relent. When the work was finished, the blade wings were bound to him. Birdman stepped into the open, spreading the new wings wide. The wind caught them at once, lifting him effortlessly. The Eagle Chief could hardly believe his eyes. "These wings are unbelievable. Lin Tian, I don't even know how to thank you," he shouted excitedly as he looped back through the air. Lin Tian just gave a calm, almost indifferent reply. "Don't mention it. They don't hold much value to me. Now get ready." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for the thrill of tearing them apart." The Eagle Chief's eyes gleamed, fierce and hungry for revenge. "I've been waiting for this moment too," he growled, his gaze fixed far off at the horizon. "The flames of vengeance are burning." Their destination lay in the western lakes of the Grand Tamblins, a region overflowing with rivers, waterfalls, and glimmering pools. The place looked peaceful enough from a distance, almost serene. But beneath that still surface, countless monsters lurked in silence, waiting. At that moment, a big-eyed dragonfly hovered low over the water, dipping its tail to lay eggs. Just as it touched the surface, a webbed hand shot up from below, snatching it in one clean motion. The hand belonged to one of the Western Lake's rulers, a member of the Water God tribe. From a rock on a nearby hillside, the Eagle Chief pointed toward the lake. "This is egg-laying season for those big-eyed dragonflies," he said. "The aquatic beasts down there love feeding on their eggs. Don't trust that calm surface. There's a whole army hiding underneath." Behind him stood Lin Tian, the elf queen, a crowd of goblins, and Gabu the berserker. Gabu scratched his head, frowning. Fight underwater? Great, except I can't swim. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp but calm. Then we'll make sure we have goblins who can. Those water monsters will make perfect breeding stock. The elf queen let out a small sigh, her voice edged with exasperation. And how exactly are we supposed to get them to come out? They're underwater. They can sense how many of us are here. They're not stupid enough to surface. A faint, confident smirk crossed Lin Tian's face. I doubt this whole lake, one that stretches for miles, only has water monsters living in it. Without waiting for an answer, he lifted his hand and activated his summoning skill. The surface was so calm it almost looked frozen. Then, all at once, a thin red current bubbled up from below. Another followed. And another. Within moments, the water turned cloudy, spreading into a sea of crimson. A second later, chaos erupted. Hundreds of monsters burst from the lake, thrashing wildly. They weren't attacking, they were fleeing. Blood streaked their scales and fins. Deep gashes ran across their bodies. What the hell happened? One shouted. They've gone mad. Another beast cried out in panic. The water monster lord rose from the depths, muscles rippling, his half-human, half-fish face twisted with fury. In his hand, he carried the corpse of a giant crocodile-like beast. With one loud crack, he crushed it in his grip, bones snapping under his palm. This is bad, he growled. Someone's controlling the beasts. Water Monster Lord. Level 90. HP, 2,700. Strength, 880. Defense, 740. Combat power, 430. Lin Tian stepped forward. The Eagle Chief's voice came out cold. Didn't expect you to be sharp enough to notice. The Water Monster Lord froze, then squinted. Recognition hit, and he barked out a harsh laugh. Well, if it isn't the little bird I plucked bald a few days ago. Your feathers grew back fast, and you even brought friends. His gaze swept over the goblins behind Lin Tian, his expression curling into mockery. So, this is your grand army? A bunch of worthless goblin trash? A smaller water monster nudged him, pointing eagerly. Lord, look, a human woman! Only then did the water monster lord notice her. He licked his lips, smirking. Well, looks like we've hit the jackpot. Capture her. The moment he spoke, his army roared and charged. But Lin Tian didn't even blink. He released a deep, guttural roar. The sound rolled like thunder, bursting outward in a shockwave that slammed into the advancing monsters. Their bodies convulsed before collapsing, unconscious, all along the shore. Lin Tian's voice cut through the silence, calm but chilling. Kill the males for grilled fish. Keep the females. At his command, the goblins surged forward. Gabba led the charge, swinging his weapon with monstrous strength. Every strike punched straight through a monster's chest, leaving gaping holes that steamed in the air. Each blow was powerful enough to cleave a body clean in half. The elf queen darted between them, her bow flashing with every movement. Arrows hissed through the air, piercing straight through the foreheads of her targets. Lin Tian escorted Ephraia to the eagle tribe after they left. When Lin Tian checked the wounded raptors and asked if she could mend them, she answered with quiet confidence that their external injuries were nothing she couldn't handle. She would cast a high-tier spell, Healing Rain. An emerald rain began to fall across half the encampment. It did not dazzle, it simply worked. Around them, the eagle folk murmured in disbelief and wonder, their relief swelling into joyous cries as they thanked the goblin who had brought her. Hope, long absent, began to return. Once the general wounds were tended, Lin Tian led Ephraia to the chieftain's hut. She examined him carefully, then reported that his bodily injuries could be healed, but his shattered wing was beyond ordinary recovery. To ease his agony, she invoked a super-tier spell, Star of Redemption. The spell dulled his pain, allowing him to breathe freely again. His eyes opened slowly, and his wife wept with joy as he sat up. The chieftain, Birdman, blinked in confusion. Am I dead? Or dreaming? He asked, testing his voice. You're alive, Lin Tian answered. And this is no illusion. I came to save you. Recognition returned to Birdman's eyes as he saw the familiar faces around him. Gratitude softened his features for only a moment before hardening again, fury flaring as the memory of humiliation burned fresh. "Those who attacked us," his voice dropped low. "They will pay. I'll help you see it done," Lin Tian replied. "We'll gather the strength needed." From within his pack, Lin Tian drew out a relic, a pair of blade wings. Forged from red metal, they gleamed with faint silver light, each feather sharp and feather light, etched with dwarven runes that shimmered faintly. Birdman's eyes widened. Even without touching them, he could sense the artifact's power. "This is too precious," he said. Lin Tian shook his head. "Who needs wings more than one who's lost them? If you can't fly, how will you take revenge?" Then Birdman nodded once. "Very well. There's one condition," Lin Tian added evenly. "Before these can be fitted, your remaining wing must be broken." Birdman's jaw tightened. "Do it." Lin Tian gave no chance for hesitation. Pain tore through Birdman's body, a raw scream shaking the air, and still he did not relent. When the work was finished, the blade wings were bound to him. Birdman stepped into the open, spreading the new wings wide. The wind caught them at once, lifting him effortlessly. The Eagle Chief could hardly believe his eyes. "These wings are unbelievable. Lin Tian, I don't even know how to thank you," he shouted excitedly as he looped back through the air. Lin Tian just gave a calm, almost indifferent reply. "Don't mention it. They don't hold much value to me. Now get ready." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for the thrill of tearing them apart." The Eagle Chief's eyes gleamed, fierce and hungry for revenge. "I've been waiting for this moment too," he growled, his gaze fixed far off at the horizon. "The flames of vengeance are burning." Their destination lay in the western lakes of the Grand Tamblins, a region overflowing with rivers, waterfalls, and glimmering pools. The place looked peaceful enough from a distance, almost serene. But beneath that still surface, countless monsters lurked in silence, waiting. At that moment, a big-eyed dragonfly hovered low over the water, dipping its tail to lay eggs. Just as it touched the surface, a webbed hand shot up from below, snatching it in one clean motion. The hand belonged to one of the Western Lake's rulers, a member of the Water God tribe. From a rock on a nearby hillside, the Eagle Chief pointed toward the lake. "This is egg-laying season for those big-eyed dragonflies," he said. "The aquatic beasts down there love feeding on their eggs. Don't trust that calm surface. There's a whole army hiding underneath." Behind him stood Lin Tian, the elf queen, a crowd of goblins, and Gabu the berserker. Gabu scratched his head, frowning. "Fight underwater? Great, except I can't swim." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp but calm. "Then we'll make sure we have goblins who can. Those water monsters will make perfect breeding stock." The elf queen let out a small sigh, her voice edged with exasperation. "And how exactly are we supposed to get them to come out? They're underwater. They can sense how many of us are here. They're not stupid enough to surface." A faint, confident smirk crossed Lin Tian's face. "I doubt this whole lake, one that stretches for miles, only has water monsters living in it." Without waiting for an answer, he lifted his hand and activated his summoning skill. The surface was so calm it almost looked frozen. Then, all at once, a thin red current bubbled up from below. Another followed. And another. Within moments, the water turned cloudy, spreading into a sea of crimson. A second later, chaos erupted. Hundreds of monsters burst from the lake, thrashing wildly. They weren't attacking, they were fleeing. Blood streaked their scales and fins. Deep gashes ran across their bodies. "What the hell happened?" one shouted. "They've gone mad." Another beast cried out in panic. The water monster lord rose from the depths, muscles rippling, his half-human, half-fish face twisted with fury. In his hand, he carried the corpse of a giant crocodile-like beast. With one loud crack, he crushed it in his grip, bones snapping under his palm. "This is bad," he growled. "Someone's controlling the beasts." Water Monster Lord. Level 90. HP 2700. Strength 880. Defense 740. Combat power 430. Lin Tian stepped forward. The Eagle Chief's voice came out cold. Didn't expect you to be sharp enough to notice. The water monster lord froze, then squinted. Recognition hit, and he barked out a harsh laugh. Well, if it isn't the little bird I plucked bald a few days ago. Your feathers grew back fast, and you even brought friends. His gaze swept over the goblins behind Lin Tian, his expression curling into mockery. So, this is your grand army? A bunch of worthless goblin trash? A smaller water monster nudged him, pointing eagerly. Lord, look, a human woman! Only then did the water monster lord notice her. He licked his lips, smirking. Well, looks like we've hit the jackpot. Capture her. The moment he spoke, his army roared and charged. But Lin Tian didn't even blink. He released a deep, guttural roar. The sound rolled like thunder, bursting outward in a shockwave that slammed into the advancing monsters. Their bodies convulsed before collapsing, unconscious, all along the shore. Lin Tian's voice cut through the silence, calm but chilling. Kill the males for grilled fish. Keep the females. At his command, the goblins surged forward. Gabba led the charge, swinging his weapon with monstrous strength. Every strike punched straight through a monster's chest, leaving gaping holes that steamed in the air. Each blow was powerful enough to cleave a body clean in half. The elf queen darted between them, her bow flashing with every movement. Arrows hissed through the air, piercing straight through the foreheads of her targets. The water demon lord looked completely thrown off, like he couldn't make sense of how his entire force had been wiped out so fast. He kept darting his eyes around, wondering if those goblins were even goblins at all or something else pretending to be them. He started yelling for everyone to stop, his voice cracking with anger, only to freeze mid-shout when a razor-sharp slash cut straight across his face. It was the flesh-eating griffin, blades gleaming as he landed in front of the demon, practically declaring through his posture that he intended to make sure the demon never forgot what he'd done to them. The water demon lord let out a scream, twisting in pain, sputtering about how some filthy, oversized chicken dared to strike him. Fueled by rage, he lunged at the griffin with his claws ready to tear, but the griffin moved faster, much faster. In just a heartbeat, he'd circled around the demon's arm and shredded it into several gruesome pieces, each cut delivered without hesitation. The demon lord howled again, staring at his ruined arm in pure horror. Off to the side, Lin was watching everything with a slow grin, realizing he wasn't needed at all. The flesh-eating griffin was handling the fight on his own, and honestly, Lin knew he himself could have taken care of the rest anyway. Still, a thought crept in. The water demon lord's power jumps like crazy when it rains. He glanced at the clear sky, reassuring himself it wasn't going to rain anytime soon. But right as the demon lay wounded on the ground, he suddenly whipped his head back and started shouting at someone behind him, demanding she start crying already, and asking what she was waiting for. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed across the area. A woman, another monster, was wailing in raw, agonizing sound. Lin realized she wasn't just crying, she was the crying rain demon. And the sky responded instantly. Rain didn't just fall, it crashed down, heavy and endless. Lin and the griffin exchanged one look and knew instantly things were about to turn bad. The griffin spun toward him and said he needed to get out, Lin, the goblins, everyone. Because once the water demon species felt that rain, their powers were about to spike to something terrifying. It was already too late. The water demon lord had started laughing, this deep, echoing sound, while his eyes lit up a sharp crimson. With the rain pouring harder, his whole body swelled until he looked absolutely massive. The flesh-eating griffin heard that laugh and whipped around, but by then the demon lord was already winding up. One shriek from the towering creature blasted out like a shockwave, and the griffin got flung several meters back, hitting the water with a crash so hard the ripples shook the whole lake. The water demon lord didn't even look back. He jumped straight toward Lin, clearly assuming it was the goblin leader's turn to die. As his huge fist came down, Lin seemed to be doing something. The punch hit, and for a second the demon lord really thought he nailed it. A hole sat right where Lin should have been, and the monster burst into another round of laughter, convinced the goblin was already 6 feet under. But before that smugness could settle, the hole shifted. It wasn't damage, it was intentional. Lin shot up from inside it, and his hands weren't hands anymore. They'd stretched into sharp, wicked claws, dark and gleaming like they were meant for ripping through anything. As he stood, he told the demon lord, almost casually, that it was his turn now. The slash came fast. So fast the demon lord didn't even process what happened until pain tore through him and a scream ripped out of his throat. He couldn't understand how this tiny goblin had managed to hurt him at all, let alone this much. But Lin had activated the corrupted blood skill, and those devilish claws were eating away at the monster's power from the inside. Even the demon lord could feel it, something gnawing at him, breaking through scales he thought were unbeatable. But Lin wasn't done. He spun into the air, twisting his body as he charged up another attack, the same technique the water demon lord had used earlier, except Lin compressed it into a concentrated beam. The demon lord froze, realizing this goblin wasn't just dangerous, he was terrifying. Those claws were bad enough, but a beam with that kind of force could probably punch through anything he had. With fear finally kicking in, the water demon lord bolted, diving straight into the water to grab whatever speed boost he could from his own element. The flesh-eating griffin wasn't letting him off so easily, though. The beast took off after him immediately, wings beating violently as it chased him down. But the demon lord was desperate. As he fled, he yelled out toward the lake, calling, almost begging, for the lake ghost monster to save him. He clearly decided that even getting torn apart by whatever lurked beneath was still better than dealing with Lin head-on. The griffin knew that name. The moment he realized what the demon lord had summoned, he froze and dropped the chase entirely. He wasn't going anywhere near that thing. And right on cue, the lake surface split, and something horrific crawled out. Its skin looked bone-white, like it hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. Several heads screeched over one another, all of them shrill and unstable, like a chorus of spirits gone insane. Chains wrapped around its whole body, dragging behind it as it moved. Even brushing against it for a second left the griffin's legs coated in a spreading black miasma. He panicked instantly and shot into the air, racing back toward Alice to cleanse himself. When he reached her, he blurted out what the lake ghost monster really was, an evil spirit that used corpses and chains like puppets. If Alice even got scratched by that aura, her life force would drain straight out of her. Alice listened, but she already seemed to know exactly what she wanted to do. Without hesitating, she drew her devil's sword. The moment the blade came out, she sent an evil spirit flying toward the monster, a massive dragon-shaped force that snapped its jaws wide and bit straight into the ghost's heads. One bite. One blow. And the lake ghost monster was done. The flesh-eating griffin just stared, stunned out of his mind. He had never imagined a weapon could still take out a demon that easily. The moment the water monster lord plunged into the lake's depths, Lin Tian didn't show the slightest concern. From beneath the shifting water, he simply curved his lips, as if amused by the idea of his prey trying to flee. It was as though he was thinking, escape? You really believe that's possible? Before anyone could guess what he planned, the sky split open with a deafening roar. Lightning spiraled around Lin Tian as he pulled out the spear of Zeus, arcs of electricity dancing wildly across his body. Without so much as a warning, he hurled the spear straight into the lake. The impact was instant. A blinding explosion of lightning consumed the water's depths, so bright that even those watching from afar had to shield their eyes. A colossal pillar of lightning slammed down from the heavens, detonating in the lake like a celestial hammer. Water erupted upward in towering waves. Even Alice, who had witnessed countless battles, was left wide-eyed, another world-grade artifact, and one far more destructive than she'd imagined. The lake, stretching for dozens of miles, turned into a graveyard. Monster corpses floated everywhere, thick enough to cover the surface. Almost nothing beneath remained alive. The water monster lord emerged as well, more accurately, drifted upward, his entire body charred black, eyes rolled back, clinging to life by a thread. Lin Tian let out a cold snort, as though commenting on the weather. Lucky or unlucky, hard to say. If you hadn't been underwater to soften the lightning, one strike would have sent you straight to the afterlife. When the water monster lord finally regained consciousness after who knows how long, he first felt a strange warmth, almost pleasant. But that comfort evaporated the instant he realized he was completely paralyzed. And once his vision cleared, madness nearly swallowed him whole. That warmth came from a massive bonfire. Around it, goblins were roasting water monsters, some already dead, some still screaming as they cooked alive, their cries slicing through the air. One freshly awakened monster spotted his lord and wailed, begging for salvation. The water monster lord sucked in a sharp breath. His mind crumbled as he saw who was on the rack directly before him, his younger brother, fat sizzling, dripping into the flames. Lin Tian tore off a chunk of roasted belly meat, tasted it thoughtfully, and nodded as if reviewing a fine dish. Not bad. Kinda like fish, but more tender. The belly's even better. Watching this scene, the water monster lord trembled uncontrollably, rage and despair twisting together. You beasts, you damned goblins! Return my family! Oh? You're awake, Lin Tian replied with a lazy grin. Lin Tian turned around and lifted a freshly roasted skewer to his mouth, golden juices dripping from the meat. That was the last straw. Do you even know what you're doing? The water monster lord roared, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot with frenzy. Nearby, the man-eating bird watched quietly, conflicted for a moment but ultimately unmoved. He muttered coldly, "And when you and that northern lord wiped out my tribe, did you hesitate? Consider this your retribution." The water monster lord froze, unable to respond. Regret, hatred, and helplessness warred inside him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, where several female water monsters were tied up and being dragged away by goblins. His teeth ground together in fury. What are you doing with them? Don't you dare! If you have the guts, kill my tribe outright. Lin Tian waved a hand dismissively. Relax. I won't kill them. They're useful. If they weren't so ugly, my goblins would have handled them already. Something inside the water monster lord snapped. Trembling, he pleaded, voice cracking. I beg you, please spare my surviving clansmen. They had nothing to do with this. If you want someone to take responsibility, take me. Apologize? Lin Tian chuckled. Doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Everything he knew about goblins, what he thought they were, was shattered. All he could feel now was pure terror. True cruelty, true cold-bloodedness, true mercilessness. Only now did he understand. Grinding his teeth, he hissed, I swear, I'll kill every last one of you someday. Lin Tian paused mid-bite, glanced at him with curiosity, and asked, Who said you'll stay alive long enough? The water monster lord froze, and then laughed bitterly. As if you'd dare kill me. I am the Western Lord appointed by the Demon King himself. That golden lizard you killed was nothing. You really think you can do the same to me? The man-eating bird leaned in and murmured to Lin Tian. Remember, lords in the Great Tomb can't fight each other. If one lord kills another, it sparks a full-scale war. Last time a lord tried to devour the rest to become the great overlord, the Bone King erased him instantly. But Lin Tian only waved him off. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'll make him die in the most hopeless way possible. Even if he complains to the Bone King, doesn't matter. The Bone King had made one thing painfully clear. Out of everyone following him, Lin was the piece no one could afford to lose. Anyone else could fall, but not him. Next he said they were heading out to make the Northern Lord understand what true regret felt like. Lin intended to erase every lord who hinted at rebellion. War was coming, and he refused to leave even the smallest chance for an ambush. In his mind, a single misstep could ruin everything. And so, the party set off for the north. The northern part of the Great Tomb stretched endlessly, an ocean of white buried under eternal snow. As the cold winds started biting into the group, Lin raised his hand without hesitation and summoned a glowing sphere. The Heart of Apollo, a world-grade artifact floating like a miniature sun above his palm. Even from a distance, its heat felt enough to melt stone. Yet in Lin's control, the blazing star behaved obediently, giving off only gentle warmth instead of scorching fire. Alice finally asked, half bewildered, just how many artifacts Lin had managed to get from the dwarves. Lin only replied vaguely, something close to enough, clearly unwilling to reveal more. At his current strength, even holding so many artifacts was dangerous. If word got out, hunters and rivals would swarm him. But thanks to the Heart of Apollo, the bitter cold faded little by little. The real issue, though, was finding the Northern Lord. Among the 4 great lords, he was the only one who isolated himself completely. Nobody even knew how strong he truly was. Lin didn't waste time. He activated the Great Overlord's summoning authority, spreading a command across the land. The previously silent snowfield immediately stirred. Snow mounds burst open as creatures of every kind emerged, 3-tailed snow mice with fuzzy coats and clueless Tibetan fox expressions, phantom snow owls drifting above with headlights for eyes, and many more kinds of monsters answering his call. The man-eater bird let out an admiring sigh, muttering that being a great overlord was unbelievably convenient. With a single thought, Lin could command monsters from anywhere. And seeing how far Lin had already grown shattered the bird's old belief that goblins were naturally weak or stupid. Time passed until finally, a tiny figure fluttered toward them, a snow spirit, palm-sized with crystal-like wings, usually adorable but now covered in bruises and cuts, struggling just to stay in the air. It managed to speak, reporting that it had found the Northern Lord, then its strength gave out. Leah quickly caught the little spirit in her hands, holding it carefully as its vision slowly cleared. When the spirit urged them to follow, saying the Lord was hiding inside a cave, a faint, almost impatient smile tugged at Lin's lips. But Leah couldn't ignore the injuries and asked what had happened. And the truth streamed out. Snow spirits were intelligent enough to ignore Lin's summons, but after years of oppression under the Northern Lord, this one had finally chosen to rebel. Snow spirits were born during months-long blizzards and revived again with the next storm after death. Their greatest value was the snow spirit stones they produced, stones packed with terrifying amounts of mana, capable of instantly boosting a monster's level. In the human world, they were priceless treasures. For decades, the Northern Lord had enslaved the spirits, devouring countless stones and refusing to release even a single one, no matter how tortured or close to death. Lin's smile deepened. Snow spirit stones were incredibly useful for strengthening monsters, so the Northern Lord's cruelty only cemented Lin's decision that the man had to be removed. Before long, the group reached the cave entrance. Violent demonic energies surged outward, heavy and raging, but no one stopped. They stepped into the darkness without hesitation. A furious roar exploded from within, the voice echoing wildly. "Where's that little worm? Get over here! Want another beating? This time I'll kill you!" A red-furred monster sat squatting on the cold ground, looking messy and worn out, a snow elf trapped in its fist. The monster muttered in a low, threatening growl that even if the elf could revive, it would just keep killing her, until you can't crawl back to life anymore. Its grip tightened as if to prove the point. It didn't get the chance. An arrow suddenly cut through the air and punched right through the monster's hand. The creature let out a scream that bounced off the cave walls, dropping the elf in shock. The monster slowly turned toward the entrance. Lin Tian and his group stood ready. Leah, bow still raised, was clearly the one who had fired. The monster's voice echoed around them, demanding to know who the hell they were and how they dared walk into its territory. The snow elf trembled at the sound. Lin Tian didn't bother responding to the monster. Instead, he looked at the snow elf and flashed a small, almost casual smile, asking whether that was the guy she wanted him to deal with. If he took the monster out, she'd follow him, right? The elf nodded so fast it was almost frantic, just wanting someone who wouldn't treat her like the red-furred beast had. Right then, the monster finally spotted her perched on Leah's shoulder. Rage twisted its expression as it roared that the ungrateful worm dared to betray him after everything he'd done to raise her. And now she'd brought strangers here to settle scores? In the middle of his rant, his attention shifted, freezing for a second when he noticed the predator bird. Recognizing him, the monster tossed out a string of insults, mocking the bird's new metal wings and demanding to know where the old ones were, claiming he wanted to roast and eat them so nothing would go to waste. He laughed as he said it, asking why the bird looked so offended. Did those iron wings make him think he was untouchable? Because he'd broken them once, and he could break them again. The predator bird snapped back, shouting for him to shut up and getting ready to charge straight in, but Lin Tian held out an arm to stop him. Seeing Lin Tian step forward instead only made the monster laugh harder. The whole cave seemed to rumble with it as he mocked the bird for thinking he could win by hiring what he called that trash goblin. He even added that he didn't remember hitting the bird hard enough to break its brain. That was the last straw. Gabu Kwang roared with fury, firing up every magical artifact he had at once. A burst of blinding energy shot across the cave, multiple beams ripping through the monster's body. In a heartbeat, the creature's upper torso was torn apart, pieces blown everywhere. Even so, Lin Tian's group didn't relax. They knew well enough that taking down a monster like this was never that easy. The moment everyone expected finally happened. The snow around them suddenly pulled together, gathering like it had a mind of its own and rebuilding the snow monster from scratch. As its new body formed, a smug, taunting voice drifted through the cold air. It sounded almost amused as it claimed they were strong, but not strong enough, insisting their attacks barely counted as scratches. It bragged that in a place like this, where snow ruled everything, it couldn't die. Here, it declared, it was basically a god. By then, the creature's body had already finished regenerating. With a lazy flick of its hand, a blizzard whipped into existence, filling the cave in seconds. Snow came down so thick that vision disappeared entirely. Its laughter echoed from every direction, bouncing off the icy walls, impossible to track. It kept shouting that it was the strongest ruler, commanding them to die in its endless storm. Seeing the blizzard closing in, Alice instinctively lowered her stance, readying herself. But before the snow monster even managed to figure out where she was, its entire body was suddenly sliced apart, clean, fast, countless pieces. Alice had moved with effortless grace. She'd braced herself for a tough opponent with crazy high defense, but the moment her blade went through him, she realized it felt almost ridiculous, like cutting into a cake. No resistance, no weight. Farther away, the snow monster reformed again, this time with red fur and a face twisted in panic. It kept stuttering, unable to understand what had just happened or what that overwhelming pressure had been. Even with its ability to regenerate infinitely, its whole body trembled. Something deep in its soul screamed at it that it never wanted to feel that sensation again. Just then, Lin Tian cranked up the power of the Apollo heart. The cold around them evaporated instantly, turning into thin, trailing mist. In the distance, the snow monster's expression froze, this time in sheer horror. It sensed something deadly creeping up its spine. Before it could react, Gabuin, who had been invisible the entire time, locked onto it and didn't hesitate. His void dagger plunged forward, slicing right through the creature's chest and leaving a huge hole. The monster died again, barely even making a sound. Chaos spun through its thoughts. Who were these things? How was this happening in its own territory? Rage and fear tangled together as it screamed that this was its land and it was the ruler here. That was when the predatory bird finally leaped into action, calling out that it was its turn and claiming it would shred the creature a dozen times over. And it did. Even though the monster could revive endlessly, its body was fragile, and every death hurt. The raptor blurred across the ground like a streak of light, its wings sharp enough to carve through anything. Wind roared around it, nearly forming a tornado as it ripped through the monster again and again. Within moments, the creature had died dozens of times. Eventually, it broke. From within the snowstorm, its voice cracked as it begged for help, screaming that it couldn't take it anymore and calling them lunatic. It shouted for a one-on-one fight instead, clearly desperate. This time, it didn't revive immediately. The blizzard stopped. Its body collapsed into a heap of loose snow that dragged itself pitifully across the ground, terrified that one more death might break whatever was left of its sanity. Lin Tian finally stepped forward, calm as ever, saying the rest was his job. Tormenting the creature endlessly wouldn't kill it. He motioned for everyone to back away. Lin Tian pushed the Apollo heart way past its usual limit, cranking the output until it blasted past 1,000 degrees. The moment he did, a wave of fire roared out of him. It wasn't just hot, it exploded outward like a sudden sunburst, swallowing the snow monster in a single sweep. The frost covering the ground didn't even get the dignity of turning into puddles. It just flashed into steam with a violent hiss, filling the air with thick white fog. The ice around them practically blinked out of existence. The snow monster didn't fare any better. Its body sagged and slumped, melting into a formless pile. Even in that state, it somehow sensed Lin Tian moving closer. That creeping heat felt like something worse than injury, more like the promise of being erased completely. It panicked. "Don't come closer. I'll die. Seriously, stay away, I'm going to die." Its voice shook as it tried to pull itself back together while dragging itself across the ground. But in that half-melted state, it was painfully slow, limbs forming and collapsing as fast as it tried to crawl. Lin Tian stepped through the swirling clouds of steam, appearing almost calmly, like someone who already knew how this would end. He closed the distance with steady, unhurried steps, saying in a dry tone that he found the creature pretty interesting, and wondering out loud why else he'd have come all this way if not to kill it. The creature's panic spiked. It yelled that it had only caused a small misunderstanding, swearing none of this was worth killing over. It even tried to throw titles around, reminding Lin Tian that it was the Northern Lord and warning that the Demon King would be furious if anything happened to it. Lin Tian didn't react to any of it. He just rushed in. The heat hit the monster full force again. Its body sizzled loudly, like snow dropped onto burning metal. The creature's scream bounced off the cave walls, desperate and cracking. "Stop, stop. I'm melting," it wailed as its face warped and drooped, features sliding downward like wax under a blowtorch. And it kept oozing apart, piece by piece, unable to hold itself together under the relentless heat closing in on it. The snow monster's whole body began to melting, its face sagging into a droopy, melting mess that dripped like overheated ice cream. The heat coming off Lin Tian was way too intense, so intense the creature couldn't even twitch. All it could do was melt away bit by bit. Funny enough, this miserable slow drip fade seemed to be the only way to actually kill it. Watching the monster collapse into slush, Lin Tian suddenly paused, something about the scene sparking a weird déjà vu. He crouched down, scooped up a small piece, and, without overthinking it, gave it a taste. After a second, he decided it wasn't bad at all. More like strawberry ice cream, actually. That was enough to make him take a few more eager bites. The snow monster let out a tortured roar, half agony and half pure disbelief. From the way its voice cracked, it seemed to be yelling that he was eating its flesh right in front of it, and if Lin Tian wanted to kill it, he should just kill it outright rather than torment it like this. Right then, a system notification chimed in his mind, congratulating him on obtaining the skill Snow Preservation Environment. Lin Tian froze in surprise. Getting a skill from casually tasting monster slush? Pretty impressive. Still, even if he could create an extreme cold environment, he wouldn't survive the chill himself, so he triggered mutant fusion, absorbing a larger chunk of the creature's melting body. If he could mutate into something closer to the monster's form, then cold resistance wouldn't be an issue. He even commented to himself that the snow monster's regeneration in ice ability was pretty solid, and wondered aloud if he could snatch that too. With that thought in mind, he kept eating. The snow monster was in so much pain it was on the verge of passing out. It screamed that he'd already eaten its chest and ears, then suddenly froze in terror as Lin Tian reached for another piece. Its voice shot up several octaves as it begged him not to eat that part, its little brother. Lin Tian gagged instantly, stumbling back and flinging the questionable chunk away like it was cursed. He muttered that he had almost eaten something he definitely shouldn't have and decided this was probably a good moment to stop before he traumatized himself. The snow monster screamed again, its voice tearing apart as it accused him of throwing its happiness everywhere and letting it evaporate, claiming Lin Tian had made it lose its love. By now its body was nearly completely melted. Even in its final seconds before evaporating into thin air, it managed to spit out one last hateful warning, that the demon sovereign would never forgive Lin Tian, and that it would be waiting for him in the afterlife. Hearing that name made Lin Tian's eyes narrow. Right before the creature vanished, he shut off the Apollo heart. He said he had changed his mind. Letting it die this easily was too cheap. He really should kill it and destroy its soul while he was at it. The snow monster had no idea what he meant, but pure survival instinct exploded inside it. It twisted around, desperately trying to regenerate, and sprinted toward the cave entrance. It clearly believed staying even one more second would get it killed. As it fled, still half melting and half reforming, it screamed back curses, swearing that Lin Tian would regret every second of this treatment. The rest of the group finally caught up behind him. The raptor glanced at the retreating monster and asked if Lin Tian wanted him to chase it. Lin Tian said there was no need. The creature would definitely come back. He added, calm but terrifyingly cold, that he'd release the water monster lord as well. Despite his calm tone, something icy sinister wrapped around his words, making everyone who heard him feel a chill crawl straight down their spine. No one argued. They all knew Lin Tian hadn't been planning to kill either monster anyway. Killing them would break the rules of the Great Tomb. Inside the Great Tomb, the water monster lord and the snow monster were sobbing miserably, their tears practically streaming like busted fountains. They were ranting to anyone who would listen, saying the great demon lord had no idea how much they'd suffered. The water monster was shaking as he explained that goblins had slaughtered countless members of his tribe and eaten every last one. They'd even kidnapped many of their females and turned them into breeding tools. The snow monster jumped in, saying he'd been minding his own business up in the northern snowfields when those same goblins rushed him out of nowhere. And worst of all, he insisted with dramatic despair, Lin Tian had eaten him piece by piece. Thanks to that, he'd even lost his love. On the highest step sat the same figure who always occupied it, albedo, and above her, presiding over everything, was the master of the tomb of Nazar, the incarnation of ultimate darkness, the skeleton king. As the two lords whined loudly, none of the other demonic beings reacted. They just kept silent, acting like they heard absolutely nothing. Only Albedo glanced at the two pitiful monsters and commented that even if the goblins were strong, shouldn't the two of them feel at least a little embarrassed losing this badly? Before either monster could respond, Veronica's hoarse voice filled the hall. She told Albedo to take the two lords to the goblin tribe, and added that she trusted Albedo already knew exactly what she was supposed to do. Darkness then swallowed her figure completely until she faded away. The snow and water lords practically lit up with excitement. If Albedo was going to intervene, then surely they'd get their revenge. They both dropped to their knees, thanking the great demon lord with trembling voices. Not long after, a pillar of black-purple light erupted from the center of the goblin tribe, proof that someone from the tomb of Nazar had just arrived via teleportation. At that exact moment, Lin Tian was busy supervising a breeding session. He looked up, frowning at the bright column. Gobu hurried to explain that during Lin Tian's absence, People from Nazareth had shown up and installed a teleportation system, and she hadn't been able to stop them. Lin Tian waved it off and told everyone to keep working, saying he'd handle the situation personally. Up in the sky, Albedo descended slowly, stopping about 5 meters off the ground, radiating an overwhelming presence that made the air feel heavy. The water and snow monsters tumbled out of the teleportation light behind her, trembling but trying way too hard to act intimidating. Seeing the whole entrance, Lin Tian couldn't help mocking them, saying he'd actually expected the Bone Queen instead of them. Albedo didn't even glance at Lin Tian at first. She simply surveyed the area with obvious disgust, muttering that the place looked like a breeding farm, and an extremely productive one at that. Even she, proud succubus demon that she was, seemed thrown off. She admitted she had never seen a goblin tribe of this size in any historical record. She even told Lin Tian that he clearly knew how to run a tribe if he'd managed to take over a human city so easily. She said she was starting to believe he somewhat deserved the title of Great Chieftain. But then she stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. Her gaze had locked onto someone behind Lin Tian, Alice, stepping out of the tent in full jet-black armor. Albedo instantly remembered her, the Sword Saint Alice. She'd seen her once before, but now something about Alice felt different, far more dangerous. The sheer pressure Alice radiated now was several times stronger. Albedo couldn't figure out what had happened to her. Alice walked up behind Lin Tian, her sinister aura practically crackling in the air. She asked him calmly if he needed her to deal with the noisy pest. Lin Tian just told her there was no need, that she should go back into the tent and rest. Hearing the way she addressed him sent a jolt through Albedo, who tightened her expression even further. Why would a sword saint address a goblin as my lord emissary? And obey him so willingly? Just what kind of monster was Lin Tian? Meanwhile, the other goblins had become completely mesmerized by Albedo's beauty. Their eyes turned blood-red, filled with obsessive, lustful hunger, drool practically dripping down their chins. Lin Tian shot them an annoyed look and asked Albedo why she'd come here, whether Bone King had sent her just to stand around doing nothing. Albedo kept studying him, interest growing the longer she looked. She muttered that he really did seem different from the other goblins. He was the only one who could look at her calmly.
This guy awakened as a S-rank farmer. In a world where everyone gets a shiny, dramatic awakening at a certain age, fire mages, sword gods, lightning prodigies, you name it. And then there's Timu. Yeah. In a world full of monster attacks, city-destroying disasters, and people casually tossing around magic nukes, he pulled the "congrats, you can grow tomatoes" card. Everyone took one look at his so-called blessing and basically pre-wrote his obituary. A farmer's skill? Here? That's not an awakening, that's a threat from the universe. But two? Nah. He didn't flinch. Because his plants weren't regular vegetables. These things had attitudes. Every crop he grew came with its own special ability, some fought, some defended, some straight-up tanked blows that would fold professional hunters. His field looked like a peaceful little garden until you realized every leaf in there was ready to commit homicide on command. While the rest of the world chased glory with swords, spells, and ego problems, he built an army from the dirt under his feet. And that useless farmer awakening? Yeah, it was just the beginning.
The goblin, Lin, eyed the succubus lady and asked what she was even doing there. He warned her that if she wasn't going to talk, he didn't have time to waste. The succubus didn't take it seriously at all. She slipped into that smooth, seductive attitude she always carried. She teased him, saying he shouldn't act so cold, and apologized for misjudging him earlier. Back then, she explained, she hadn't realized he'd turned out this hot, so to her it was all just a tiny misunderstanding. Behind them, the Snow Yeti Lord and the Water Demon Lord exchanged confused looks. They whispered to each other, wondering if this was actually the same succubus they knew. She wasn't acting distant or icy like she normally did, and now she was giving all this attention to a goblin. Lin ignored the two lords altogether. He told the succubus that even if it was a small matter, she still needed to explain herself. Before she could answer, the water demon lord shouted at her from behind, telling her to hurry up and accusing Lin of trying to kill them. He even reminded everyone that technically, according to the Grand Tomb's rules, Lin was the one who should have been executed. The succubus suddenly turned on them. Instead of taking their side, she snapped at both lords to keep quiet and kneel before Lin instead of causing drama. And in a blink, without letting them argue, she bent their wills and forced them onto their knees in front of the goblin. Lin took the moment to mention that one of them had threatened to eat him earlier. The succubus didn't even flinch. She casually suggested that instead of them eating Lin should roast the water demon lord over a fire, then make the snow yeti lord eat him instead. That way, she said, the whole mess would sort itself out. Lin just stared at her, realizing she was going way harder than he'd ever expected, especially considering all he had done earlier was throw around nonsense threats. The demon lords trembled, wondering why the succubus was suddenly siding with Lin and turning on them. The succubus told them both to look into her eyes, then firmly added, "You too," making sure they obeyed. The moment they met her gaze, their resistance vanished. Her charm hit so hard they didn't even think of fighting it. With dreamy, love-struck expressions, they agreed to whatever she wanted from them. A short while later, the Snow Yeti Lord was happily roasting the Water Demon Lord over a fire like it was the most normal task in the world. The goblins gathered around, practically drooling as the smell of roasting meat filled the room. The succubus leaned closer to Lin, wondering aloud if this bit of domination was really all he wanted, or if he planned on doing something with her instead. Lin shut it down immediately, saying he wasn't interested and that he would handle the rest of the punishment himself. He added that he couldn't guarantee whether the demon lords would make it out alive. Hearing that, the succubus snapped back to reality a little. She reminded him that these were still lords of the Grand Tomb, and she'd been inside the place long enough to have authority too. She couldn't just let him do whatever he pleased. But Lin slowly turned toward her, eyes glowing a deep, sharp crimson. The sight made her tense up right away. Nervous but yielding, she told him to go ahead and do whatever he wanted with those filthy demon lords. Before slipping away, the succubus lady told Lin that since she was handing him this kind of authority, he'd better be ready to take responsibility for whatever he planned to do next. And with that warning, she vanished. The instant she disappeared, the haze of her hypnotic charm broke apart like shattered glass. The Snow Yeti Lord blinked himself awake, staring at the half-roasted water demon lord and then at the spot where the succubus had been. He muttered in confusion, trying to figure out why the succubus lady had taken Lin's side of all people. The water demon lord, groaning from the burns he'd collected, also dragged himself upright, clearly just as lost. Lin didn't bother clarifying anything. He looked at them with that bright crimson eye and told them with a smile that they didn't need to know what he'd done with the succubus lady. What they did need to think about, he said, was the exact moment they were going to die. The killing intent rolling off him was loud enough without words. He kept going, casually explaining that his life was about to get a whole lot easier. No more running, no more stress. He added that he'd turn the Water Demon clan into his daily breeding machinery and treat the entire snow field like his personal playground, collecting snow spirits and eating ice cream whenever he felt like it. The Water Demon Lord, panicking, immediately tried to switch sides. He insisted he wanted to join Lin and help with whatever he was planning. But Lin wasn't even remotely convinced. With a flick of his hand, he ordered a hybrid goblin to move behind the Water Demon Lord and slice him up like neat sushi strip. The hybrid obeyed without hesitation. Next was the Snow Yeti Lord. He didn't even get to beg for mercy before another hybrid slammed him over the head, sending him screaming as blood sprayed across the ground. When both lords finally collapsed and lay there twitching, Lin just stared at them, breathing a little too hard, looking almost fascinated by the sight. After a second, he focused again and called over one of the hybrid. Lin sent him to the human empire to gather intel on the Holy Temple, repeating the order and reminding him that staying alive came first, Information wasn't worth anything if the scout died getting it. Then he turned to Gabu, asking if the 1,000 goblins he'd told her to select were prepared. Gabu immediately confirmed everything. All 1,000 were top-tier, fully developed, exactly what he'd asked for. Lin nodded and told her to bring them in because he had something important to announce. Soon enough, all 1,000 hybrid goblins gathered. Lin stood on a raised platform, looking over them. Most of these elite goblins had never even seen him in person before. He opened by asking if any of them knew who he actually was. Instantly, the whole crowd erupted, shouting his name and praising him like he was the greatest thing to ever happen to their species. Beside him, the Goblin Slayer woman stepped forward and casually mentioned that she already had all of them under control. No need for speeches or drilling ideologies into their heads. The way she said it surprised Lin. He hadn't expected things to be this smooth. Still, he laid out his instructions. He told the goblins he'd be taking them somewhere soon, and during the trip, they weren't to speak to anyone except him. No exceptions. The hypnotized soldiers nodded in complete agreement. When Lin turned away, he pulled Gabu aside and told her to train the goblins like crazy while he was gone. If the Holy Temple attacked, she was to prioritize survival and escape immediately. And if anyone from the flesh-eating Griffin clan came asking about him, she should say he'd gone out on a scouting mission. As he stepped closer, Gabu grew flustered but insisted she had everything covered. Lin nodded again, knowing exactly what was at stake. They had to prepare every trump card they could manage, against both the Holy Temple and the Grand Tomb. The Goblin tribe's future in the Grand Tomb depended on what they set up now. The final battle he'd been waiting for was no longer just a distant idea. It was almost here, finally taking shape right in front of him. With only 2 months left before the Empire officially launched its war against the Great Tomb, everything was already on a tight countdown. According to the simulation system Lin Tian relied on, that amount of time wasn't just sufficient. It was more than enough if everything went according to plan. Lin Tian turned his attention to the snow spirits and made his stance clear. He assured them that their safety would be guaranteed, as long as they handed over every snow spirit stone they produced. From their perspective, it was a simple trade. Protection in exchange for resources. The spirits accepted almost immediately, leaving Lin Tian with nothing to do but wait patiently while the stones were continuously produced. At the same time, preparations for the final stage were already underway. To build a goblin army strong enough to matter in the coming conflict, Lin Tian personally led 1,000 goblins deep into the snow mountains for brutal, specialized training. There was no rest involved. The goblins fought non-stop, constantly consuming snow spirit stones supplied by the spirit. The effect was overwhelming. Like a violent flood tearing through the land, the goblin army swept across the entire region. Every monster they encountered became nothing more than sustenance. Each battle fed the goblins' experience, skills, and rapid growth. The results were far beyond expectations. Every single goblin climbed to level 70, steadily evolving into leader-tier beings. Some went even further, mutating into rare forms: giant goblins, goblin mages, demonic goblins, and other unstable variants. The most shocking development was the emergence of a mutant overlord class, Holy Sword Goblin. Its combat power alone reached an astonishing 5,500 points, standing far above the rest. Tian gave Alice direct orders to take over the goblins' combat training. He made it clear that she was to be relentless. While the goblins had undergone daily training in the past, their intelligence and levels back then had been too low to retain much of it. Most of that early training had likely faded away. Now, things were different. Every goblin had reached leader tier, with intelligence nearing completion. Teaching them techniques, formations, and battle instincts was no longer a struggle. Alice responded without hesitation. She expressed that formalities were unnecessary, especially with the final holy war approaching. She was fully prepared to give everything she had. Training began immediately. Battles erupted across the camp as Alice pushed the goblins to their limit. Armed with magical artifacts and guided by her ruthless instruction, the goblins sharpened themselves day after day. Movements became cleaner, attacks more precise, and coordination nearly flawless. Step by step, they stopped resembling ordinary monsters and started functioning like perfected killing machines, molded specifically for the war ahead. About 10 days later, everything was finally set. Before Lin Tian headed back to the tribe, he made one last arrangement. He promoted a mutant goblin who had already reached Overlord tier and appointed it as the overseer of the area, giving it the name Gobu Sword. The creature's body was abnormally sturdy, towering close to 2 meters tall, with muscles packed tightly beneath its green skin. In its grip rested a world-tier weapon, the Demon Sealing Sword. The blade had a terrifying ability. Any magical power directed at it would be absorbed, stored, and then hurled back at its attacker in return. Lin Tian spoke to it seriously, making sure the warning was unmistakable. From now on, Gobu's sword was to remain here without exception. Without direct orders, it was not allowed to step outside, not even a single pace. Hearing this, Gobu's sword responded without hesitation. It nodded hard, almost eagerly, making it clear it understood. In its mind, everything it possessed, its strength, status, and weapon, had all been granted by Lin Tian. Serving him with its life was only natural. Satisfied, Lin Tian acknowledged this loyalty and finally left, returning to the tribe alongside Alice. Time was becoming dangerously tight. There was no guarantee the Mindum Empire wouldn't choose today of all days to declare war. The pressure hung over him as he made his way back. When Lin Tian finally arrived and saw the sheer scale of the goblin population, even he couldn't hide his shock. The numbers were overwhelming. In just 2 months, the tribe had expanded far beyond what he had anticipated. He remembered asking for more goblins, but not this many. At present, the tribe housed roughly 80,000 small goblins, 30,000 large goblins, 8,000 hero race goblins, and 100 leader-tier goblins. Just feeding them all was a nightmare. Every single day, tens of thousands of monsters were consumed simply to keep the tribe running. As soon as Lin Tian appeared, the girls within the tribe rushed over happily, surrounding him with excitement and relief at his return. Seeing his expression, Go quickly explained what had happened. Since Lin Tian had emphasized the need for more goblins, Go had gone all in, burning through massive amounts of resources to accelerate their reproduction. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in realization. That explained everything. On the way back, he had noticed something strange. High-level monsters were scarce, and low-level ones were practically non-existent. Now it made sense. The Great Tomb had clearly been stripped clean of its reserves to support this explosive growth. After processing that, Lin Tian shifted his focus and asked about someone else. Gobian still hadn't returned. That absence lingered in his thoughts, especially with war possibly looming any moment now. After checking the surroundings again and again, he still didn't spot that familiar figure anywhere. It felt wrong. Normally, the moment Lin Tian returned, that guy would already be there. When Lin Tian brought it up, Goang could only shake his head. He said no one had seen the man for over a month. The worry had been gnawing at him the whole time. He even muttered that the guy should be fine, right? Lin Tian frowned at that. He didn't like hearing it, but there wasn't time to go searching now. Whatever had happened would have to be dealt with later. He pushed the thought aside and turned to more urgent matters, asking the Goblin Slayer about the weapons. This was critical. Weapons decided everything, especially against low-tier goblins. Their defense was weak, but their numbers were terrifying. Give each of them even a scrap of iron, and it would be enough. One stab per goblin could easily send human soldiers straight to their graves. The Goblin Slayer pulled out a small notebook and began calculating carefully. He reported that they had prepared 50,000 short swords, 20,000 sets of iron armor, and another 20,000 long swords. On top of that were roughly 5,000 miscellaneous weapons. The rest of their stockpile consisted mostly of shields, spears, and lances. He added that time had been the biggest issue. If they'd had more of it, everyone could have been equipped with iron weapons and properly fitted armor. Lin Tian gave a low hum after hearing the report. He didn't ask for more. From his point of view, this was already well beyond expectations. He made it clear that the work done so far was more than enough. Then everything shifted. A black shadow rushed in at full speed, clearly panicked. The man barely slowed down as he shouted that the situation had changed. They needed to leave immediately. At this point, he said, there was basically no chance of winning anymore. Everyone frowned and turned toward the voice. It was Go Tien. His body was marked with several wounds, and his face was tight with anxiety. Goang hurried forward and supported him before he could stumble. Lin Tian stepped closer, keeping his tone steady as he told him not to panic and to explain exactly what had happened. Go Tien tried to calm himself, though his breathing was still uneven and his emotions far from settled. Once he managed to speak clearly, he delivered the news. The Lionheart Empire had already mobilized 100,000 soldiers, every single one of them fully equipped in heavy armor. The words hit like a blow. Lin Tian felt his heart skip for a brief moment as the meaning sank in. 100,000 heavily armored soldiers. The situation had just escalated far beyond what they'd prepared for. Everyone understood just how terrifying a fully armored soldier really was. Wrapped head to toe in heavy steel, they were basically walking iron boxes. Hard to break, hard to stop. Sure, they weren't fast like lightly armored troops, but they didn't need to be. They advanced steadily, grinding enemies down through sheer endurance. And now, the Lionheart Empire had somehow equipped 100,000 of these monsters. The moment Lin Tian realized that, everything clicked. That had to be the reason. In every previous simulation, no matter how the situation was adjusted, the result was always the same: his death. The picture became clearer in his mind. The Lionheart Empire was likely ready to burn through its entire national treasury just to win this war. Even if they survived, the losses would leave them so weakened that neighboring nations could easily swoop in and devour what remained. Alice, standing quietly beside him, looked just as grim. She warned that this time, it wasn't only the Lionheart Empire they were up against. The church was involved too. From her point of view, the priority was survival, endure now, no matter how humiliating it felt. The church was almost certainly mobilizing its full strength, and there was a real risk that they could be wiped out completely. That concern was quickly backed up. Reports confirmed that the church had already gathered nearly 5,000 people from across the world. Among them were 500 Holy Crusader guards, all wearing heavy armor and carrying massive greatswords. And the rest, priests and supporters alike, were far from harmless. Goblin Slayer added his thoughts as well. He suggested that retreating might still be an option. If given time, he could subjugate a super great overlord race tribe and use that power to flip the situation around later. Lin Tian listened, then responded slowly, almost calmly. Retreating sounded simple, but the reality was cruel. With goblins spread across the entire continent, where could they even go? Was there any place in this world large enough to hide an entire goblin tribe? To be born a goblin, he said, was to be born with sin already stamped onto your existence. Because of their low status, everyone wanted to beat them, hunt them, erase them. Their only perceived value was to serve as sacrifices to fuel the rise of stronger races. Even goblin kings never lived long, eventually hunted down and exterminated by humans or something worse. Those words cut deep. Even the elf queen, listening quietly, felt a heavy ache in her chest. Still, she believed that confronting the Empire head-on right now would only lead to annihilation. Years of effort, planning, and sacrifice would vanish in an instant. But Lin Tian didn't see things the same way. He didn't dwell on the lives or deaths of small goblins or large ones. To him, hesitation was the real death sentence. If they were going to fight, then they would fight to the bitter end. And if they chose not to fight, then nothing would ever change. He understood that better than anyone. In his mind, only one outcome offered even a slim chance of survival. Once war truly erupted, the great tomb of Nazar would be forced to intervene. That intervention would cause devastating losses on both sides, and in that chaos, the goblin tribe might finally slip through the cracks and survive. With that decision settled, Lin Tian wasted no time. Orders went out immediately. Every ounce of strength was to be mobilized. More weapons and armor were to be forged without delay. All preparations were to be completed at once. There was no turning back now.